Hello everyone and welcome back to the SWC 2023 America's Cup Prelims, this time for day number 3. My name is Evan and I once again have the absolute privilege of being joined by Stoic and Seppi. Stoic, how are you today?
You know, Evan, I am doing all right, okay? I am looking forward to an awesome tournament, and I want to see some better matches than watching me perform in ATA myself.
Well, I, for one, absolutely enjoyed the pre-SWC Stoic private stream. That was awesome. Seppi, how are you doing today, man?
I'm very happy. You know what? 1, because I'm not Stoic, and 2, because we're going to see some incredible players showing us an amazing variety of monsters, strategies, and people are going to qualify for America's Cup.
Exactly, Seppi. So today we're going to finish the journey. We set out with a goal. We wanted to take 16 players and turn that number into 8 for the America's Cup Regional Tournament. Now here's what we're going through for SWC 2023. The prelims have been best of 3, and that won't change today. This is all leading up to the regional qualifier, the America's Cup. And of course, we've got the World Finals to be looking forward to. This is all conducted through that SWC mode that we all know and love, with pre-bans, but no consecutive pre-bans allowed. It's a great time to be playing Summoner's War today. I got my coffee, got a hurricane on the horizon. Things are looking real good today. Here we go. Now let's take a closer look at the America's Cup. It's happening on September 16th. If you think that you can be in or around the area of Los Angeles, California, then you better be there. We're also going to have a lot of fun stuff for you to participate in, like in an audience tournament. And the folks that eventually qualify are not only going to be fighting for a slot at the World Finals, they're also going to be playing for a slice of a $20,000 prize pool. But that doesn't even hold a candle to what's available at Worlds. Stoic, there's a lot on the line for these players.
There's a lot on the line. There really is. I mean, a lot of these players worked very, very hard to get where they are, but these players today are down in a redemption bracket, so they're going to be working even harder.
Exactly. Now, here are all the details for the World Finals happening on November 4th in Bangkok, Thailand. And like I foreshadowed, the prize pool for that one is $140,000. Now, of course, to get anywhere near that 100K that's going to first place, they're going to have to play through a series of best of 5s against the greatest players that SWC has ever seen. And today, guys, we've actually found ourselves in a place where we've got a super stacked bracket, which I can't wait to show to people. But I want to remind everyone first, this is how we've come across these players today. So last weekend, we had days 1 and day 2. We had 6 matches each. Now today, we're going to have a couple more matches ahead of us. And we found a couple people to qualify. Now here's what we're looking at today. We're doing the redemption bracket, the losers bracket. From the folks who lost their games, they went down into that redemption arc bracket, and we're going to watch them play. Then the high seed are those who lost further down the line in days 1 and day 2. And then ultimately, we're going to have the final 4 qualified for the SWC America's Cup. And it's going to be best of 3 until we hit best of 5 in the semifinals. Also, for everybody in chat, I'm sure you at least have a few of these lined up if you've been keeping track of SWC 2023 so far. But for the first time ever, we've got emblems, an exclusive tournament currency, which you can exchange in the aptly named SWC 2023 Emblem Exchange event. You can use those emblems to get cool prizes like Mystical Scrolls, Mana, but there's also a Devilmon, Legend Scrolls, and more in there. So go ahead and check in the events page because, like I said, you may have already made some progress, and you're going to walk away with some more emblems today. Because remember, we do give out coupon codes during this thing. Maybe we can do something where we all open our legendary scrolls together at America's Cup. That could be really fun.
Ooh, I'll save mine for you.
And here is how you register for the Los Angeles America's Cup. Go ahead and take a second to scan that QR code. Stoic, Seppi, I'm very excited to hang out with you guys when September 16th rolls around.
I can't wait, dude. It's always something to look forward to. It's going to be a really, really fun day.
It's going to be incredible to have Stoic over. We're already over here. And a lot of other people that come from further place from the country, not only the players, but influencers, Summoner's War lovers. I still remember one of the first times we had our meetup in Chicago. And then I saw one of our good friends, Lazy Bum, and I was like, wait, I thought you lived in LA. You were just in the LA meetup. He's like, no, I just flew to be in this meetup. I'm like, wow, that's the spirit. You know,
dude,
so I hope
people are so dedicated,
ahead.
man. I know. It's been so much fun getting to meet the community at these events. Okay, guys, hold on. Brace yourselves, because like I said a second ago, through those day 1 and day 2 of prelims, we have wound up with the most stacked bracket possible for day 3 of the prelims. So, Seppi, who are you most looking forward to seeing? What match particularly draws your eye?
Okay, that is the worst question ever, Evan, because all of them. I never thought we would have these many favorites down in the redemption bracket. We talked about on day 1 how TRUEWHALE, THOMPSIN, FIRAS, all of these guys, super big hitters, then other people that went on. The current champion, RAIGEKI's over here. DRMZJOSEPHG, also another former champion. And a lot of newcomers that had very aggressive styles, surprised people like BITTA, Lonely, great drafters. So I'm just excited to be here, you know? I want to see different strategies and hopefully a Momo. Crocodile, that's for you, my man.
Oh, yeah. And I'm like really looking forward to seeing more of ZEFA and also some of the first-time players like you mentioned, Seppi. Stoic, out of these, which one draws your eye the most?
Ah, man, I look at that bottom bracket and you see TRUEWHALE. TRUEWHALE having probably the toughest route to take here. You know, if TRUEWHALE does go forward, we actually have a moment where we're watching TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI, which was our 2 finalists last year to go to Worlds, and they've got to go head to head here, and we're only going to see one of these players move forward in the LA final.
Yeah, so many of these are dream matchups. You know, I almost feel like a little bit spoiled getting to watch what we're going to see today. And we're starting off with a really cool one too. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, the first one is going to be Vic versus Lonely. Now, these were a couple players who actually really surprised us, guys. So, Seppi, do you remember Lonely's games from day 1? What did you think of his first impression in SWC?
I think Lonely, you know, the Brazilian dream, represented the country very well, counterpicked very well. It's more of a reactive player generally in RTA, but he adapted a lot because he knew he had a tough matchup. It was a 2-1, you know, kind of the experience of the opponent got the best of him, but now he gets a second chance against someone that is also a little bit newer to the scene. So maybe this is an opportunity for him to prove that he can go, you know, a little bit further away and represent the country.
Exactly. Yeah, and also there's Vic who lost up against Spires, but now that Lonely's on screen here, Stoic, could you tell me a little bit about his most picked strategy and also what people like to pre-ban against him?
So we saw this a lot on that day 1. The Vanessa and the Cigar is something that we're definitely going to be seeing in these matches here. But what I will say, our very first match that we saw with Lonely, we saw a very aggressive Lonely come out there. And he brought, I believe it was like a Narsha, high aggression, high damage, and it was extremely entertaining. I almost want to see that playstyle over Vanessa Cigar. I think Vanessa Cigar are excellent units to be bringing to the table here, 33 speed lead, and a unit that's able to reset and control the team like Cigar does. But we saw a Narsha, and a mean Narsha, come from Lonely, and I think maybe that's the Lonely we need to see down here, because this is the make it or break it day. Lonely wants to move forward. He's got to bring that high aggression in that game to play, so kind of look forward to seeing what Lonely's going to be doing here.
That's right, the Lonely we need, not the Lonely we deserve. I tell you, when that first game where he attacked RAIGEKI, he had that element of surprise, and he had the aggressive playstyle straight out the gate. So I'd love to see Lonely kind of repurpose that approach again when he comes up against Vic. Now, Vic, Seppi, is his opponent today, and Vic played up against Spires on day 2. Can you tell me a little bit about what you remember from Vic's game?
The first thing I want to say about Vic is I'm sorry, you got probably the strongest player on that day. Spires dominated. He had a very close-out strategy, not only with a bruiser comp, with the Kinky, the Riley, but he also had a lot of variety, bringing in some control units. The thing with Vic is he has a very strong turn 1 comp with the Veronica, the Nefties, 2 very powerful LD units that work out really well, but he also brings some mid-range units like the Juno, like the Rakuni, to balance it out. We know that once again, 2 of the main units of the day are gonna be the Water Ryu, or the Moore, and the Oliver. Both of them are speed leads, very strong units, and they give you a lot of flexibility. That's the biggest thing with them. They don't tell what you're doing fully, you know, and your opponent has to wait a little bit more, and then maybe they're overcommitted, and you have an opportunity to take an advantage.
Yeah. Now, Seppi, keeping with that train of thought there, if If Vic plays the way we've seen him play, and if Lonely plays the way we're asking him to, we could potentially see a very fast first set here. Two aggressive players going at it, trying to make this end as quickly as humanly possible.
Totally agree with you, and that's why I'm excited about it. Like Stoic mentioned, that first game, Lonely brought something to the table that we're not expecting. Bastet came out, man. Who was expecting a Bastet right off the bat, you know? Turn one comp, I want to kill someone, Beast Riders coming out. So it would be really fun to see that, but also I think that he has to be very careful to not overcommit turn one. And then Vic, that is a player that's very used to playing turn one, might outspeed him, and like you said, it might be a quick match. So I think both players have to study each other. First match will be kind of just feeling each other out, and then match two, trying to see how they can get, you know, the overhead.
Yeah, now Stoic, this is also kind of a difficult question for you because we haven't gotten a whole lot of time to get to know these two players who, again, this is their first SWC. If you had to pick one of these players to walk away with the game, who would you pick?
I feel like I kind of got to go with Lonely here. Lonely brought that high aggression draft, and I kind of want to see that here again. So I would say Lonely takes down Vic here, but let's see what Vic brought, because you know what? This is the redemption bracket, and these guys have all come to play, and they want to earn their spot. We got the pre-bans locking in right here with a Nephthys and a Nikki getting pre-banned out. Let's get into this, guys.
Let's do it, Stoic. And I just wanted to shout out everyone, because if you haven't noticed, we have a new little feature over here. Instead of showing the player's current rank, now we have their best rank ever. Lonely has closed into top 100, GT 70, and then Vic has closed on the 54, so both their highest are super close. We see a little bit of a split. Lonely with a Vanessa to the core unit, 33% speed lead for him. It's been working really well. And Vic goes a little bit more mid-range with Veronica and then the Rakuni. Are we expecting a Miles coming out on the other side from Lonely? Because now Lonely kind of locked in two very strong fire units.
Yeah, I do like that Lonely is trying to compete with that speed too, with that Ethna, but I would expect Vic to either, you know, show a little bit of contest and try to contest the speed. He already laid down the Veronica, and Vic being the only Veronica user in the American side, I think he should try to synergize with this unit here, but it looks like he's opting not to, which isn't the worst thing. We're going to see two fire units get laid down to the field, the Fire Monkey King and Tessarian.
Oof, very, very interesting, Stoic. To be completely honest, I would love for sure a couple water units. You play versus triple fire with two water units. He's going to probably ban one. Then you got turn one guaranteed with the Etna. Lonely feels a little bit more comfortable, but let's remember, Vic has the last pick to respond to this. And then to ban the Tessa, excellent over here. But you see, oh, the Beast Riders coming out like we asked. The Barbara and the Narsha. Love those picks. Both of them very aggressive and kind of saying, I want to control the pace of this match.
It's some great synergy as well. I love those two picks there, especially with that Vanessa. And with that being laid out onto the field, 100%, that Leo cannot make it through. It's Leo's getting banned out here. And I do feel like you have to ban out the Vanessa. I feel like just that Vanessa combination with the two Beast Riders is kind of tough to deal with because there's a lot of aggression coming out of Lonely. And I love this aggression. I think this is a winning draft for me.
I agree with you. I love the draft. He closed it out super strong. And even if one of the Beast Riders is banned, you still have the combo of Etna plus the other one trying to eliminate one of the units. I do like the Barbara ban. I think it was a very dangerous unit. I don't like Lonely not banning the Leo, even though he did get the kind of surprise of banning the Barbara, which was countered by the Leo because Vic was probably saying he's 100% banning this Leo. Now it's going to be a match that it's more on, you know, Juno's hands and then on the Fire Monkey. So it's going to be a little bit of a slower pace match with this Leo. And what are you expecting?
I mean, we'll see what happens here. The damage is definitely going to be limited on the side of Lonely, but we'll find out, guys. We get into the very first match with Vic and Lonely. Leo's going to be kicking things off here.
Let's see how tanky this Etna is. Does he go for her or the Narsha? Directly for the Narsha. Almost 40% of her HP gone. Gets the stun on the Veronica. We're not going to be seeing that strip reset coming out. Now the Juno probably wants to try to stun that Tessarion, goes for the desperation.
Wow.
And stuns him.
Despair stun right there. Tessarion getting locked down here. Obviously this unit's probably built on Violent, so it could potentially proc out of there, but a defense break's going to be landing on top of the Leo. I think Leo definitely makes himself as a high priority target here. He's got that defense break. I think he still needs to capitalize on it. Look out for the ignored defense torn. We're all terrified of that ability.
Yeah, that was very interesting. The reduction right now drops her off the chair. Now goes the Etna, almost full attack bar, but there will be one opening. The Juno hits so hard. And the big proc from the Vanessa to try to lower even more one of these two units. Can the Narsha capitalize and kill either the Tessa? No, it doesn't get the crit.
Yeah, I definitely think Tessarion needs to be the focus right now. I love that Lonely was able to remove that Leo from the field because we all know about additional damage in all these units. A lot of these units are additional damage by speed. So with Leo gone, there's going to be a lot more damage now for Lonely's team here. The Narsha obviously being dismounted is a little bit troublesome, but keep in mind that Vanessa still remains on the field.
Yeah, very interesting. Now he has a big choice to make. Will he go for the Vanessa? Oh. Resist, my friend. No death break, but now he can put the Oblivion on the Juno if he wants. Goes for the Etna instead, just for the raw damage. The Juno trying to get rid of this Veronica. There'll be a little opening. He has to make a big choice right here. Do I go for the Vanessa once again? Yes, finally landing that death break. And now he can finish up the Veronica and go on a 4v2. It's going to be very difficult for Vic to bring this back. The big hit from the Narsha.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. We're going to see this Tessarion dropping here, even getting Despair Stun as well. Didn't need it. Of course, this is a lonely Fire Monkey King, and Fire Monkey King does have the ability to solo out, but we'll see what happens because there is a lot of damage coming from Lonely. Narsha's absolutely slamming it with a third skill, finishing off this Fire Monkey King right there. Lonely with the aggressive draft, taking round one.
Ooh, Stoic, we asked for it. He was probably listening in. He said, I got you guys. And one amazing piece of, you know, deliciousness, which was letting the Leo through, but killing the Leo so quickly. Did you see how hard that Narsha hit, even with the passive of Leo being active in there?
That's right. I mean, I think that's why he felt so comfortable with leaving that Leo on the field, and I think that was totally fine now. Lonely, I did say Lonely had the better draft, way more aggressive, but this goes back to that first pick where you already had the Veronica in there. It was Veronica Raccooni. Maybe the Raccooni wasn't that big of a priority pick in my eyes for Vic, but in this situation of Lonely bringing this high aggression, Vic needed to capitalize on that Veronica, and he should have just went with more turn one team, you know, keep that synergy with that Veronica, that same play style, and I think if he was able to take advantage of Lonely, taking turn one away from him, pushing him back, I think that was the better route than just taking the Leo and just opting for Lonely to pop off immediately.
I love that. You totally called it. His draft was very, very strong, and now we're going to see with the availability of the Nefties and the Veronica that didn't get pre-banned, Lonely opted to take out the Raccooni like 3 years ago. Would you think that this is something that would be seen in SWC, a Raccooni, the monster that always gets destroyed in ads, getting pre-banned?
Yeah, it's so crazy to see the Raccooni as the pre-ban right now, knowing that, you know, there's so many other like options to take care of here. And obviously Neftis was pre-banned before, and now we have the Neftis now. So I'm definitely going to see a synergy that Vic was, you know, was looking to draft more often now. So knowing that Vic was going to have Neftis, I'm very surprised the pre-ban didn't go back to a Veronica. I think Veronica should have been the pre-ban, because right now Vic is going to get some bread and butter. This is the way that he wants to play. Double speed lead Veronica with two other big options. I want to see some threat coming out of Vic at these last two picks here, but Lonely looking to respond. He has the 33 speed lead. He went with the Nethna. He is double speed lead in this draft. I like Lonely's response right now.
I agree with you. I really like his response. And one thing that's super dangerous is that Hey Gang is very strong against this strip that doesn't actually boost the team, right? So if you leave in the more is not a big problem anymore. And now we're seeing a Douglas less pick in the draft. To be honest, I don't feel super strongly about it, because you can pick a water unit right now that has to be banned versus this Douglas. And I think that if he plays it very well, he might kill it, or if he doesn't want to risk it at all, he can ban the Douglas.
Yeah, Water Monkey King, Miles, Barbara, any of these options for Lonely I think are great, but they're probably going to get banned out here. I do not like what Vic has done here. He's got 2 speed leads to Veronica, and then he just turns it completely around. I understand the Juno hitting the fields here, which potentially is something that Lonely could have taken himself, but Lonely right now showcasing that he's trying to speed contest. I don't think he was in a position of potentially taking a Juno, though, but all right. Vic decided to turn around his draft there, opting to go with the Juno and a Douglas, and then we have Lonely taking a Fire Monkey. I think Fire Monkey is fine. I don't have a problem with this unit.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the pick, but that kind of tells you that he's banning the Douglas. I don't think he can let this Douglas through right now because the risk is too big, and he does let it through. Oof. I don't know, Stoic. I'm feeling a little bit. Is this Etna going to have enough gas in the tank to finish up the Douglas, or can he land a death break on it to take him out of the field right now? Here we go. Etna, turn 1. He might go for just a strip and stun. Goes for it. Res, and doesn't get
so many resistance. What a change to the game there, because it was so very clear that the resistance happened on top of the Nephthys. So big fan of the changes already, but I do think he actually has to go and do that 3rd skill to get it back up onto the Etna. I think that's too much of a like a trendsetter right now. I think he needs it, opting not to, but he's going to keep pumping into the Nephthys.
He got very unlucky with the Heigang not having its immunity removed because now the speed tuning is all mess, and now he can't have the Jameer give everyone their cooldowns back because he needs a proc. If the Jameer either doesn't, if he's smart, he can't go for the Jameer right here because Jameer comes back, okay? Goes for the Vanessa, very well played. Now he needs to pray for a proc from Jameer, but I think it's pretty much locked down, you know? This Douglas is too difficult to lay down, take out of the field. It's gonna be complex. Ooh, this looks like 100%, a lockdown game.
Yeah, so my mistake on that, I was definitely wrong to say pump into the Ethna and get that Ethna 3rd skill back up because Veronica came in there and got the reset anyways, so it's a good thing that he didn't listen to me at that moment. But like it goes back to the draft that we were talking about, that Lonely kind of like changed it up. I get it. I think the Douglas was good, but I do think Vic should have continued down that route. Even though he won it, it's not going to matter in the end. But Lonely with the change there, Fire Monkey King, maybe the Fire Monkey King was okay. It was all right. Vic had the better draft.
I like it. I totally agree. I think that the problem was letting the Douglas through. Once you have that comp, like you said, he's comfortable, but the Douglas is a win con. Once you know you have that last pick, you got to have a force ban, and then you take out the Douglas off the field because he didn't have enough attack to deal with a unit. So now we're going back to the Nikki and the Nephthys pre-ban, so Vic doesn't get his full comp, and this is a decisive point. Lonely needs to make sure that he gets back into the driver's seat, brings units that can give him that turn 1 kill, but he doesn't want to put them too early, otherwise the sustain, the Leo might show it up, and he changes his draft a little bit. Wusa,
I think Lonely has to change his draft, to be honest, because if Lonely goes and tries to repeat the very first match, I do think Vic would adjust his draft and not let him repeat what he did in that first round. So I think this is a safer route for Lonely to change it up like this, and I want to see what Vic's going to be doing here, because I think Vic can potentially go with what he originally brought that first time, but it looks like we are going to see a very, very big, this is a massive change, but it's a little too passive, I think, for Vic.
It is. I do like the Abellio, though. I think that the Bulwark right here is kind of like middle of the road, you know, so it gives the opening for Lonely to bring things that are very difficult to deal with, like a Diana into these 4 monsters. It's going to be really difficult to kill if you bring more sustain with it. You can bring also a Wind Monkey, very strong. There's no immunity on the other side, the Death Break, but he goes back to his comfort zone, which is the Etna, turn 1 versus the water units, very strong. And then Diana, love that. Strong picks.
Yeah, I think
now you just got to be careful with the last pick.
Yeah, let's see what happens with here with Vic, because Vic kind of has to justify the Bulwark. When you laid that Bulwark down there, you kind of put your opponent in the driver's seat, where Lonely doesn't have to use that 3rd skill from the Wusa, obviously keeping the Wusa up there to protect himself from you know, the Veronica or the Provokes coming out from Abellio here. It's interesting. So it looks like, you know, taking the Josephine, he's able to enable his Bulwark when Lonely's going to be getting his stuns out there. The shield's going to be popping up again with the ban going on to the Raccoon. Quite interesting.
very interesting. I actually like the ban on the Raccoony. Once he locked in 2 win units, since he dropped the Josephine last, the triple water, not super worried about it, but he needs to be very, very careful and try to remove one of them off the field quickly.
Yeah, I have a feeling I kind of like Lonely's draft just a little bit better than Vic, but we'll see what happens with Josephine. I feel like Josephine kind of comes off as like a wild card where it can do these insane things, but we'll see what happens. 2 turns sleep. Sitting on top of that Juno is going to be waking that unit up anyways, though.
Yeah, and there's one little detail. If the Abelio right now takes the heal in, there's going to be a big opening for this Etna to do some damage, remove the Veronica off the field, and then there's triple water versus wind. So his big focus will have to be this Vanessa. Remove the Vanessa, then you go for the Etna, but now the Etna will have all skills next turn.
Yeah, let's see. So if this Josephine can be consistent with the stuns, putting it down onto the field, I think Vic can get the edge right here. That's a beautiful stun. Nice initial turn with another stun going out onto the Ethna. Now we're going to see some damage hit the field there. So, okay, Balio's trying to get this Vanessa. Vanessa's definitely the focus for Vic.
Yeah, and the Juno getting that stun. The Josephine, I don't know. I'm kind of afraid when he woke up everyone by using the strip from Juno, the Josie had a 2-turn sleep. And like you said, the Josie is a problem unit. It's a unit that stuns, doesn't glance, very, very dangerous, keeps getting that, you know, cooldown resetted and then shields, feeding into the Bulwark. So I don't know. I think it was a dangerous call to wake her up. We're going to see right now how he deals with it. There's a lot of sustain on Vic's side, and I think that the tables are turning.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Like I said, if this Josephine keeps on stunning, they're definitely going to be a big problem for Lonely here. And there's that stun right there with the provoke up. Obviously, super dangerous unit. Damage is going to be pumped right into that Veronica. Veronica's still looking pretty healthy, especially with the shields and the Abelio. And of course, any of these buffs that Lonely really doesn't want to put up right now.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. Losing the Vanessa is going to be a big problem because there's a lot of sustain on the other side. Once again, giving him shields. The only advantage is that speed buff on the Juno. The Josephine looking more like an Okeanos, constantly stunning the other team. Goes for the strip, gets the dots, and a key stun. Right now, he needs to make sure this Etna is standing. He doesn't go for the feed on it. I don't know. I was afraid. I would have put that shield up because the Josephine goes ahead. Now there's a big opening trying to get rid of the Veronica. We know that if he gets the kill right now, he has a chance because otherwise the Bulwark will heal up the Veronica.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. I do think the Wusa should have threw up this, the shield and immunity. Of course, it would have been there to protect the Vanessa from dropping. I know the 5 stacks are coming, but like you see right now, the 5 stacks are already here anyways.
Yeah, very good point. This is not the point to just calculate on that. The Josephine gets a big proc. That is super, super important. Fails to get the stun though, and now the Wusa can deal some damage and the Etna will start to take over. Remember, it's triple water versus wind. This is a feeding situation for her, and now you can try to finish the Josephine, and with that, it's a 3v2. Even if this Bulwark heals up, like you said, the comp on Vic's side was too passive. The Etna, even though stunned, she set up the stage. She gets another kill, and it's 3v1. Abelio will have to do something completely unexpected to try to win this, but with the Wusa protection, the Etna damage, and the Juno sustain is going to be almost impossible to come back.
Yeah, 100%. Defense breaks sitting on top of the Abelio, and that's definitely going to be it for Lonely here. It's a tough situation, man. Like we said, very, very passive heavy for Vic here. And I kind of wanted to see, you know, what we were telling Lonely, more aggression. But Vic, when you have this Veronica unit, I wanted to see more control. Synergize your team around these big top tier units. But a big congratulations there for Lonely.
Congratulations to Lonely as he moves forward after that. What a great game. You guys completely called it. Seppi, we were all talking about how we wanted that aggressive playstyle to come out of Lonely, and what we got in that third game was good sustained damage.
Gotta tell you something, Lonely came out, and the 2 games that he won them in draft. Same thing for Vic. Game 2, he changed his draft a little bit. The Douglas was kind of like that trump card. It didn't get banned. He got the win. The key right now that I want to say for Lonely is the bans and pre-bans on their Raccoony. That unit that he know that could just keep bringing the other's monsters up, you know, cleansing the death break, taking out the stun, healing them back up. That consistent heal is so annoying against his comp, so he didn't want to play against it. He said the heal from Abellio is much more inconsistent, so with that I can play around it, I can get rid of some units, but against Raccoon is going to be too difficult to win.
Yeah, and Stoic, we were just talking about that before the broadcast, about how Abellio can just be this wall that can sometimes seem insurmountable as you go through it, but imagine having Abellio and Raccoon in that game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of sustain that could have been there for Vic. But I feel like this is the Lonely that we kind of needed to see right now. We had asked for a more aggressive Lonely. We got the more aggressive Lonely. I do like the Vanessa first pick coming from Lonely. This synergized really, really well with either a control play style where he likes to bring Cigar to team up with the Vanessa, but then it also really does well when it brought those Beast Riders into the picture as well, which was a great victory for Lonely in that very first round, but also offers great synergy when it came to the units that he was bringing to the table there with Wusa that's built very, very fast, you know, on Violent or even on Swift. Synergizes really well with the Juno, synergizes really, really well with the Ethna, and I think Lonely honestly just beat Vic when it came down to the draft in this first match.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Now, with that in mind, so Seppi, we did have that win for Vic in that second game there. Now, what do you think happened in Lonely's draft that kind of prevented him from getting that second dub right there?
Two things, Evan. One, he overreacted a little bit, which is what Vic did on game 3. So, for example, on game 3, when we saw the Wusa, Vic was like, oh, what counters Wusa? Bulwark. But you don't necessarily need to counter Wusa right away, you know, and throw a monster that doesn't maybe fit your playstyle and is going to put you a little bit behind. That's what Lonely did. When he saw the Veronica, he's like, hey, gang, and then the Jameer. These two units counter Veronica, but what he didn't take into account was if the strip didn't hit the Heigang first, his whole team was off tune, right? So they cut in front of the Veronica, and the Jameer that was there to counter the Veronica couldn't do anything, because the idea is that Veronica strips and then she resets your units and the Jameer comes back and gives the cooldowns back. But since the speed tuning was all messed up, the Jameer went ahead and he couldn't do anything because the Veronica was going to play after him. So I think it was a little bit of a strong reaction. Like, the picks were good, but the game plan didn't hit as expected. So it was very, you know, kind of very careful. It's a small, a thin line to ride when you're playing against the Veronica. So I preferred his aggressive playstyle, like Stoic talked about. These players, when they decide to set the pace for the game, they're doing much better than just waiting for the other person and then responding for that. And then when you over respond in the draft, that becomes a danger, because that your opponent can exploit that strategy.
That's a really good point. There's such a thing as too much of a course correction, you know, and also picking things a little prematurely, like you talked about with the Bulwark as well. Well, we had a great first match that set the pace for the day, and we're going into the next one right after this. So we want to look at the next two players that were going up. Do you guys, who's coming up next? Stoic, do you remember which match is coming next? I think this one is. Oh, it's FIRAS next. Oh, this one's going to be so good. Okay, so Stoic, with that in mind, what do you think about FIRAS' chances here to move forward?
I think when FIRAS is in a corner, you get to see some pretty big moves coming from this guy. I think he's prepared a lot for this. FIRAS is not a fan of losing, so I want to say he's got something planned for us, and it'll be quite interesting. I don't think we're going to see anything that potentially that we saw in the very first his appearance here, where I know we saw a lot of Connell, we saw a lot of Cigar content from him. I think there is going to be a change. I don't know what that change is going to be, but I do know this is someone that does like to prepare and bring something unique to the table here. So we'll see what happens with FIRAS, but I am expecting him to kind of turn around his performance from last week.
Yeah, he's had a lot of time to think about it, and I think we also will all get to look forward to a unique episode of the World Arena podcast that'll come out probably after his experience in the preliminaries when he talks about this. That'd be so cool. Seppi, what do you think going into this? Walk me through the strategy of what FIRAS has brought so far, his most picked, and also what's been most pre-banned against him.
Well, man, FIRAS is just this very versatile player. You know, he has turn 1 units. He loves the segment with a speed lead, has the counter units like the Shizuka and the Tianlang, but something that's not shown here is what Stoic talked about. The Cigar, the Cardinal, very tanky, and also he is one of the, you know, vanguardists of using the Praha. His Praha is so well runed in Violent. He's the kind of guy that he can play sometimes at mid-range comp, give you turn one, but he's so tanky and has so much sustain that if you don't kill him with that whole first turn, he's going to come back swinging. And that's what we saw in his win in the first day. So right now I would love to see that from him. The mid-range comps, the speed lead coming out, tanky units not dying. We saw that, if I remember correctly, it was the Cigar that didn't get killed by a crazy ignored defense. So it's going to be really interesting to see him using those units that he's very comfortable with and that his strategy fits very well.
Yeah, and Stoic, so looking at that, how does Zex's control style that we're seeing here kind of play into that?
I mean, I think these two are going to be playing very similar styles to each other here, but what I will say is Zex has a Volantis here. This is going to be a very, very large tool going up against FIRAS. I already see the Volantis being put in the pre-ban already, but how does FIRAS respond to the Volantis after this? Because there is no Juno in the box of FIRAS. This is going to be a very, very big problem. It'll be very prevalent in these this best of three.
Yeah, he talks about that, right, Stoic? The Juno and the Abellio is the other one, right? Those are the two.
Yep. And a lot of people preemptively pick a Juno. Like when they own the Volantis, they'll take the Juno, then they'll take the Volantis. But guess what? Zex doesn't have to live that life when he knows his opponent doesn't have the Juno, meaning Zex really gets to open up his draft and kind of just capitalize on it even more, not have to worry about such a counter like Juno. And it might just be a little bit tougher for FIRAS to play against.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see how he capitalizes on that flexibility. Here we go, everybody. FIRAS versus Zex. We're going into match number 2 of prelims day 3. Seppi, Stoic, take it away.
Let's get into it, man. Pre-bans getting locked in here. Now, I already know what FIRAS is going to be pre-banning first.
Yeah, hopefully it's that Volantis. I agree with you. And then maybe the Oliver is another great option for whenever you can't pre-ban the Volantis. Ooh. Oh, it is the Dark Robo. Interesting. So does this tell you, Stoic, that we're going to go Dark Robo Volantis pre-ban route?
Potentially. We'll see what happens here. I think it's an interesting pre-ban on the Vanessa, and this to me says Zex does not want to get outspeed. This is one of the units that probably FIRAS, he thinks FIRAS or knows FIRAS for bringing for outspeeding here. Shizuka, definitely a mid-range unit. Zex is bringing to the field right now. We get a 24 speed lead with the likes of Jamair and a Raccoon being drafted by FIRAS.
Ooh, very strong. And now the aggressive response. We know this unit has a speed lead, hits very hard, and then stealing away the Cigar from FIRAS. Very, very good strategy so far. A lot of elemental variety on both sides. Let's see if FIRAS now settles on a turn 2 or 2-1. Will he get out that Cardinal that has the strong HP lead? The Juno, great counter to the Shizuka. We talked about her, how well ruined his unit is. And then the Sekhmet, another one of his favorites, turn 1 unit on Swift to try to reset. The Volantis coming out on Zex's side.
Yeah, the Praha. The Praha is a very, very good unit for FIRAS here. He does rely on this unit as like a sustain, so he falls back onto this. And honestly, I kind of look at this and may even think like the Praha could be a potential ban going up against FIRAS here, because this is something that he falls back on. Meaning this 5th pick here, it can't be here without having that Praha here in the first place. We'll see what happens because the Volantis locked in. Oh, and man, just there's a lot of speed, a lot of aggression, a lot of resets on the side of Zex. I think he's feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, does this tell you that kind of he's going to ban the damage from Zex's side? You know, the speed lead, the damage, that is very dangerous since he doesn't have a Juno. The Juno would have been also a great last pick. And like you said, I think that the Praha looks like one of the main sources of sustain. You can't let the Praha and the Raccoon through. It's going to be really difficult to take down this whole team.
I think FIRAS has no answer to the Shizuka. I think Shizuka is a really big problem right now, but he ended up going for the aggression and bans out that Dak Cassandra. And we've got Jamair getting banned out, so no speed lead coming from either opponent. HP leads for both of them. Let's see what happens, because I am expecting Sekhmet to start things off, or it could be the other the other fast unit for Zex there.
It is the Sekhmet, my friend, outspeeding the Zabala. Very interesting. Who is he going for the reset on since he doesn't have the Jamair right now? So he goes and misses on the Cigar. We're going to have a very interesting opportunity to get some resets. The freeze comes out, and now the Cigar probably going out for the Praha. Woo!
Oh, man.
School time, plus a proc. It looks like the RNG gods are on Zex's side in these first 2 turns.
Yeah, most definitely. That's not at all how FIRAS wants to start off his match right there. He's going to need something beautiful coming from this Tian Lang, and he does get 2 stuns out there, which is pretty nice and fortunate for his team there. But keep in mind, I don't think FIRAS has an answer for this Shizuka. We do have a Sekhmet onto the field, but Sekhmet not doing really, really well and glanced right now as well.
But I'm going to tell you something, Stoic. The Raccoon is really strong in this matchup because the Shizuka is going to throw all things right now, gets everything, but the Raccoon can maintain the team a little bit more on the field. Let's see if this Cigar can get a proc to get turn 3. With that, he can lock down the game. If he doesn't, there's going to be an interesting opening for this Raccoon to have a big impact.
Yeah, there really is, but Raccooni's only heal up the lowest HP unit here. So I do still think the Shizuka is a massive problem because look how low everybody already is. And there really hasn't been like a ton of like high damage units coming at FIRAS right now, but there has been a lot of negative effects that Zex has been able to take advantage of. Looking for a 3, and this is brutal, man. This is really tough for FIRAS.
Yeah, definitely the Sekhmet not doing what she's here to do. Great proc from the Pra, but not enough. I would have loved the Sekhmet to have targeted the Cigar because we knew he had skill 3, so that's very dangerous right now. And the Pra with the proc, she needs to survive one more turn so she can finally get that skill 3 and heal up the time. But increase cook time from the Zabala, a lot of reset. Big proc from the Tian Lang, but won't do anything. He can't do much right here. There's not a big opening. The Cigar being the MVP of this match so far, resisting on that turn 1 against the Sekhmet, and unfortunately the Sekhmet, you know, the sad side for FIRAS. He gave her 2 chances and she failed both.
Yeah, definitely. The Cigar, the Zabala, Sekhmet, Volantis, everything on Zex's side has honestly been an all-star right here. But I'll tell you what, man, this Sekhmet has not been. This has been a very, very problematic situation for FIRAS, watching Sekhmet do absolutely nothing, minus this opportunity right there on top of Shizuka, landing that reset. If he doesn't take the Shizuka down right now, he's in trouble, but he did get that kill there. So does Raccoon proc and able to cycle a little bit more sustain on FIRAS' team? I think that's what FIRAS really needs to see right now, because right now proc keeps getting reset.
Yeah, the Pra is out of the field. There's glancing on the Sekhmet and on the Tian Lang. I think he has to save it. Great save. Now he can get some damage in. Beautiful. Can the Sekhmet take down this Cigar? One hit away.
Oh, there's the additional turn that he needs. Raccoon with big procs gonna pump it into himself, but he does go for the kill care. I think that's totally fine taking the kill, but I do think FIRAS needed to see a little bit more sustain for his team right now, but this is totally fine. So FIRAS trying to pull himself out of the hole that he was put in there due to Sekhmet's lack of anything at all, but there's big damage still coming from this Volantis, so this is still a problem. He's got to take these units down, does get those kills. Raccoon is all set to just keep pumping himself up here.
Yeah, I gotta tell you something, the Raccoon is the MVP. We talked about it. Even with the focus on this Braha, killing her, the Raccoon just kept the team alive, bringing them back in the match, and the damage over time, the tankiness from FIRAS, taking game 1 away.
The tankiness, the mental state, everything needed to stay strong with FIRAS in that match because he braved the storm is what FIRAS needed to do. He held on, ended up taking that round 1 victory away from Zex. It was well played by Zex, though. It was well drafted by Zex, but FIRAS just held on. He braved the storm, got the victory there, and I do agree with you, the Raccoon was a large pick there for FIRAS.
Yeah. Now we see the Zex adaptation pre-banning that Tian Lang. I think that's an excellent ban, and we talked about the Oliver pre-ban. So I still would have preferred the Volantis and Oliver, but he went for the Dark Robo, and let me tell you something, FIRAS is a top 40 player. He knows what he's doing, proved it on the first match, and now steals away the Shizuka. Tell people a little bit in chat, why is that unit so strong? We didn't see it in one of the days, but now is definitely prevalent.
It is a very, very strong unit in my opinion. I mean, the second skill did get nerfed, so obviously when units die, they're not going to get their skills back when they get revived, or at least the skill cooldown down when it gets revived here. I love this Patta right now. So Patta received a buff when anything gets stripped, he's going to be gaining attack bar here. And I like the Patta right now because we're looking at 3 beneficial effect removers.
I agree with you, my friend. Great beneficial effect removers, a unit that cannot be controlled, and together with the Rakuni and the Shizuka, FIRAS is basically putting up a big wall against CC. As a CC player, Zex right now has to really bank on the additional damage, and I think this Dark Robo might be the strongest unit in the draft, so I would love to see some units that deal very well with AoE. The Leo's a great pick. I don't know about the Fire Monkey. I would have preferred something a little bit more like a Diana and then just ban, the Dark Robo or the last pick. But the Monkey is really strong because it cannot be stunned right here, but it does give the opening for a third water unit, and then it guarantees that Zex has 2 on the field.
I actually kind of like this Fire Monkey King. I think the Fire Monkey King and the Leo is a fine response here for FIRAS. FIRAS does have a solid draft here. I think banning out either the Water Ryu to remove that attack break that goes on the Fire Monkey King, because I think the Fire Monkey King does make his way through this match. So I do think banning out the more, or Fire Ryu more, that skill 1 attack break is honestly what's going to halt FIRAS.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of strong picks. I think the Dark Robo or the Praha worry me the most. I like the Dark Robo ban as the main source of damage, but now you got to kill that Praha somehow, right? So it's going to be Pater and then the Monkey King with full stacks. Great bans on both sides. Let's see if it was the right ban to leave the sustain in, the Praha, the heals, all of that, because there's a lot of reset, a lot of attack bar reduction on the other side. Here we go. The Zabala lets it through. Strip and stun on the only unit that cannot get stunned, but goes for the reset. No, sir. The Shizuka with the double res. Now he has to try to sleep because he's going to fly on the other side. He doesn't do it. Gets the reset, actually. It said resisted, but no.
Yeah, Zek's main focus right now is probably that Fire Monkey King. He does have to worry about the Rakuni. Rakuni might, again, be the all-star here for FIRAS. Let's see what happens. So it does get the freezes out onto the field. And, of course, Shizuka is going to be able to take advantage of all of these things as long as the Shizuka does not get reset by the Zabala or the Saga.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very afraid of this Praha, but a big proc from the Monkey King. And Sagar is gone, my friend.
Yeah, so that's the defense break that Zex was going to be bringing to the field here, and that unit is gone now. I really don't see how Zex can even take down FIRAS right now because there's just too much sustain, and he's missing one of those resets to help keep back the Shizuka. Shizuka's got so much to offer right now for FIRAS's team, and I don't think Zex can come out of this one.
I agree with you. The comp is too tanky, too thick. Now he just has to remove the Praha and finish this game up. And the best thing is the Pater still hits very hard early on in the match. Can he get that skill 2 in, or will he save it up and try to go for a stun? Goes for the stun. Beautiful call, and denies the turn to the Praha. Now the Fire Monkey King glancing, doesn't get the death break, but gets another stun on her face.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like Zex just doesn't have enough damage. This is almost one of those drafts where you can put your phone down for FIRAS and go and, like, make dinner, take care of the kid, do whatever you got to do because it's just too safe right now. Hatter, Rakuni, and not having to worry about your Fire Monkey King really being kept back right now. This is an excellent draft here for FIRAS. He's sitting very, very pretty right now.
Exactly, Stoic. Very dominant performance. We talked about how the damage from the Dark Robo was a worry. The sustain from Praha, but he said, I can get through that sustain. If I get a proc with Death Break, units are gonna fall, and little by little, he's taking them out. Can this Praha try to bring them back into the game and make sure that once that HP goes down, the Pater's power goes down, and then the Monkey doesn't hit as hard, but it's going to be really difficult to do so.
Oh, man. Yeah, just getting these defense breaks or anything on top of the Praha. FIRAS didn't even need that additional turn, though, so he goes for the Wild Blow, finishes off the only sustained unit on this field right now. Looking so good for FIRAS.
4v2, the only unit that could deal lots of damages off the field. The Monkey keeps proccing, is gonna land another death break, glancing, but it doesn't matter. He has that skill back so quickly that the opening is gonna arrive once again, and the speed tuning is perfect, right? He's been getting that death break. If either procs or the Pater hits on the death break, he gets so much damage.
Yeah, you can tell this more is definitely bringing a lot of damage to the field as well for Zex. I think Zex is just hoping to stay alive for as long as possible, but if he sees another defense break hitting his unit, that's definitely going to be it there.
Yeah, the Rakuni once again keeps healing the team. bringing over a lot of sustain. And the monkey, he says, I don't even need Rakuni. I can sustain myself. Here we go, more. He has the passive back up. The Rakuni gets the turn to Shizuka, takes the passive away. He now has a big opening for a death break with this monkey, doesn't get it, little by little. Is there a chance for this more to solo? Tell the chat, Stoic.
I mean, it's tough right now, especially being provoked, because that's not at all what you want to see on your more. And that more second skill does provide a lot of damage there, but I think that's what's going to be stopping it there. But moving on is FIRAS. Huge congratulations, this man.
FIRAS moves forward to meet ZEFA in the semifinals, by the way. So now we get to look forward to a really exciting matchup later. Great game between FIRAS and Zex, and I gotta say, FIRAS really weathered the storm in that first one, Stoic.
He really did, and that's exactly what that was. He weathered the storm, able to hold out there. But that last strap that FIRAS brought there was just excellent. Lots of sustain right there. I was a big fan when I saw that patter hit the field there. But you know what? It's not just the patter. It's the Rakuni. It's the bruises that he brought to the team. I really did like that Fire Monkey King. I thought the more was going to be more of a problem there in that match, and it really wasn't. FIRAS looking very, very comfortable, and this is the kind of FIRAS that we do need to see throughout the tournament. But I do think his next match, that's gonna be a really big test for FIRAS.
Yeah, and Seppi, having a couple units that can't be controlled in this second game here was really impactful.
Really, really impactful, Evan. And another thing from FIRAS, it's not only the strategy, it's not only the draft, but also the runes, the thickness all his monsters have. Like, they just keep surviving and surviving, and he always brings 1 or 2 key sustain units to make sure that he has a chance in the mid and in the late game. And that is something that I love to see. It's about the farming, you know, getting those thick runes in there.
Oh yeah, the thickness was, it really showed in that first game, even more so than the second one. I think even though he was definitely still really tanky in that second one, the thickness really showed through as Zex was just hammering down on FIRAS's monsters, you know, seemingly to no end. It really came down to like a battle of attrition there, Stoic, and like FIRAS managed to pull ahead.
Yep, it's one of those like super bruiser matches. There was sustain for both teams, but FIRAS just had a little bit more sustain, and I think what Zex was really looking for was to try to outlast and then provide lots of damage later on, and it just wasn't happening, you know, because FIRAS had, like I said, the more well-rounded draft where he had all the sustain, but he also had a little bit of damage on that field as well. You know, it was a great draft. It was a great game. Happy to see FIRAS move forward.
Yeah, and kind of like Seppi said too, it wasn't just the draft, it's the runes, it's the piloting. I think there were a lot of really good decisions being made there, Seppi.
Yeah, we talk about how players play really well when they are true to their style. And we've seen FIRAS for seasons and seasons, being G3, being at the top of the charts, and he has this style that he has built, you know? He plays with tanky units, he plays aggressively, he likes to control, but he also brings some bruiser, you know? And the interesting thing is he's been doing that today. He did that in the game that he won last week, and he can continue to use this experience he has built, you know, all across all these seasons to take himself to the America's Cup.
Oh yeah, and we get to look forward to seeing how ZEFA is going to take advantage of that, or if he's going to be able to adapt. But in the meantime, we get to look forward to a very highly anticipated matchup here, which is THOMPSIN versus RHYS. So now, going into this, Stoic, what do you think THOMPSIN needs to do in order to pull ahead and to adapt and change the way that he played from the last time we saw him?
THOMPSIN needs to forget about day one, is what needs to happen here. The play style, the everything. I think a lot of people forget that THOMPSIN has some of the best rune quality in the game, and THOMPSIN has some of the deepest box in this game as well. And I think what happened is that in that very first day, as we start, I think THOMPSIN may have gotten to his head here, where he thinks like a lot of people might be preparing too much for him, and he's got to be reactive. And we don't want to see a reactive THOMPSIN. We want to see an aggressive THOMPSIN, because we've seen aggressive THOMPSIN. Aggressive THOMPSIN won America's Cup years back and was also runner-up finalist in SWC Worlds. So if we see an aggressive THOMPSIN, we potentially see that champion once again. But the biggest problem here for THOMPSIN, I feel like, is himself in a lot of his drafts. So let's see what happens as we get into this one, because we should see a transformed THOMPSIN, not a THOMPSIN that we saw last week.
Yeah, hopefully a Thompson that knows that he is the trendsetter here. He sets the pace for the game, and everybody else has to deal with it. You said it so eloquently last week there, Stoic, where you said that there's 2 types of Thompsons. And hopefully we get the one that didn't make an appearance on day 1. We're going to see Thompson put his best foot forward. Now, his opponent, Seppi, is RHYS. So what do you think about RHYS, and what do you think he's got to bring into this game to put up a good fight against Thompson?
Evan, RHYS is a very interesting player. He also has access to a couple LD units that are very powerful. One of them is the Sean, that, you know, it's kind of a unit that makes you win harder. You have to have some control. Your opponent has to lack some kind of damage for it to work and get through. So I think his path to success is trying to read Thompson really well, seeing which direction he's going and trying to counter that. Like Stoic said, we expect that Thompson today changes his style and tries to set the pace for this match. So for RHYS is like, how can I exploit that? Is the Nefties coming out? Well, I should get this Juno. I shouldn't just be in my comfort zone playing, you know, Oliver, Chungpung more, because if I'm going for turn 1, I know that Thompson has the faster runes and I might be the one losing. But if he picks very carefully, you know, brings on those counter units like Shizuka, like Rakuni, like Juno, that bring that sustain, the opportunity to counter, those are the key units for his comp to beat his opponent.
Right, and the inverse of that too, we have to see that Thompson doesn't over course correct, kind of like the way that you put it earlier, Seppi. That can also be the detriment and what could have been the downfall on day 1.
Yeah, and I love what Stoic said. He wants Thompson to forget about day 1. Same thing. You know, we saw RHYS losing against DRMZJOSEPHG, and for both of them, I just wish amnesia. Forget about what happened. Play with your heart today, the stuff that made you come in here. These guys, when you see them here, some people are like, oh my God, this game was so lopsided. It is so difficult to play in a tournament this big. You get so nervous. It's kind of crazy. So understand, this is day 3. They've had the opportunity to be nervous. Now they're ready to show their best.
All right, let's see these players now renewed for day 3 of the prelims. Everything's on the line here. Thompson versus RHYS. Take it away, guys.
All right, pre-bans coming out right here, guys. There's a lot of things that RHYS probably has to pre-ban going up against Thompson, but I think Thompson, he should technically know how to play up against RHYS. We've seen the playstyle from RHYS in last weekend, so I think Thompson probably looks a little bit okay, especially when it comes out to the pre-bans here. It looks like Wajet is not a unit that RHYS wants to say with Thompson draft here, and of course Oliver was something that Thompson actually banned multiple occasions, or in his 2 matches last weekend. It's getting pre-banned right now.
I'm a big fan of the pre-ban Stoic. It looks like they did their homework. The Wajet together with the Laura, super dangerous unit. So he doesn't want to give him the comfort, you know, turn 1 speed lead, and then the Oliver, the most impactful unit in CC comps right now. He goes with the Laura that we already expected, and something that we said, the Kitian de Shang. It was stolen away by Fallen Flower, and this time Thompson says, I'm the one playing with the Kitian. I'm going to set the pace. 120 base speed unit on the Laura, the Kitian with 114 super high as well, and then now we see Haegang, a clear counter to the early strip, and the Haegang with a reset. So far, 2 very strong drafts on both sides.
Yeah, Haegang, Chungpung, definitely a very good combination. Also combining very, very well with this Moore that RHYS has already first picked. Thompson looking to respond already. Does he respond to all of this AoE that RHYS has already drafted in the table here? I mean, it's potentially could even see a Ragdoll right now, but maybe Ragdoll might not help with the 2 units that he already brought to the table. And a Pontos. I love the Pontos. This is actually something I really wanted to see from Thompson before. It locks in a 24 speed lead and something that RHYS does have to worry about here, but he does have lots of strips available. I do like the Sekhmet, but we all know one of the weaknesses from Sekhmet is that initial first turn that Sekhmet takes. Does it land that 3rd skill or not? So we're rolling the dice a little bit, seeing that Sekhmet hit the field right now, but it looks like Rakuni and Praha going to be hitting the table here for RHYS, and I think the Praha is very, very strong, and I do think the Rakuni is a very strong unit as well.
Yeah, the Juno's so strong in here, and as we talked about, him stealing those units like Juno, like Rakuni, like Shizuka are the key for him. Thompson responds with a Tessa, which is, you know, interesting. The president, always good against passives. Right now, he's going to have to decide which unit he's taking away from here. There's a lot of sustain on RHYS side. I would love to see one of the bans of the 2 last units out, either the Juno, the Rakuni, and the Tessa was an obvious ban on this side. There's a great opportunity if the Sekhmet hits her skill for the Kitian to set up the pace for the match. What are you expecting, Stoic?
I think we've got a really good match ahead of us. I think both players have a great chance here. A lot of it depending on what Sekhmet even does with this first turn. And we're hovering over that third skill right now, and it gets resisted.
Oh, I have a bad news for Thompson because the speed tuning is off. The Laura is a little bit slower than the Kitian. I would have loved to see the opposite. You know, the Laura faster, the Kitian comes into control, but you know what? Doesn't matter because the Haegang's gonna cut anyways. The Changpeng reduces attack bars, gets the reset on the Ponto, so even if he procs, there's not gonna do much, but the Laura looks like she did not get reset.
Yeah, he ended up going for that third skill, lands that reset on top of the Changpeng, but right now everything, you know, did get reset minus that Sekhmet, of course, from that Changpeng, and usually it kind of just means like the game is potentially already over when you have situations like that, but this light Monkey King trying to do all he can, getting a nice little stun there on top of the Rakuni.
That's a lot of damage from AoE, from the side of RHYS. Thompson needs a couple opportunities. This Pontos needs to do something because he doesn't have the same amount of sustain. He needs stuns, he needs damage over time, because if he gets rid of this monkey, this game suddenly becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, definitely Thompson in a lot of trouble right now. He's trying to use a bunch of skills right now, and nothing's actually landing onto the field. No stuns from that light Monkey King. Nothing out of that second skill from the Sekhmet here in Pontos. I don't know if this is built on Violent. I believe it is built on Violent. This could be I was going to say, could be an opportunity for Thompson to do something here, but neither is Laura going to do anything either with all skills available too. I believe third skill just available.
Yeah, I think what happened right here is the Haegang was a great counter pick, and the speed tuning between Laura and Kitian was also a problem. I don't know if it was the order in which he picked them. Maybe they had the same speed, and since he picked the Kitian first, we know that that changes, right? When they have exactly the same speed, the priority takes over in the pick and ban. So hopefully that was what happened, and he can just swap the pick order and fix it. Either way, the Haegang would have cut in. So the picks of Rakuni and Juno at the end were very, very tough. As a CC player myself that uses Kitian Desheng a lot, I am more afraid of a Rakuni than a Juno when I have that type of comp, because a Rakuni will heal way more, and with a Juno you can try to remove her from the field quickly, and then you have more domination. The attack bar reduction from Kitian is really strong. Generally, she's not built on 100% res, and the Rakuni is.
Yeah, so Light Monkey King is going to get the pre-ban going into this round at number 2, and it looks like Wateryu Moore is going to get the pre-ban as well for Thompson. So removing that 24 speed lead, what is RHYS going to be bringing to the table? Because it looks like Thompson's going to take that Oliver away, and I do like the Oliver takeaway here going into this round.
I love that. The thing too for RHYS is the Haegang continues to be key. I love that he's picking the units that we talked about that would be problems for Thompson. Now the Shizuka, so he picked Juno and Rakuni on the first one. Now Rakuni and Shizuka. Thompson will bring over the Gianna. We know that Haegang's probably going to hit the field, but this time I would love for Thompson to pick around the Haegang or ban it. He needs to find a way to get through so his combo is in there and the Oliver can reset units like Shizuka.
I think Thompson is in a pretty good position right now. He should know that Haegang is probably going to be the last pick here. So I think what RHYS did was he tried to bring 2 units to the field that he know are going to be, massive potential for, even ban potential here with the Josephine and this Fire Monkey. I think the Fire Monkey is very, very good right now. Josephine, not so great when this Oliver sits on this field right now. So I think what he needed to draft is Thompson knows Oliver's potentially already getting banned. Does the Tessarian, is that enough with this Praha as well? Because right now, I think we're enabling this Fire Monkey to still be a very good unit right now. Maybe the Josephine is currently the ban because RHYS almost has to bring this Haegang last pick potentially.
I agree with you. If the Haegang comes out, though, I would ban it on the spot. The problem is what you said. What right here, oh, Masha really good as well. What here kills this Fire Monkey King? One proc from it, there's not a lot of sustain on Thompson's side, can change the whole match. There's a lot of volatility in RHYS picks. He bans the Rakuni, takes out the main source of sustain. I like that. The Praha goes through. The bans are good, but I think that RHYS's draft is a little bit stronger. So Thompson will have to carry this with the runes and the special focus and targeting of units. He has to play this flawlessly because he's taking this turn 1.
Yeah, Thompson's definitely at a disadvantage right now. Got to go with that second skill there, of course. Bomb's going to be coming out. I feel like he has to use it. Does get the stuns there. Obviously, shield's going to be popping up there, but keeping the Shizuka back, I think, is even more important right now. So this seems to be a really well-placed second skill. Does not get the provoke, though, which is pretty big.
Nice res. I would straight up just use skill 3. I kind of would have liked to see from RHYS the ban on the Praha. I think the Praha is going to be really strong right here. And now the Oliver has the opportunity to reset, gets the increased cooltime. And the greatest thing is that the Masha doesn't have the immunity because of the sleep from Praha, which was super key. Gets the reset, no death break from the monkey. He has to get a big proc right here or a stun.
Yeah, definitely no stun right there going on top of Oliver. Very beneficial for Thompson right now. He's trying to keep this Shizuka back. Shizuka's definitely a dangerous unit. I almost feel like he has to go with that skill too-ish, but it looks like he's going to keep pumping that damage into the Shizuka. He doesn't want to wake it up then.
Yeah, and I love that he's being careful. You should not touch that Josephine for now. Keep going for the Shizuka. Work on the Masha, you know, reduce the attack bar of the monkey. So he has to play very diligently, but a big proc from Masha. Goes for the death break. There's going to be a small opening, but the monkey doesn't have enough attack bar. The Praha gets another proc. She keeps taking down the Masha. A couple more hits, and this Masha will be off the chair, my friend.
Yep, most definitely. Off the chair, I absolutely love that. That's something Thompson says a lot, too. A little bit of damage coming towards that Masha. He has to try and dismount this unit. Obviously, the damage right now has got to go towards Oliver. Oliver and apparently the Gianna. I do think Oliver is a more problematic unit to be worrying about right now. But man, the violent Gianna. To this day, Thompson still hasn't swapped that unit onto Swift, but bombs are going to be avoided right there. Does get the dismount on Masha. Things looking heavily favored in Thompson's Thompson's side of the field right now, getting that dismount.
Yeah, he's been playing it really well, Stoic. The speed tuning is on point, so the mistakes he made on the first match with the speed tuning, with the picks, the amount of damage have been corrected on this one. And once he tries to remove this Masha, and then he can focus on the Monkey King, he has, you know, the position to take this match. But now there's going to be an interesting opening for the Monkey King to try to land something and remove either the Oliver or the Gianna from the field. I agree with you, the Oliver is a little bit more problematic right now, but since he invested in the Gianna already, he has to try to kill that monster.
Yeah, and he's not getting those defense breaks either. So there goes the Masha. So one of those units that are able to apply defense breaks is now off the field. Now Shizuka still does remain on this field, but guess what, man? Oliver is a massive problem for RHYS right now.
Oliver's mean. He has reset over and over, taken the attack bar away. The Gianna lands a very important bomb, goes for the reset on the Josephine. I gotta tell you, this Oliver has been instrumental against these two water units. Finally, Gianna goes down, so some damage is gonna be missing. He can remove both water units off the field, but there's gonna be a chance for this monkey to take everything home. Can he remove, get the death break? Gets it, but not a lot of healing. I was expecting a little bit more healing from the monkey. There's gonna be a big opening for Thompson.
Yeah, man, this Oliver is absolutely winning this thing. Honestly, it's the Oliver with Jet combination right now for Thompson that's really brought this home, able to push up his attack bar so much and then push back the attack bars of RHYS over and over. Oliver remains one of those massive problematic units, but it's probably going to get pre-banned going into the next round as well, because it was the first unit that he was able to pre-ban in that first match. RHYS definitely thinking about it. What does he do going into this next match here?
Okay, let's talk about the unsung hero, Praha. Instrumental. The buffs, the speed buff, the heals, the damage over time. Great monster, and Thompson takes game 2 home.
There's a really, really good win there for Thompson. Very much in his control in that match there. So I kind of want to see an aggressive change of pace right now, because I feel like RHYS is thinking about the previous 2 matches and, you know, how does he take advantage of Thompson? I think Thompson, once again, with that rune quality in the box that he does have, can bring just a totally different draft and really throw a curveball at RHYS. But pre-bans from last time, we're going to see that more with the water where you hit the field again for RHYS. And I think Thompson has to be worried about it. He's going to have that 24 speed lead. RHYS is definitely going to be taking that unit here. Or does he even opt to taking like an Oliver first pick instead of this more first pick like he had done before?
I'm expecting Thompson to pre-ban the Oliver and not let that unit take the field. And another thing, Stoic, the Haegang was missing. That would have been an absolute beast of a monster or a ban in there. He opted for the Josephine, which seemed really good in paper, but she did not disrupt enough because the Oliver was there. The Oliver is such an aggressive win unit against those cooldown water units. Let's see if he sticks with the Oliver pre-ban and doesn't give it to him. Yep. Oliver on one side and the Wet Jet on the other. What would you love to see from Thompson right here? Do you think he will go back to the Laura Kition but inverting the order, or kind of go a little bit more mid-rangey right here and try to pick the Praha late?
I mean, I know for a fact Thompson's got the box to make some changes here, but I knew RHYS was definitely going to be taking that more, and I think Thompson knew that more was going to be coming out for RHYS as well. So let's see what happens, because I really do want to see something different when it comes to Thompson right now. I don't think he goes down that same route. I'm not going to say that same route is definitely why he's going to be, you know, he could take an L here, but I do want to see something different from him. He has the box for it, and we've got the Jamire and the Laura coming out here. I think this is a little bit better.
I like that. The Kition still fits into the comp and will come after the Laura, so we'll see if that speed tuning does fix itself. And now RHYS has to choose. Do we go Chung Pong Haegang again, or does he change to a more countery comp? Yes, the Rakuni and the Meihoang come out. I like this better. There's a lot of sustain. Thompson already looking for the water units, the damage in his box. We know that he also has a Marsha, right? If I'm not mistaken, but Tessarion and Miles coming out.
Yeah, he does. Thompson does have a Narsha. I think when you see this Fire Monkey King and this Rakuni hit the field, you got to bring some high volatility right now, because I've seen plenty of times you take a Fire Monkey King in there, and this is where Fire Cassandra comes in the picture and can eliminate a Fire Monkey King very, very easily, putting a person down a unit immediately. But it looks like Praha and the Wusa are going to hit the field. Now, this is a lot of like safety. RHYS is backing things up right now with these two units.
Stop everything. Ban this Fire Monkey King. Don't let the Fire Monkey King through. There's going to be a lack of damage. We get another wind unit. Yes, like a Diana in here. I love that pick. If Thompson bans the Fire Monkey King, this gives him a very comfortable position. The Miles is going to be so strong in here. If you manage to remove one of the two damage units in the comp, it's going to be really difficult to come back. So let's see what happens over here. Turn one, probably going to that Laura.
Yeah, definitely. I think Thompson's got the edge here going in round number 3. I do like the draft a whole lot more for Thompson now. A lot better than that first round that we saw with him. RHYS definitely, you know, opting to receive a lot of damage coming in from Thompson. I think what's going to happen here is, does RHYS get the resist? Does RHYS get the additional turns that he's probably going to need here to take advantage of Thompson? But I think Thompson's got the better draft.
Agree with you. Now he has to make sure that he can control the pace of this match. The Praha with an interesting cut in, going in there. Let's go. Can she do something? Skill 1, gets a proc. The Laura cuts between the Wusa, which is not ideal, but he can go for it. Removes the beneficial effects. Here we go, strips from the Moor. There's a little bit of an opening. The Amir deals a lot of damage, but the Wusa will be able to protect his team. Big proc to get some damage on the Miles. Ooh, this is looking dangerous because the Praha has the heal. She has the sleep. He can control the pace of this match, so he needs a stun right now.
Yeah, he's got to go right for the Praha. Praha's immediately going to be one of those number 1 units. Does get that done as well. He's going to pump that damage. It's so much damage coming out there, too. Kuni's able to heal up, so he needs the stun. He has to use it. Not using the second skill to lock down that Praha was quite interesting, because the sleep's going to be coming out there. Now, there is no sustain out here for Thompson, so I do think, wow, he doesn't have to just keep going after the Miles, which is a little surprising in my eyes, but that is okay. No additional turns there popping up for Thompson. Keep in mind, if Wusa receives another proc, he's going to have this third skill up once again.
Stoic, that was the worst proc in the world. The Miles got the stun, and by procking with skill 1, he reduced the attack bar of the Praha, allowing Rakuni to cleanse her. If the Praha didn't have the attack bar reduced, she would have been just with her head down and lost her turn. So Thompson had a very bad proc in there. Let's see if he can make his team survive, but without sustain, it's going to be really difficult to get this Miles to the late game.
Yep, nice little additional turn there. trying to get a little bit of AoE damage. Obviously something you have to worry about when you got Raccoon out here. Holy damage, getting the Oblivion as well. So obviously Raccoon's got to pump up itself to try and shake that Oblivion off. Choosing not to, goes for the shields and with the Wusa. So only going to be using that first skill. I think RHYS is in a position where he has to get rid of Miles as soon as possible. Opting to go for damage on top of the Laura here, though.
Very interesting. He didn't go for the kill. Gets the stun.
Oh my lord!
He's gonna pay an expensive price for that greed. The Miles removes the Raccoon. It's a 3v3. This would have been a way worse game for Thompson if that Miles was killed before, Stoic. You called it. Now opening to get the Oblivion. Misses it on the
Holy
board.
despair stun, though.
Match.
That's a big second skill going into the Laura. Laura's going to be dropping here from the Praha. And now, right now, we're looking at a fire unit going up against 3 units. And can this Jameyer carry enough? Does have the Oblivion on top of this Moor. This Moor is built on despair. Definitely a unit that Thompson has to get rid of, because if Tsarian does drop, he's going to be in a lot of trouble when it comes to this Moor. Going for a big second skill. I think he's got to take care of this Moor right here. Does go with the second skill. No additional turns going to be popping out here. RHYS should be using this third skill to put everybody to sleep.
Too much sustain. The Praha, too strong, and the worst proc ever. Thompson needs a lot of violent procs right now to try to remove this Praha. 1 proc from Tessa right now. No proc. The proc can just heal, remove this Jameer with the Wusa, and then it's 2 water units with immunity versus Tsarian. Oh my God.
Very big safe play
match
there. RHYS's adjust there for the Wusa and the Praha was extremely impactful, and that was a great choice for RHYS there. RHYS really needed these 2 units coming down to the end here. He's got everything that he needs. He's got the shields, immunity, and all of it right there, taking down Thompson and moving forward in today's tournament.
What an upset. RHYS taking the win. What a match, you guys. Seppi, where did that go wrong for Thompson? Was it the proc that you called out that made it so that Miles went when he shouldn't have?
Yeah, well, that was one point during the match, but the second one, we talked about the overcorrection, right? This was an early Tsarian pick. He saw the 3 passives hit the field, one of them water, but RHYS quickly noticed that he could kill this Tsarian pick by picking 2 other water units, having triple water core, and even though Thompson picked really well after that, banned the right unit, small details in the match, like what we mentioned, the proc from the Miles, reducing the Praha that allowed the Praha to sleep the whole team, was what decided it in the end. So a couple things, the overcorrection, and yes, that proc was definitely very, very hurtful.
And that is exactly the minutia that goes into wins like this. Great on RHYS for bringing the draft that he did, taking down Thompson. That is no small order there, Stoic. What did you think of RHYS's performance in his draft in these matches?
I think RHYS did phenomenal, especially when it came to that very last match. We saw him totally flip the script there, taking a Wusa and a Praha to wrap up his draft there, and it was the perfect units to bring there. A Wusa that's able to violent proc is an incredible unit there. It's able to get that third skill up, and that third skill is just super, super impactful, getting those shields and immunity up there. Praha had a lot of great moments in there as well, able to heal up the team and really keep Thompson back, and it's exactly what happened there. And RHYS brought a lot of safety security, and it really came in handy in that third match.
Oh yeah, now RHYS is going to move ahead to meet BITTA in the semifinals, so we get to look forward to more from RHYS. Now, you called out Praha there. Seppi, I heard you talking about how great Praha was a couple games. You said that she was the unsung hero of the match, but she kind of was a little bit of a traitor. She swapped sides. She was the MVP for both players. What'd you think of her?
Praha has been key today, not only for Thompson, not only for RHYS, but also for our friend, the amazing bruiser player FIRAS. So a very strong monster, very complete. It has strip beneficial effect removal. It has sustain. It puts a speed buff on the team. Has a lot of synergies, with units like the Josephine, works really well also with the Wedjet, and frankly has been shining today. In other days, we saw Sagar being the unit that was defining, gameplay. Today, Praha has been showing super strong, and I'm going to credit that to the highest usage rate of Shizuka. Praha is a great counter to Shizuka and a great counter to heavy fire comps like Rakuni, with Juno, with Mei Hoang. So she's been seeing more play because of those units appearing even more today.
Yeah, Praha's only gotten better as those units have also improved and seen more use in the meta. Stoic, did you have any other units that stood out to you as your favorites from those games?
Ah, man, Raccooni's just been a problem for so many people. It's going to remain a standout unit, and I think this is going to be something that you're going to see in every single region. Like, when the Europe region does come, like, that Raccooni is going to be so prevalent in the Europeans drafts as well. But we've got our next match. I mean, we've got a TRUEWHALE Crocodile match coming up here.
Oh, yeah, and TRUEWHALE Crocodile. This is one to look forward to, Seppi.
Evan, this is basically, you know, an animal matchup. We got a whale on one side, a crocodile
and a croc on the other.
People that love, Animal Planet, tell us who wins. I'm kind of curious. And I just want to shout out, we talked about how powerful Praha is, and she thrives even more when an Oliver is pre-banned and when people don't bring Chunk Punks or Gannies into the game. So if you see a Praha, bring on those resets, the Sagar, you know, other units that can take away her skills cooldowns, because she is only powerful with those. The skill 1 is super strong, but her high impact comes from that second and third skill.
Well said there, Seppi. Now, Stoic, looking ahead to the game coming towards us, the one in the zoo, the whale versus the crocodile. We saw TRUEWHALE a little bit in the day 1 of the prelims, and he went 0-2 versus Big V. Now, Big V is obviously a huge competitor, has a lot of history in SWC, but what does TRUEWHALE have to do here to kind of turn this loss streak around in day 3 of the prelims?
I mean, every single year we see TRUEWHALE. Even in the Legend tournaments, we see TRUEWHALE, and we see the exact same thing, and I'll say it again. We want to see an aggressive whale come out here, because an aggressive whale can be a very dangerous whale. He has some great rune quality, but of course, you know, he's got the box as well. There's a lot of things that we've seen in there, and a lot of aggressive playstyle we've seen from TRUEWHALE as well, like going back to his Nasha days, the days where he'd bring a Dominic. Dominic would come in and just absolutely dominate the field, and that's not what we're going to be seeing today. And I think Nasha still is a great unit, but Dominic's kind of fallen back on things. But what we've seen was aggressive playstyle, where he's able to come in and remove units and just really take charge in here. And that's kind of what we kind of have to see if TRUEWHALE thinks he can take down, you know, this crocodile of an animal to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So now TRUEWHALE is going up against Crocodile there, Seppi, like Stoic pointed out. We actually saw some fun stuff coming out of Crocodile. Tell me what you think about this matchup.
Gotta tell you, Evan, this is a fun guy to watch. He's very creative, has brought, you know, units like Momo to the field, really strong against counter picks, you know, and he also has powerful LD units, strong turn 1. Let's see if both of them can adapt, you know, and bring things that make the opponent more uncomfortable. And the thing that Stoic said, you know, we want TRUEWHALE to not be a gray whale today. We want him to be a killer whale, because one of them is peaceful and the other one's very aggressive. And Crocodile, I don't know any peaceful crocodiles, so, you know.
Yeah, there is no such thing as a peaceful crocodile. Man, you called out one of my favorite moments from day 2 there, Seppi, with the Momo. A crocodile plays so creatively, even on the back foot. You know, he's given us the content picks. And I think that's why that was one of my favorite matchups of the day, actually. Crocodile versus ZEFA is where we saw that one. And we had 2 of these players who were just so committed to bringing us cool monsters, things that we see that are outside the meta, and we wouldn't think to see in a tournament setting like that. So, Stoic, going into this one, if you had to throw out a monster that you want Crocodile to bring in this draft, just for content's sake, what would you say would be your monster?
Let's bring that Momo up again, man. I think Momo's a really good unit, especially if TRUEWHALE's thinking about bringing some like high volatility as well. I think Momo can be a lot of fun there. It's able to stack up so much more, so it's able to produce a lot more damage and also stay alive even more. So it's going to be a really fun bruiser unit. We may even see that going to this match right here, and I kind of hope we do. So if we do see the Momo, it's going to be exciting, guys, and maybe a lot of people will be taking that thing out of their storage box where it was sitting for a very long time, and now it's out here into the spotlight. Maybe we'll see it again right here as we get into this very first match with TRUEWHALE and Crocodile.
Woo! We see the legend, the beautiful symbol over there. This guy has been the best player in a season, #1 Stoic. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he deals with Crocodile. The pre-bans come out as Nefties on one side and Oliver on the other. So both speed leads. We expect that Laura to come in. We know that TRUEWHALE has been playing a lot of Wedjet. The speed lead with that, kind of similar to what THOMPSIN did. And on Crocodile side, will the light units, the very fast one like the Yanhong, we know that he also has that Eleanor. What are you expecting to see as a response from TRUEWHALE side?
Well, first of all, when you see that more Water Ryu come out here with an Illinois, you know he's going to be bringing some AoE recycling nonsense to this team here, where whatever he's going to be trying to do, he's going to do it again. But we see the lore, we see the budget, and of course Cigar's going to hit the field with the TRUEWHALE. And now we saw TRUEWHALE try this, and what ended up happening was some resistance and some violent procs popped out, and it stopped everything TRUEWHALE was trying to do. So I do think TRUEWHALE can go down that exact same route, and I'm wondering what Crocodile is going to be bringing to the table right now to try and get that control or get out of the situation that TRUEWHALE tried putting Big V in before, and it didn't work out for him. So will Crocodile have some sort of turn to you can't keep me down kind of style? Because TRUEWHALE right now, if he can get these units through, that's the idea, is he wants to keep Crocodile down and not let that mud puppy take an advantage of him.
Yeah, what you're saying is Crocodile needs to take a page out of FIRAS' book. He needs to bring those tanky units and TRUEWHALE with a mid-range. I expected the Volantis, but I was not expecting a Ragdoll right here today. Very interesting. Has control, has double AoE strip, turn 1, reset, death break, a little bit of everything, and then the Ragdoll to counter the AoE from Crocodile. Both sides lacking a little bit of sustain with the exception of the Wedget. We're going to see the Ganny last pick. What does that tell you? Does that tell you that he's going to ban and wants to play turn 1? Or is he going to take out this Ragdoll?
Oh, interesting. So Ganny, I think, definitely had to be banned out there, because I do think that would have taken advantage of TRUEWHALE here. But 24 speed lead for both players. I guess it comes down to how fast is Crocodile? Is he faster than TRUEWHALE? And will the Ragdoll play that big of a part here? We'll find out, guys. We get into match number 1 with Crocodile and TRUEWHALE.
I am surprised that the Illinois is probably on Violent and not Swift with that very high base speed. Here we go. The Wedget buffs the team. The Laura can go for the AoE strip and try to take out that and then leave an opening. Does he do it? Yes, sir. Goes for the... oh, my God.
Wow.
And it procs. Is this on Violent? Yes, sir. Tries to go for an AoE stun probably right now. 3, 2, 1. Double stun.
Gets the stun on the Water Ryu as well, which is really impressive here. We're going to see this third skill come out here. Probably going to be on the Chung Pung, I want to say, or potentially this Illinois. But the Provoke has got to go out. Provoke does land true. TRUEWHALE in full control right now.
A killer whale on this side. The Ragdoll can pump some damage either on the Ryu or the Chung Pung. Goes for, nope, the monster he reset. He's like, I want this Eleanor gone. I don't want her in this match. And we know that the Cigar has that very important skill to get the death break in a little bit. Keeps reducing. Eleanor needs to be out. Will he try a sleep on the Cardinal right now? No, he just wants damage on the Eleanor. He doesn't care about anything else. I think that's a little bit dangerous because the Cardinal will have an opening, Stoic. I don't know. I don't know if I like that decision.
Well, one of these units have got to proc soon, because right now TRUEWHALE's down to 12% right now, and then we have Crocodile sitting at his 27%. Crocodile really trying to get out of the hole that he's put in right now, but guess what, man? TRUEWHALE's got such an excellent draft. He's boosted up his attack bars. He's pushing Crocodile's attack bars back here, and anything Crocodile's potentially going to do when it comes to the Water Ryu and any of these 4 units, he's got to worry about potentially pushing up attack bars because Ragdoll's on this field.
Oh no, Brox, but the Chung Pung finally gets a turn. I'm telling you, I think it's very risky. You gave a chance to the other player when you have a comp that controls everything. Here we go. He needs stuns and gets 3 monsters down. The Eleanor will have an opening. She can put... oh, she doesn't risk it. She doesn't want to give attack bar to the opponent. Now gets the strip, the death breaks, the glancing coming in. Now this Cardinal will have the opportunity to kill someone with that skill too. I would go for the Ragdoll. Yes, sir. 1 HP, but the heal comes out and he's not able to kill the Ragdoll.
That's right. I mean, a lot of people forget about that Widget passive, which is able to heal everybody again, and Ragdoll's probably going to get healed once again, so this unit's going to be staying healthy. He's got to go with the third skill, which is going to provide a lot of additional damage. He's going to drop that Eleanor right here, but damage gets pummeled in here, and he has to use that skill too. Again with the Despair stuns hitting the field here. Holy cow, Crocodile, you know, getting the procs in finally as well. You know, this kind of happened before. We saw a lot of violent procs come out there. Now towards the end here, Crocodile's probably going to be proccing and keeping TRUEWHALE back here. But again, once again, you see that healing coming out of the passive, and the Despair stuns just absolutely raining upon TRUEWHALE with this Water Ryu.
told you, I think TRUEWHALE was a little bit greedy, just focusing everything on the Eleanor early on. Now there's a big opportunity to remove this cigar. He goes actually for the wedge and Brock to clutch this wedge out of the field. It's a 2v3. There's an opportunity either side. Procs are going to become really important right now. This cigar praying for one, doesn't get it. He needs the activation of the stuns right here. Knows what stuns? 2v2. Woo!
Man, the fact that he didn't stun anything there is just insane. TRUEWHALE, in my eyes, actually had that locked down if he had any stuns at all with that skill too, and he got absolutely nothing. So no additional turns going to be popping out there. Crocodile looking very, very comfortable right now because that's attack bar pushback on top of this Lore. Lore's going to get smoked right here by this Wateryu. Absolutely insane despair stuns from Crocodile. Crocodile taking round 1 away from TRUEWHALE.
Gotta tell you, my friend, that Cardinal pick was really good. He refused to go away. The Chunk Punk also did not get targeted and got to reduce attack bars, you know, get the cooldown resets, and he also removed all the buffs, making the passive from Wedget less impactful, and got some glancings and very powerful death breaks in there. So even with the heals, even with everything, it was a difficult match, very tanky units on Crocodile's side, and we talked about the FIRAS book of taking a beating and getting up and finishing the match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Crocodile weathered the storm and was able to capitalize on there. But I think without those despair stuns, we'd be singing a different tune right now. And we're seeing a Ragdoll first pick coming out of TRUEWHALE with a Wusa as well. I'm not sure how I feel about this as first picks coming out of TRUEWHALE, because obviously this is not the aggressive TRUEWHALE. This is going to be definitely stepping back and letting your opponent take turn 1 there. So Lore has been locked in here. Let's see what Crocodile is going to be capitalizing with his team.
I kind of like that he's adapting, to be honest. I don't know. His comp set up the pace last match, but he didn't manage because of some details to finish up Crocodile. Now the question is, does Crocodile bring some, you know, sustain as well, or does he go CC turn 1? And he's practically telling us, I want to go turn 1. Maybe I'll ban this Ragdoll. I don't know. I like TRUEWHALE's draft so far more. He can even pick up Leo last pick depending on what comes out. Oh, no Tian Lang. I'd like to see a Raccoony, some sort of sustained Juno. That's great. Yeah, that's so turn 2 against this very turn 1 comp. The Vero's a little bit early. Volantis a little bit better. Yes.
Yeah, I do like the Juno Volantis. I think this is totally fine going into this draft right here. Oof, man, that is pretty aggressive. I do like that Yan Hong. I think that's probably that should definitely get locked in here. Oh, the Beelzebub! This is an absolute firework unit. And sometimes when you see that Beelzebub hit the floor, it's like that's banned. You don't let that through.
You don't want that through, but the thing is, the Yana is so powerful right here. You called it. So very strong comp on Crocodile's side. I really like his 2 last picks, and TRUEWHALE bringing Pontos. The immunity is very good, but I don't know if I'm a huge fan. I gotta tell you, I don't know if the Pontos fits into here. I would like some more disruption, you know, something that brings
see Crocodile winning this match already. I think the synergy in the draft from Crocodile is outstanding. Those are 4 very impressive LD Nat 5s hitting the field for Crocodile, where TRUEWHALE's usually the guy to bring all the crazy LD Nat 5s, but right now I think the team synergy for Crocodile is absolutely insane. TRUEWHALE cannot rely on this Ragdoll bouncing things back here. I think the Chung Pong is an interesting ban because we just let a very, very strong team through for Crocodile. But I feel like there really wasn't a choice here.
I don't love any of the bans, Stoic. I would have loved a Beelzebub ban, and then on the other side, a Ragdoll ban. But with a Ragdoll through, there's also a big chance for him to come back into this match, gain a lot of attack bar, deal some damage, because there's only one source of healing. Let's see, Yan Hong turn 1. She has skill 2. She can boost her team. Beneficial effect removes something from the opponent. Does he do it? Yes, sir, but misses it on Volantis. There's a chance already to come back for TRUEWHALE, get that strip, those glancings on top of them, and misses it on the 2 key units, but gets 2 provokes, especially on the damage unit.
Yeah, beautiful glancing being applied to that Dark Demon. The Dark Demon's going to bring a ton of volatility to the table here. Looking for a stun or a sleep, not getting that either. He's trying to hold on to the strip because he knows that Wusa skill 3 is going to go off, so shields and immunity's popping up for TRUEWHALE here. And I think TRUEWHALE already just needs to see some despair stuns in my eyes because I still really, really like Crocodile's team. I feel like that Beelzebub's still going to be a really, really big problem.
I love the disruption, the Wusa coming in, you know, between the Laura. I told you, the Ragdoll was a fair ban because now with Ragdoll on the field, every time you attack, if you crit, you're going to give a tech bar. It's going to be really hard to fit in between these two units. He basically guarantees that the Yanhong is there right now. If he gets a stun on the Laura, this is going to be key. Doesn't get the stun, there's gonna be a little bit of another opening, some damage with Wusa coming down on the Laura. She's very, very low. Can she remove? And gets triple removal, getting the opening, but the Juno will cut in. The only thing is, there's gonna be a small window of time for this Beelzebub to hit, and if he gets a proc out of this glancing, this is gonna be really interesting. Can he get the stun or the strip?
He's got to go for the strip there. Does get the stun as well. Holy cow, that was actually really, really impactful right now because I think he just goes and starts dropping units and everything's going to be much, much better for TRUEWHALE here. Because I'll tell you what, man, that Beelzebub still is just so scary.
But I'm telling you, I really didn't like the Ragdoll on the field. Ragdoll has been a silent destroyer of this comp. He can just put the protection right here, or he can just go for the kill, goes for it. Beelzebub won't even get the chance, and GG TRUEWHALE taking it back. I really like Crocodile's draft, but the ban, Stoic, the ban is so important.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like the bans either. But to be honest, I still sit here and I say I could care less about the Ragdoll, to be honest with you. I feel like the people that really performed well was just Volantis. Volantis for TRUEWHALE was an absolute all-star out here. There was a lot of control. The glancing was just insane, really keeping the damage back from Crocodile. I think Juno was an excellent pick there. Obviously, probably one of the better strippers to have in that match there to remove the beneficial effects that Crocodile brought to the table. Wusa was a very, very solid pick here. And I think these are the all-stars here. I think Ragdoll was okay. I don't think Ragdoll's bad.
Okay, stop.
I think Ragdoll was
as a Ragdoll user. Okay, first thing I'm gonna say is the devs are not hearing you, so you don't need to say, "Oh, Ragdoll was okay." Ragdoll was the MVP. So remember when Volantis stripped? It didn't hit the Laura. It didn't hit the Nefties. If Ragdoll wasn't there, Laura would have stripped. Nefties would have put everything on the whole team, but because a little dark monster that gives the team attack bar, when the Laura try to use the skill, gave people attack bar, the Wusa cuts in, puts shields up, and it's like Nefties is looking at everyone's like, why am I here again, guys? Can I just do my thing?
I love the comment that devs aren't here. So you
aren't here. Okay, chat. Don't complain. I'm not gonna be like, oh, Kition Dashang, you know, oh, it wasn't impactful. Thompson lost. Let's just skill 2, AoE strip, please. Devs, you know, the
But I know where
Stoic's
coming from because I watched pre-SWC. I was in the spectate lobby there, Stoic. I know what you're talking about, man. It didn't seem to work.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like I said, I think the more reactive units out there did the job for TRUEWHALE, and I feel like Volantis was the true all-star, keeping so many units back there. Even like the revenge stuns coming after that, I think Volantis, in my opinion, was the all-star. And I know you're telling me Ragdoll was a silent killer out there, but sometimes I think like the 10% isn't that impactful when you brought so much of that other came to the field, that TRUEWHALE brought to the field. And it just, in my opinion, as someone who's been playing Ragdoll a whole lot, it was everything else that really brought things together. I don't think bringing that Ragdoll changes anything, in my opinion.
Yeah, translating
I
what
think
you said, I hear that you would like a Volantis. That's what I get from it.
Yes, that's what we're hearing.
That's what I'm hearing. I don't think the Ragdoll wasn't impactful. It was everyone. To be completely honest, I just loved the whole draft. That we agree on. The whole draft made sense, and the ban from Crocodile didn't. Because when you're playing turn 1 and you want your comp to go through, you can't have disruption, right? So units like Ragdoll, like the Josephine, you know, like the Juno also.
All right, it was so impactful. It gets the ban now. All right, fine.
Yeah, with shield and immunity, it's even crazier.
Oh my god. So 1-1. This is the match that decides everything, Stoic. Let's go. The Laura swap side again, and funnily enough, the Laura has lost both matches and people still want her.
Yep. Yep, Laura hits the field. We're going to see a light Pola Queen. Looks like it's being drafted by Crocodile. We knew he was trying to combo these things off before. I think he's going to keep doing that again. Of course, the Chung Pong will hit the field. I do love the take on the water Ryu, taking that away from Crocodile. So we've got double strip, double beneficial effect removal coming from TRUEWHALE. And I do like the cigar. I think this is an excellent pick here from TRUEWHALE. He is going down that same route. Do we see the Jet once again hit the field?
I would love a Wed Jet. Oh, no, but I would like the Water Ryu before. I agreed with you. That was an important steal. Now you let Crocodile have the Water Ryu, which was super impactful on game one, but he doesn't take it. Volantis coming out. Now you just need a Juno. Just pick a Juno. No, a Juno. There's no one that kills Juno on that side.
I mean, I think the Sean's really, really good here. I think Sean can be an aggressive unit. He's got all the strips out there as well, so he's able to keep back Crocodile. So I do think this is a bit of a threat. The Juno does hit the field for Crocodile. It's crazy because if Crocodile had, Ragdoll on his field, this could have been super good for all the AoE. No, I'm just kidding. So Sean's going to get the ban. We've got Juno taking the ban here. I do give a little bit of favor right now to TRUEWHALE's draft here because once again he's showing that he's got the strips to control. He wants to take advantage of his opponent right now, but I do think Connell, Chung Pong, especially this Ganymede where there's no Muto on the other side of the field, can be very disruptive. So I think Crocodile's looking for those violent proc turn the tables kind of moments here. He does, I believe he has to weather a storm that TRUEWHALE's going to throw on him.
Okay, I gotta tell you something. I like both drafts, but I love the Ganny pick. The Ganny's so strong against the Segar because any procs on Crocodile's side, he can give the turn back and he can just make this Cardinal do so much. Cardinal's gonna be very tanky into this match. The lead is very strong, so both drafts are great. I agree with you that TRUEWHALE has the set pace kind of draft, but on game one, the Cardinal kept surviving, and then the damage late on in the match is so high and very difficult to deal with. So I think it will come down to, little stuns, attack bar reductions during the match, and maybe a decisive proc or two because both drafts look very strong.
And that's the thing,
I do
Cardinal
believe
takes over those windows of opportunity, right, Stoic? Like, if a window prevents itself, he's going through it.
Yeah, not just the Connell though, but the Ganymede. Ganymede's super scary if it's able to take advantage of a situation. There's, like I said, there's no immunity on the side of TRUEWHALE. Ganymede's got some of the scariest violent procs if he gets a third scale off at a time where, TRUEWHALE was not ready for him. We're talking about violent procking out, but I do think TRUEWHALE is the faster player here. We know how fast this Laura is. TRUEWHALE should be taking turn one away from Crocodile and really trying to set the tone. So I guess what we're going to be finding out is there going to be resistances? Is there going to be additional turns? I think if there's resistance, there's going to be issues going up against, well, either one of the players when it comes to resistance. But I think TRUEWHALE takes turn one, really oppresses Crocodile. Crocodile looking for those violent procs and try to turn the tables in those moments.
That's a really good point. And also, Seppi, is this the first Ganny that we've seen picked in the Americas region?
No, we've seen a Ganny picked already. It wasn't as prevalent. Yeah, in China, and we've seen a couple Ganny bans as well on day 2, not day 1. The interesting thing is that Ganny is that kind of monster, right? It's kind of like, when your grandma has that very old poodle and you're like asking her, like, how old is this poodle? 29 years old and the poodle doesn't die. It's like Ganny. Just keeps getting nerfed by the devs like Oliver and continues to come back. We see him year after year when we get into the SWC and TRUEWHALE versus Crocodile, game 3. The decisive match starts.
Here we go, guys. Kicking things off, Jet going to be taking turn 1 for TRUEWHALE. Obviously going to be boosting up his attack bar with the second scale. Laura's going to be kicking things into gear. Any resist from Crocodile?
Gets the strip. Here we go. Volantis with a big opening. Can he get the quad provoke? The Dreamed gets 3 provokes, good enough, and now this Cigar can try to reduce attack bars, get the reset. The Chung Pong is not provoked, and he doesn't go for it. A little bit of greed. Will the Chung go for the reduction? Yes, sir, but the glancing does some work. No stun on the Cardinal, very, very important. He gets out of the glancing already. So there's gonna be a small window of opportunity right here for Cardinal to turn this around because there's no opening, Stoic. Actually, the Laura says no, closes out the door, and gets stunned on everyone.
Yeah, I think this shuts it down right here. Like we said, TRUEWHALE has the draft to really take advantage of it. Obviously, there can be tables to be turned if Croc's able to to proc out of any of the situations here, and that's not what you see. What we're going to be seeing is just more of this oppressive play. Holy moly! And just all skills available on Laura. Laura's going to keep pummeling away there. Big third skill, great additional damage. That's going to be it for this Light Polar Queen. Light Polar Queen's going to get dropped right here, and it's a tough situation to be put in.
Yeah, can we talk about how we said, why do people keep picking Laura if she lost the 2 previous matches? It's because of this. Because TRUEWHALE goes on to the next round. Congratulations. Beautiful show from Laura, getting key strips, the stuns, doing a little bit of everything.
And there's the answer. The whale takes down the crocodile in the Battle of the Animal Kingdom. That was quite the set there. So Stoic, in those latter 2 games, TRUEWHALE looked way more comfortable than in the first one. What seemed to kind of shift to you?
I mean, it looks like when he was trying to do everything he was looking to do, he got them. You know what I mean? So it's like the shift for me is the drafts weren't never bad for TRUEWHALE in my opinion. A lot of it comes down to like, did he get what he was looking for? And then he kind of got what he was looking for. In this match here where Crocodile took advantage of him, I give a lot of credit to that Water Ryu. That Water Ryu got so many clutch despair stuns, and that was able to transition things for a Crocodile. So he really did take advantage of TRUEWHALE. You know, some choices set aside, remove those despair stuns, and I do think TRUEWHALE does actually take that very first match there. But TRUEWHALE, ultimately, he got into his second and third match. He made his drafts and he made his plays. He was able to really nullify the units with glancing. They were not able to provide any damage there for Crocodile to kind of like speak back. And he took this very, very insane draft that Crocodile brought back there. He totally nullified it here. And the third match there, what we saw was just a clinic of control and keeping back attack bar and not letting someone do anything in an SWC match.
A totally dominant performance, especially in those last 2 games there, Seppi. TRUEWHALE really showed what he's made of.
Yeah, very strong draft. He proposed something and he did it very well. The Laura came out and did everything that you expect this monster to do, even with the clutch stuns, not letting the Cardinal or the Ganny bring the game back. I also think, you know, the Wedjet is such a powerful unit. Even when you lose, like Stoic was talking about in the first match, it still did so much. It's very, very dominant. So players that have it with incredible runes and know how to build a comp around it are definitely in an advantage.
Oh, yeah. And another unit that I've also been consistently surprised about, and something that I'm really glad is getting a lot of love, is that Cigar, and in this case, that Wind M Bison. Chat, we want to thank everybody for joining us. We are still only halfway through the day. We still have 4 more matches ahead of us. And here you go, the first code for hanging out. Hard work, all play. Get some mana, get some scrolls. Let us know if you summon anything cool with it. I'm definitely going to be redeeming that one soon. Hopefully, I'll summon the monster I was just talking about. I would love to summon a Cigar there, Stoic. That's the monster that I think I really enjoy watching the most.
Yeah, to this day, I will still say the name. Shizuka, 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 please. You know, that's something I desperately want. And we got to see a little bit of it showing where we didn't get to see so much in the past with America's Cup. But hey, I still think it's a very good unit, and we did see more of it. And I think there is still more Shizuka to see.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be more. Seppi, you know what's so crazy though, is after that match, now that TRUEWHALE moves forward, that means we're going to get TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI at the end of this bracket, which is going to be so crazy to watch.
Hello, World Finals. Those are 2 incredible players. And remember, once again, players that qualify today, plus the ones from day 1 and day 2 go to the America's Cup, and the top 2 go to represent us this year. So we cannot have a repeat. It's only going to be either RAIGEKI or TRUEWHALE, which is going to be a really interesting match. And let's see how they both adapt to each other. If the Wedjet still comes out, the powerful segment from RAIGEKI will be an extremely key unit in this matchup.
Oh yeah, this is the semifinals of today, Stoic, is where things are really going to start heating up. I mean, right when we come back, we're going to be getting Lonely versus DRMZJOSEPHG. We've got ZEFA playing. We've got FIRAS still here. We got RHYS and BITTA, and then we got RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE. This is going to be absolutely crazy, Stoic.
Yep, it really is. I look forward to all those matches. It's going to be wild to see who makes it to America's Cup this year.
It is. It's going to be absolutely crazy. So when we come back, we've got a break in between now and then. But everybody, I want to remind everyone, if you're going to be in or around the area for Los Angeles, be sure to register for the America's Cup coming on September 16th. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff going on there. So everybody, stick with us. We still have 4 more rounds ahead of us, and we're going into the best of 5 right after this. everyone, and welcome back to SWC 2023 America's Cup. This is the final day of prelims. I'm still Evan, and I'm still here with Stoic and Seppi. Stoic, we've had a really exciting day so far, man.
We've had a very exciting day. Lots of up and downs, a lot of bracket breakers, a lot of prediction breakers as well for a lot of people out there.
Oh yeah, Seppi, we still have some really exciting games, and we were only halfway through it. We still have huge, heavy hitters coming to us after this.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We still have a couple former champions trying to make their way back into America's Cup and a lot of newcomers. But before that, speaking of America's Cup, September 16th, Evan, you're going to be there. I'm going to be there. Stoic's going to be there. You know, it's going to be a fun time.
It's going to be wild. You get all three of us in a room together, it's going to be so much fun. We're going to have a blast, and you will too, so make sure you register if you think you can be in the LA area. There's going to be fun stuff to do. You'll get to watch the best players in the region fight for their chance to go to the World Finals and play for a slice of that $140,000 prize pool. You may even get to participate in an audience tournament as well. So make sure you scan that QR code if you think you can be there. I would personally love for you to be there, but I'm really looking forward to casting with you guys in person. I think that's going to be so much fun, Stoic.
Yep, it really is. It's always so much fun. And I mean, I think the building's going to struggle to keep that roof down when all three of us get in that building. It's going to be a wild time.
Oh yeah, it's going to get hyped. We're going to be pretty excited. Now, we still have some games to get through today. So, Seppi, who do you think you're most excited to see in the semifinals? For me, I already kind of foreshadowed it a little bit. I really want to see the ZEFA match. I'm looking forward to seeing TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI. What are your thoughts?
Okay. You know, I gotta take my caster's earphones right now to make this comment. And I know the majority of the Brazilian players are watching the BR stream with Monagua and Sloth, and I love them. But I gotta tell you, I'm excited about the Brazilian players. I wanna see Lonely, I wanna see BITTA, and it would be incredible to have one, if not two Brazilian players in the America's Cup or DRMZJOSEPH. So representatives from other parts of the continent would be incredible.
Salve Brasil, and Stoic, same question to you.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. It's so nice to see the Americas really have players from all over South America, Canada, the United States. It's so great to have these kind of opportunities for all of these players. But for me, it's that bottom match. It's TRUEWHALE RAIGEKI. That is so exciting to see who's going to be moving forward in that. That is just insane. More fireworks for later on.
That's going to be huge. And we're already starting off the semifinals strong with Lonely versus DRMZJOSEPH. And so, guys, I want to reiterate that we're going into the best of 5 section of the tournament now. So these players are really going to get their time to figure each other out here. So, Seppi, you were just talking about Lonely and how you're excited to watch the Brazilian players throw down right now. So tell me what Lonely's going to have to do to take down DRMZJOSEPH.
Okay, I have 2 words for this matchup. Beast and Riders. Both players having their favorite monsters, Beast Riders. On one side, we got Barbara, we got Narsha. On the other side, we have probably the best Masha in the tournament. So, will they come on top and carry one of these players to victory? Also, a second thing. Both players prefer to pick Vanessa as a 33% speed lead as one of their 3 first picks. I don't think either of them has an Oliver. So who takes that Vanessa and who pre-bans it is going to be really interesting. So it's going to be a unique matchup of guys that have a little bit of more of a restricted box. So they will have to be very creative. And I want to ask the chat who they're rooting for in this matchup. It's going to be amazing. The former champ or the newcomer.
Yeah, tell us in chat who you got for this game, and you make a really interesting point there, Seppi. We might see these players fight for control of certain monsters more so than we've seen in day 3. So, Stoic, looking at this, that Masha for DRMZJOSEPH is a huge powerhouse, and we haven't even talked about how some meta shifts have kind of put DRMZJOSEPH's box in the position of being favorable against certain matchups. Looking at this one objectively, who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I gotta give a lot of favor to DRMZJOSEPH. I think DRMZJOSEPH is probably the stronger player in this situation right here. It really depends how well Lonely responds to the Masha. Can he nullify the damage? Can he keep it back? Can he draft it himself? We'll find out, because I think that is going to kind of come down to it. I think both players, like we said, going to be prioritizing Vanessa pick here. And then that Masha, how well does he handle the Masha, take the Masha, ban the Masha? Let's see what happens when we get to that point there. But I do think DRMZJOSEPH, the previous America's Cup champion, should probably take this one.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tournament experience there, Seppi. Does Dreams Joseph have a place on your predictions?
You know what? He does. He is in the America's Cup in my predictions. I don't know if anyone in chat thinks differently, but based on experience, on the quality of gameplay, I also had put THOMPSIN in there and didn't make it, so we might be surprised today. That's what I love about Summoner's War tournaments. It's not only about being prepared, about picking the right monsters in the moment, targeting the right units, but right now, let's get ready for Lonely versus Dreams Joseph. Let's go, Stoic.
Pre-bans getting locked in right here, guys. This is a best of 5 between these two players here. Lonely needs to respond well to this match. We'll see what happens with the pre-bans getting locked in. Oliver and Nikki getting banned out here. We've got Dreams Joseph with first pick.
Woo! First pick. This is a top 20 player, Lonely making it to the top 100 in his best season. The Vanessa gets stolen away. I really like that. He takes away the key unit from the opponent, probably going to bring the Masha and Slapper in already. Maybe, oh, surprise, the Juno coming out as a fire unit instead of the Masha with the early Camilla. Okay, Stoic, let's talk about this Camilla. We saw her last time. It didn't work as well. What are your thoughts?
I mean, there's some very quick drafting happening right here, but I will be surprised to see that Camilla. When I saw that Camilla get drafted as early as it was, I was like, there's no way Dreams Joseph goes down that route again, but it looks like he's going to be bringing that Camilla early. I really like the Suwiki. Suwiki, I think, is a great response for Lonely. I really like that. Diana, already looking like a ban, in my opinion, and then the Ethna, of course. So Ethna can be a really, really dangerous unit, providing a defense break or another defense break for Camilla to take advantage of. But we'll see what happens. I think Lonely really needs to think about this last pick here. Take his time, really assess the situation that he's been put in right here with the ban probably going on top of that Diana.
Yeah, I would love to see a fire strong unit, because what I'm seeing from Dreams Joseph is banning this Rakuni. You don't want to leave this Rakuni on the field with, and steals the Masha. You talked about the Masha. Very strong fire unit. I love this last pick. Now Dreams Joseph have to pick. Do I give him the sustain of Rakuni versus Suiki, or do I change it up? Because if he bans one of the wind units, is going to be a lot of synergy for this Lonely pick and ban. Probably turn one, bans on the Masha, bans on the Diana. The Diana expected. I like a ban on the Rakuni more. I'll tell you that.
I give a little bit of favor right now to Lonely's draft. I think that Rakuni is going to be massively impactful for him. Let's see what happens with this Sekhmet. Sekhmet known to be throwing matches based off of first turn. Let's see what happens. Does he nail this third skill or not? He's looking for the reset there, and it gets resisted on top of Ethna.
The Caster's Curse, Stoic. Some damage coming out. The Jameer can cleanse itself right now, or just wait for the Rakuni. I would not use it. I would save it up. Let my units use other skills, but he doesn't want to risk it because the Ethna would have enough damage to capitalize on that death break. Here we go. Suiki, lots of damage. The Ethna is so powerful. Right now, the Rakuni needs to do so much work to keep this team alive. Another chance to reset. Here we go. Turn 2, let's go, Sekhmet. Please do something, my friend. The Ethna will have skills back if she doesn't get reset. Goes for skill 2.
Like this, trying to do
big chance.
Right
damage. That's a lot.
So much damage. Definitely a lot of damage right there. Vanessa looking for some defense break, piling damage on top of the Jameer. Jameer still alive though, but I mean, Camilla's trying to got something to say about it because Ethna's coming in here, Dot's coming out. That's definitely going to be it for Lonely though, because it's really tough to come back from that. A little bit of healing there, but he's missing a ton of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage missing. The mess up from the reset from the Sekhmet was very, very hurtful. Now, more and more damage. The Suiki will go home. A little bit of an early pick right there. And we got to say it. The Ethna was a great pick. He took it away from Lonely. So they swapped a couple monsters. And once again, we have to say, Vanessa, key unit in this matchup.
Yep, well, Dreams Joseph taking that first round, but I can't help but say, Stoic 1, player 0. I did caster curse that one by far. That was really rough to see. That's
You're
rough,
like,
man. Sekhmet really throws
has
these
been
matches,
throwing
man.
matches, does it again.
It's so rough to see that as your first move. And Sekhmet takes those L's. Sekhmet takes those L's so often, though. It's really, really rough to see. Looks like Moore is going to be getting the pre-ban, and so is the Nasha.
The Notch is a great pre-ban, but that tells us that Lonely will pick that Vanessa first pick, and he does quickly. DRMZJOSEPH with a Cigar and the Masha. He doesn't want to go against his most beloved unit, so he takes it out of their hands, which might give Lonely the opportunity and opening to get a Juno right here or a Raccoon. Let's see if he goes for one of those units and then maybe something else to counter the Masha. He's thinking about it, you know, taking his time. Suiki did not do a great job. He brings in another fire unit in Sekhmet and the Nikki for some sustain and damage.
Yep, see what happens. More relying on this Camilla, though. Camilla and Raccoon, that's really tough. Lonely looking to rely on the Sekhmet once again, which has not been super reliable. I gotta admit, it's just not safe enough looking at Lonely's draft right now. I do love a Nikki, and I think Nikki's a phenomenal unit, but Sekhmet, it can be the pick. It can be the pick, but is it safe, though?
Nah, yeah, you're totally right. It's a very volatile unit. Let's see if she pulls her weight right now. I would love an Abellio right here. He goes with a Tessarion to counter the multiple passives there are here, and the Suiki once again. I don't know how impactful without a lot of sustain this Suiki can be. The Cardinal comes out, which kind of tells us what the band's gonna be like, and so far, I really favor DRMZJOSEPH draft. He's been very consistent, a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness, and he has his favorite unit, plus probably the most powerful unit right now, which is Raccoon. Ban on Raccoon, I like that, and ban on the Nikki was written all over Joseph's face.
Yeah, 100%. Speed lead coming out here. For Lonely, kicking things off with Sekhmet, a unit that DRMZJOSEPH's not super afraid of, but let's kick it off better in round number 2 here. And he nails it this time.
Gets the Caster's Curse doesn't happen again, and there's gonna be an interesting opening. This Tessarion is so fast with a speed lead that he can apply, yes, on the Masha. Wait, is he gonna risk it? I think this is a Nemesis Masha and might cut in. I don't know if you should risk it. He goes for the Masha, increase attack bar. I don't think that was the right play. She will get protected right now, and the Tessa can't apply the Oblivion on her. Oh my God, Stoic.
Yeah, cannot. I mean, we've got Tessarion looking to respond to this Masha. Actually not go... Interesting that he wouldn't go to try to get a dismount off. I thought he would have went for the dismount there.
I agree with you. I would have not hit her, so the Nemesis didn't come into account. So far, the play on DRMZJOSEPH's side have been a little bit cleaner. He goes full damage on the Vanessa, trying to get rid of this unit. Here we go, Sekhmet landing. Finally some stuff. If Masha gets a proc right here, that's huge. And now the Masha doesn't even have Death Break, so she can guarantee right here that this Vanessa goes little by little down. Can the Camilla get a proc to finish her off?
Well, Camilla needs to get a little bit more to try to finish units off here, because I know having that glancing is definitely going to be pretty impactful, stopping the damage of the Camilla. Reset doesn't happen here on top of the Masha. That's not at all what we wanted to see. And of course, the Vanessa is going to stay alive. Camilla was not able to provide enough damage there.
Yeah, great proc right here. Now he goes for the Masha. The Suiki can drop her and kill her because of the Oblivion. Here we go. Suiki trying to take the game over. So even with that misplay early on, he takes it back, Lonely. And because he couldn't finish the Vanessa on Joseph's side, he might be at a big advantage. Doesn't get the provoke. There's a huge opening right now. He can reset Sagar. He gets it finally. The Vanessa will go down. He probably will wait for the Camilla. Yes, sir. The Camilla can kill her and get the oh, no, not enough damage. Well, gets a second chance.
Well, units are finally dropping here. DRMZJOSEPH, nice little additional turns there. I mean, it's starting to turn around for DRMZJOSEPH. More additional turns are going to be running in here with a nice defense break. And of course, Provoke landing on the Suiki. Let's see what Connell can do here. He is trying to pummel the damage in where he can.
He needs to kill this Suiki ASAP. The Camilla can get a freeze. Resisted. The Suiki kills. And Brox is a 3v2. And we have, on top of it, a Cardinal that can survive right now and get stuns. He needs all the stuns he can get. Here we go. Gets it. No stun on the Tessa that counters for the kill. It's Camilla against the world. Can she do it? No proc to finish off the Suiki. The Oblivion comes out, and Lonely making his way back. Joseph didn't get this proc that he needed to finish the Suiki, and in that way, Camilla would have a chance, but right now, it's too difficult. She needs to proc. No proc. The Tessarion will apply Oblivion, and with the touch of this Sekhmet, he takes it back. Lonely with a win on game 2.
Yeah, really good win there for Lonely, able to come back against DRMZJOSEPH. So big moves for him. It was a great draft for him as well. You know, I do like Camilla. I think Camilla had some potential for Camilla versus the world. It's just I don't want to see any more of these priority picks from DRMZJOSEPH. I just don't think Camilla's the unit.
I agree with you. I think that Joseph drafted really well. Lonely made a couple of mistakes early on, but his draft was just stronger. You know, if you don't get rid of that Suiki quickly enough, he's going to take care of your whole team. If Joseph have gotten a couple extra procs in there to finish the Suiki, sure. But the Tessarion, the Oblivion came on and it became very, very annoying. And also it was hitting hard even against the Cardinal.
Yep, it really was. Pre-bans, we've got a Raccoon making its way back to the pre-ban. Of course, Nikki's going to make its way back down here. Wonder what this priority pick is going to be from DRMZJOSEPH. I can't help but think it is going to be that Vanessa once again.
I agree with you. Vanessa is the monster right now to be picked first, and then we're gonna see if he prioritizes either the Masha's picked on the other side, the Masha or the Juno. With the Wusa hit in the field, I would love to see some AoE strips from DRMZJOSEPH's side. You know, we haven't seen a Praha from either one of them, but Praha really strong against, you know, heavy, water, and fire comps.
Yep, and I do like the Masha's steal. I think that's definitely a great move here. I do think Boost is pretty good right now because we haven't been seeing a lot of strips coming out of DRMZJOSEPH, minus, of course, the Cigar, which sit in the field with combos up really, really well with that Vanessa. So it is looking a little bit better. I do think the Cigar is an excellent pick from DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, very, very good pick. He has the elemental variety. And you know what's my favorite thing so far right now, Stoic?
What is it? What do you got?
It's that Sekhmet is starting to redeem herself. She did well in the last match. She won last match, and she's starting to do something. Berta Hill coming out, one of the best pairs with the Masha and the Suiki. So double water, double fire. There's double strip on DRMZJOSEPH's side. Can he bring more impactful units that can control this Verd, or will he have to ban the Berta Hill?
Yep. Well, there's definitely some things that DRMZJOSEPH could bring to the table right now to really keep Lonely back, because I give a lot of credit right now to DRMZJOSEPH's draft. I do like what he's brought, and I would assume this is a Swift Verti-heal. I don't think this is a Revenge Verti-heal.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe a Vioverd too would be strong in this situation. Either way, it's a great monster against the Cigar. Even against this Diana. The interesting thing is that he did bring the strip that we asked for, the more, but does that tell you that he has, oh my God, you gotta ban that. Okay, tell people about Jackson. What does that monster do that is so disgusting?
So anytime that DRMZJOSEPH is going to try and push back any of the attack bar from Lonely, well, his units are going to be increased by 20% anyways. So also, if he has any attack bar gain, that's going to be increased as well. This is why we call that the Fire Pudding Princess the Jackson at home, because Jackson just does so much more than that unit will ever do in that passive. So let's see what happens, because we do have that Jackson. There's a lot of attack bar pushback going into this round number 3 here.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see the Jackson on the field. He doesn't go for the reduction, knowing what the monster does, saving the strip. The Wusa protects the team, gets an interesting proc. He can go, doesn't use skill 2. The Jackson goes for the strip and stun, gets it. Will the Diana protect the team right here or risk it? I would just use skill 2. Oh my God, he doesn't care. Transforms, he can get cut by any of these units, goes for the Jackson, proc from the Vanessa for the death break, but I can guarantee you that this is very risky, gets a proc, and it pays off, Stoic.
Yeah, massive payoff right there. DRMZJOSEPH woke up, chose violence today, getting that defense break. Right now, we're still looking at a transformed Diana. Diana's gonna get pumped in by this Masha. Now it is back. Well, of course it's back. It's coming back with the Vanessa passive.
Yeah, but it's paid the price. He got, you know, risked it, got the kill, but now the Diana got a proc to put shields up or transform. This time he chooses beam passive. Goes for the strip. The Wusa can go skill 2, try to break this shield. It is very thick, my friend, and it's everyone against Masha. Can this Camilla punch her out of this chair? She keeps hitting. The Suiki is gaining damage, doesn't hit the death break. The Masha needs a big proc right here, breaks the shield, procs into the skill 2, and here we go, resisted.
Man. No defense break coming through on top of the Diana. That was really, really rough for Lonely. He needed to actually see that there to remove this unit, because Diana's going to be playing a very, very big role when Masha gets removed from the field.
Yeah, the Masha gets the kill and a big proc. Vanessa will have her skill, the revive, in a little bit, so he needs to kill her very quickly with the Suiki. Can the Suiki death break and proc? Death break? No proc. It's gonna be a very interesting moment. The Wusa can protect the team, puts up the shields and immunity. The Vanessa doesn't have an opening right now, and now strips. Yes, they come on. Can the Suiki kill? He goes for it. 1, 2, hits. No, it doesn't kill the Vanessa, Stoic.
No, it does not. I mean, Vanessa's going to be trying to get any resets that he can. Obviously not up against something that has got immunity in there. We're going to just see more damage coming towards probably the Woos. I think Woos is the main unit that you got to get rid of, especially when you have a Moor on this field that's able to attack break a unit. So if there's no immunity, no shields, I do think Suiki's going to be in a little bit of trouble, though.
I agree with you. This is the moment. Can the Wusa proc to save itself? Now we see the Suiki has to go for the Vanessa, or does he risk it? Risk is on the Moor. The Moor will gain attack bar though. This is a dangerous moment. If the, sorry, not Vanessa, Camilla, if the Camilla doesn't get this right now, there's a big opening. Goes for the AoE, heals up, and a big proc finally.
That's a
kill.
very
It's a
big
1v1.
proc right there. Yeah, no freeze is going to be coming through. I mean, those defense breaks are absolutely huge. I was going to say he needs additional turns coming from Camilla to drop the Suiki, and he gets it. DRMZJOSEPH taking round 3.
We got an exciting 1v1 between two water units. Any proc could have given it, to be honest. This Vanessa and the slow on the Suiki, sorry, not Vanessa, this Camilla and the slow on the Suiki. It's so strange to say Camilla in RTA, but this Camilla and the slow on the Suiki might have defined this match.
I know, it's a unit that even I was saying that, like, I kind of don't want to see happen anymore, but, like, Camilla came in insanely clutch in that last match. Now, I know DRMZJOSEPH clearly woke up and chose violence because he had a lot of great moments in there. And, you know, I thought Suiki was going to have that one. I really did.
I gotta tell you something. We gotta give it to Joseph for in that turn 1, transforming for the Diana, going for all or nothing to remove the biggest problem on the field, the Jackson. I loved the aggression, and it paid off. Even though the Masha procced and removed the Diana, she came back, you know, and she was like, I've done my job. Now, DRMZJOSEPH adapting a little bit, bringing on the Juno. He has the Oliver this time. So, Vanessa for you, Oliver for me, and now who are you favoring? The Oliver is very strong even into this Wusa with a strip, but now we have a Mayho Ang, great against this whole comp.
So I see Lonely's got his 33 speed lead, but I feel like there's no synergy going with this Vanessa. It's going to be more synergistic for the skill 3 that it has to revive and bring something back here. But DRMZJOSEPH sitting with 2 reset units right now. And of course that Masha, and that Masha is a very, very dangerous unit that I feel like Lonely is already banning out here. But how do you ban a Masha when DRMZJOSEPH is going to drop in a, call it even unruined Barbara, that's going to get the ban already?
We talked about the 2 words, Beast Riders, and both of them go through. Oh my God, Stoic. What does this look like? It is going to be a dangerous match. He picks the Wusa and he's afraid of the double reset, but he lets through the big damage of both Beast Riders.
That's so crazy. DRMZJOSEPH's got such an aggressive draft. He could pack it up right here, but we'll see what happens. I mean, this strip reset sitting on DRMZJOSEPH's side of the field. I've given so much credit right now to DRMZJOSEPH's draft. I feel like he's got it already. Oh.
Yeah. Or not with that beautiful sleep.
Who would have expected that?
He goes for the AoE and wakes her up, doesn't care. He has a big chance to knock her off the chair. Here you go, goes for the strip. Cigar misses it. No death break for you, sir. Now you can strip someone. Do you want to take away that attack buff from the monkey, which is very dangerous? Goes for the death break. The monkey cuts in. He can get that heal, death break, and maybe a proc to drop the Masha. Does he go for it or wait? Goes for the Masha and gets the proc. Drops her, not enough. Can he remove her from the field? And the monkey's almost dead.
Yeah, monkey's definitely going to be dropping right there. Obviously getting revived back. Vanessa passive. Masha's look like getting dismounted already, but guess what? We've got a Connell trying to get provokes and attack bar reduction there. Doesn't get the provoke on top of the Fire Monkey King though.
Yeah, drops the Masha. The monkey is almost dead. Here we go. Barbara getting him down. The Masha will finish the job. So we can call this mission accomplished for the Beast Riders, killing the biggest threat on the field. Now it's a big opening for Cigar. Cigar gets the provoke. No proc from the Wusa to protect his team. And the Wusa pick, even with the ban from Oliver, has been a little bit dead.
Yep, 100%. I mean, this has just been a Beast Rider show right here, and I think the Cigar was so perfect keeping units back here. Not able, Lonely's not able to do anything. Obviously, he's getting units revived back again, but it just doesn't really matter too much when you have all that aggression coming out of Dreams Joseph, the attack bar, the provokes. Even if he gets any Despair Stones with this Juno, it's just looking so good for him.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting moment. Even with the damage coming out, the Barbara dropping is going to be really hard to get rid of this Juno. Kills another unit. It's a 3v2. He needs a Death Break and a proc. Wusa with the protection right now. Skill 3. Shields will be up. No, he tries to go for the, Hail Mary of that sleep, and it doesn't work, Stoic.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. It does get that defense break on top of the Vanessa, which is really good. Oh, the Despair Stun into just great damage coming out of this Juno as well. I think he has to throw up that skill 3 there to kind of protect his team, get rid of that defense break. It might not even matter right there, but dang, man, Dreams Joseph, super aggressive.
Yeah, I agree with you. I did not love the ban on the Oliver, seeing the double Beast Riders hit the field, and Joseph very comfortable, showing his experience come through and taking the win and going to the America's Cup. Woo.
And just like that, Joseph is going to try to reclaim the title of America's Cup champion. He's on his way to LA. What a match there, Stoic.
It really was. That was incredibly played by Dreams Joseph. It just came down to who was more aggressive, in my opinion, and Dreams Joseph, a much more aggressive player, and that was an excellent last match coming at him for sure.
It totally was, and something that Dreams Joseph really does, we talk about this a lot, Seppi, is he has that more limited box, that limited availability of monsters, but he pushes them to the absolute limit. When you see the damage that comes out of his Beast Riders, when you see the damage that even comes out of his Etna, it's actually crazy how well he ruins his monsters.
Yeah, they're very efficient, and he knows how to direct opponents into certain drafts where he feels comfortable about, right? And this was the show of it. He put 2 very dangerous units, the Oliver and the Cigar, that countered the Wusa really well. And with that, he made his opponent feel very, afraid, and letting the 2 Beast Riders through. The Masha and the Barbara completely destroyed the monkey this match.
Absolutely did. And this is also the match where you started saying that where we're seeing the redemption of Sekhmet. Stoic, it seems like Sekhmet hasn't had the cleanest run in our tournament so far.
No, that's pretty normal for Sekhmet. I feel like a lot of players know this and can expect the Sekhmet not to come through in moments like that. But it comes down to a very big dice roll. Because if Sekhmet does do what she needs to do, you can almost consider it like it's your best foot forward, man. It's such a fast unit, being able to reset, and it can be such a great unit.
It really can. And here's another example of Dreams Joseph just pushing his monsters with that Camilla. Granted, there was a nice proc there at the end that kind of confirmed the kill on the Squeaky. And I actually kind of like the Squeaky there, Seppi, just because it doesn't offer the crit potential. So it can kind of dance around Camilla's passive, though I think you made an apt comment saying that it was a little bit early.
Yeah, we can see that both players have a little bit more limited boxes, so they have to get very creative. So I compliment both of them, and Joseph definitely showing, the experience come through in there and the great drafting, but great job from Lonely's side, made Brazil proud, and got super deep against a former champion.
You're dang skippy there, Seppi. He really did make an impression. This was his first SWC, and Lonely really showed that he deserved to be here. He fought incredible games, went up against crazy opposition, showed his aggressive playstyle, and Dreams Joseph countered it really well and showed that he still has what it takes to compete, and that he very much could take the title of America's Cup champion again after that 2018 win that he had back in the day. So, Seppi, again, I want to ask you this. Do you think that he could actually take the title? How do you feel about Dreams Joseph's chances?
I'm telling you, he proved my prediction. He proved my prediction. He's in the America's Cup. I expect him to go very deep. There's a lot of good players this year, but this meta kind of favors some of the stuff that he has in his box. Even though limited, he has played in similar metas in the past and has done super well. And I'm still surprised we didn't even see a Ganithor today, which is something that's in the back pocket here. All of these experienced players, if there's an opening, they will lock in a win with a Ganithor.
Oh yeah, and I think this meta more so than others could potentially let that be played. You know, sometimes Ganithor has been locked out of metas as of late. We haven't really seen them in a few seasons, but now it could be the opportunity for everybody's favorite or least favorite couple in Summoners War to make a reappearance. So guys, going into the next game here, we've got FIRAS versus ZEFA now, Stoic. So this is one of my most anticipated games of the entire day. I love seeing FIRAS take a stroll through the bracket, and I really thought that ZEFA made a great impression the last time we saw it.
If it wasn't for the RAIGEKI TRUEWHALE match, this would have been my favorite match to look at, because I think ZEFA is a very well-deserving player. But I love FIRAS so much, and I always want to see FIRAS do well. This is an insane match for him. He's got to go up a very, very strong man, and ZEFA is very, very great at drafting. He's so experienced when it comes to SWC. You know, he's someone who's got units and rune quality as well. FIRAS he's a man that plans, and I'm curious to see what he's planned for ZEFA.
He is a man that plans, and he's also a man that reflects. He's had a lot of time to rewatch these tournaments. All these players have no excuse anymore. Their homework has been done. We've got a best of 5 ahead of us. So now, Seppi, we saw ZEFA bring some frankly weird picks that I think we all really enjoyed last time. How do you think FIRAS is going to do against those?
Okay, Evan, first, don't call them weird. It is creative. ZEFA is very creative, and you know what? FIRAS is as well. It's the kind of guy that had, you know, a water sniper ruined on 0 speed to play against Leo team. So these two players are super creative, very adaptable. I do think that ZEFA will have to kind of adapt a little bit more than FIRAS. FIRAS has a very solid and consistent pick and ban. Today, he has a lot of tanky units. Great in turn 1, great in turn 2. You got to be really careful with that pocket Pater pick with the Tian Lang, so you can't overextend. So I want to see ZEFA kind of playing a little bit out of his comfort zone. You know, the Gianna, Zabala, Oliver, I don't know if that's going to work out just very easily against FIRAS.
It may not, and if he goes with that pseudo snipe comp that we saw a little bit of in the last day, Stoic, I think we've seen that FIRAS can easily counter with very tanky monsters.
He can, but in a matchup like this, keep in mind that FIRAS does not have an Abelio also, and Abelio does play into really well against these high damage snipe comps. You know, units like we've seen with the light Ezio that doesn't fully snipe out units, so like obviously an Abelio draft looking really, really good, where it's putting it in that Abelio passive range. So light Ezio come to the table. We saw the DAC Cassandra, Fire Cassandra, all of these units that we know that ZEFA does like to play in Abelio is an excellent draft into any of those where FIRAS, again, does not have an impactful unit up against his opponent.
Something about the way you said that makes me think that you're still not a light Ezio believer.
No,
Evan,
not at all.
Stoic is so salty about the light Ezio that he's basically coining a new term, the half sniper or the semi sniper. It's a monster that is meant to kill but doesn't.
Oh my god. Here we go, guys. FIRAS versus ZEFA. We're going into the next match of the semifinals, best of 5. Take it away, guys.
Nope, pre-ban's coming in here. I can tell you what we're not going to see, a light Ezio.
Let's go. FIRAS, I don't know. Pre-bans on Gianna and Segment. And just a correction, I saw a lot of people in chat talking about best of 3 or best of 5. It is a best of 5. It was only the shown at the end. It didn't show the last match. So it was a 3-1 for what? It's a Momo first pick. Sorry. It was a 3-1 for Joseph, but it didn't show in the graph. So that's why people are confused. Okay. How do you pick against the first pick Momo? Let's talk about this, Stoic.
Is that a preemptive pick? I don't even know why you would take a Momo at this time. That it's super interesting that he would bring that right now. But hey, I love Shizuka and I love Jameyer. I think those are 2 great picks for FIRAS.
Yeah, more meta than the ones on ZEFA's side, but you know what? We've grown to love ZEFA. very creative player, impressive right now. Maybe that Momo is to kind of dissuade FIRAS from picking the very strong Praha that he's not comfortable playing against. And now we see a Riley, some sustain, healing, immunity, the Mei Ho Wen coming out very strong against the 3 units on the field. So FIRAS adapting very well. And I would love to see if he brings some more protection and healing, and that is Rakuni. Great choice.
That's a perfect unit to bring in there. The Rakuni, I think, is excellent. FIRAS is going to be drafting, I want to say, one more Bruiser unit is his 5th pick here. It's got to be something that could definitely capitalize off of like a defense break, but keep itself alive here. I mean, it could very well be the Tian Lang as this last pick, as we've seen in many matches with FIRAS here.
Yeah.
I do think that Miying is a dangerous unit. Oh, man, as well as...
And Cadiz.
Holy cow. Cadiz.
Okay. I would love to see Panda Wars again. We saw the Tian Lang versus the Mi Ying, and the Mi Ying won, actually. So this Mi Ying has killed some light pandas in his lifetime. Let's see if FIRAS brings that, or a little bit more sustain, snipe. There's only 1 immunity right here, so he could as well ban this and bring a Cardinal. Yes, that is a beautiful pick. Maybe he wants to either get rid of the Riley or even let it through and get rid of one of the damage units. There's a lot of death rake on ZEFA's side, so very, very dangerous.
Wow, Riley's going to get the ban there. That's crazy. I know Riley was a unit that Spires was prioritizing a whole lot, and looks like ZEFA's going to take a page out of Spires' book here, bringing that into the table here. So we've got an HP lead coming out for FIRAS and a speed lead out here for ZEFA. We have our very first match between ZEFA and FIRAS happening right now, and FIRAS, oh, I'm sorry, not FIRAS taking turn 1, but we've got ZEFA taking turn 1 with that Cadiz.
Cadiz missing. Now the Vanessa trying to go for the death break, gets it. Procs, remember, can't be reset, goes for the damage and almost kills this Jameer outright. Here we go. Cardinal, it's a field day for him. Double stun. That's why I love the Riley ban. I think that is the trump card for FIRAS right here. We know he has the super strong skill 3 from Shizuka, gets stuns on everyone. He doesn't even need to use skill 2 because he has the Jameer skill 3 if he wants to, and he has the Rakuni to give the turn back to, oh, he does use it. He's gonna save, probably heal up the Jameer, and then save the skill 3 for next turn.
Yep, definitely going to be pumping up himself there. He wants to get as much healing back onto this Jameer. Jameer slamming Vanessa with that big first skill. More additional turns there, and more healing coming out on this Jameer.
I love the picks and bans on both sides, but the Cardinal pick into the ban of the immunity was something amazing from FIRAS. Very calm and collected. He gets the proc, can finish off this Vanessa, can just go AoE and deal a bunch of damage. Look at the damage on the Mi Ying.
That's so crazy right there. And you want to know what? He can reapply all these stuns and defense breaks with the Shizuka that has that 3rd skill back up again. And he's going to be putting that right back on him, landing those wonderful provokes too. Nice little additional turn coming out of Vanessa, but it's not going to be enough to really do anything here because we have that 3rd skill primed and ready on top of this Kyle. Kyle's going to put down ZEFA once again.
Yeah, you know, a small detail, I think he still has this in the bag, but he could have given the turn for the Cardinal just so he could hit on the death break. Now, he puts out more damage on the Mi Ying. Mi Ying is probably going to say bye-bye in a little bit, keeps hitting the Momo. He can just, once again, give the cooldowns back to this Cardinal that is protected by the immunity, so he can just go for Mi Ying all over again and finish the main damage dealer. He thinks about it. 1 HP on the Mi Ying. Can he crit? Yes, sir. Completely dominant performance from FIRAS.
Yeah, this was a phenomenal performance for FIRAS. This is exactly the kind of FIRAS that we need to see here. Leaning back on this Kano there to wrap up his draft was excellent. It's such a great combination when it comes to Shizuka and Jameer.
Yeah, the draft on FIRAS was just so balanced, and he exploited the lack of ways to protect his team since Riley was the only thing, and he didn't have anything turn 1 that could control this Cardinal. Cardinal, definitely a super strong unit into this draft.
It really was. Well done. Really was. And well done for FIRAS here. That was excellent here. I am expecting ZEFA to have a change of pace here as we go into round number 2 between the two of them. Curious to see what that change of pace might be. You know, I still think FIRAS is going to be doing any form of Jameer drafting here because I do like him having that 24 speed lead. Definitely opens things up for FIRAS, and I'm expecting him to do that again in here.
Yeah. And now we change a little bit. The Oliver goes away, and on the other side, the Pater, which tells us, does ZEFA just go for that turn 1 control comp? He has access to the Gianna right now. He has, you know, the Wunsa, the Zabala, but he doesn't have the Oliver, so he maybe needs another source of reset.
Yep, let's see what FIRAS going to be drafting. I do think he takes that unit, and he goes with Shizuka. I think Shizuka is definitely a fine unit to bring to the table here.
Very interesting, taking away the combo of the Jameer, and also Jameer great against the Cigar. We know that the Cigar with a reset, Jameer can be reset, can just cleanse the whole team. Rakuni looking like a priority pick for FIRAS, but he takes it away. He's thinking about it a little bit. The Sekhmet with a reset, let's not say anything to not, you know, curse her. And now the third pick. Will it be more turn 1 or more sustain? You know what? A little bit of both. Tianlang, a very good mid-range comp, you know, with Death Break, with Stun, Strip. ZEFA, very turn 1.
Man, now I like the ZEFA draft with this this Jemaya and Wateryu more. I think this is really, really nice here. Kind of just missing like a nice AoE defense break to take advantage of this Nikki and just really start pummeling away at FIRAS' draft. But we'll see here, because FIRAS is looking at bringing in a Jehoshaphat.
Yeah, does FIRAS have a Heigang? Because that would be like a must ban into this comp right now. But the Josephine also does kind of similar stuff, and the Leo coming out as the last pick. You as a Leo, you know, Ragdoll user, how do you feel about the Leo into this comp?
I mean, there's that AoE defense breaker I was talking about. Momo coming back to the fields here. I think it is okay. It's not bad. I give a lot more credit right now to ZEFA's draft. I think ZEFA's got a cleaner draft here. Once those bombs hit the field, that's going to be something in favor of FIRAS, and this is why Shizuka is such a dangerous unit. And I think the Nikki is a good response as well to that.
Yeah, I gotta ban the Shizuka. I just don't see the team doing a lot against her. Yeah, I love the Shizuka ban. The Momo now has a big opening. If he doesn't get, you know, the resets and the stuns on Momo, Momo's enabled. So by picking that, he kind of told us that he was gonna ban the Shizuka.
Well, FIRAS clearly taking turn 1 when it comes to the Leo. So Leo's going to be taking turn 1. Looking for a little bit of attack bar pushback, not receiving any of that at all. Something's going to happen here, but I won't mention it.
Here we go, Sekhmet with the opportunity to do something either positive or negative. Goes for the reset on the Gianna and hits it. No Kesser's Curse. The Gianna can stun everyone, but then again, you kind of want to get stunned because there's a Josephine on your side. I think that the biggest danger is Momo. If you don't stun this Momo with either the Panda or Josephine, it's going to be a very difficult moment. Goes for it, resists. Here we go, strips. Gets the passive out of the way. Josephine has a big opportunity to get a stun. Stuns the Jameer, but the Momo gets the AoE. Lands the Death Break. Here we go. He needs this Tianlang to start doing some work. The Jameer is probably looking dead if he lands the Death Break, but he doesn't, Stoic.
Oh, nice little Despair stun there on top of the Josephine as well while the passive is down. I think Sekhmet still has to go for a nice little skill too and try to apply anything he can on this field here. Not getting any defense breaks except onto the Jemaya as well.
I think this Momo can kill the Josephine right now. Let's see that damage. 3, 2, 1. No, goes for the Panda. Ooh, and that's a lot of damage. Gibbs turns down, cooldowns back. The damage from the Moor, taking everyone down. I think the ZEFA draft is really working right now.
Yeah, it really is. You're going to see the bomb coming out here. Double bombs on top of the Leo. Definitely the unit you want to try and stun and not have to worry too much about it later on. Beautiful second skill coming out of Momo. Big damage coming from ZEFA here. ZEFA taking a very commanding round 2 victory over FIRAS.
And Sekhmet is not to blame. She did her job, but once again, the Shizuka ban with the Momo going through, that little mage destroyed everyone on the field. I want to see some love for Momo in chat.
Yeah, I think the Momo was a great draft there in that match there. Awesome draft coming out of ZEFA. It's so funny. I kind of wanted to see the defense break AoE as that last pick from ZEFA, but Momo ended up being the unit that he brought to the table. It was the unit that he first picked last round too, so it's kind of nuts to see how well that unit was performing for ZEFA. This is a unit that a lot of people should be taking out of their storage and bringing to light. I think it's a very impactful unit, especially when it comes to tournament matches like this.
Very good point, Stoic. And he was very careful with his draft. He pre-banned the Pater and he took away the Shizuka. So now we're starting to see a very, you know, consistent Zepha. He now steals the Shizuka away. It's a monster that's been bringing a lot of trouble. And FIRAS says, you know what? I know how to play against Shizuka. Just bring a lot of resets. And all of them are consistent. Okay? We're not going to say anything.
Everything about it is consistency. We have a 33 speed lead as well, teamed up with that segment demanding turn one. Very interesting to see a Vanessa pick by ZEFA as well, bringing his own 33 speed lead. It almost feels like he's still trying to contest too. I do like the Raccoon. I think this is a fine pick. We've seen it in many situations. FIRAS looking to respond. I mean, he's demanding turn one. I think he stays demanding turn one.
Yeah, the Pater now coming out very strong, and the Praha. I think that's why he was going such heavy fire to not let this Praha hit the field. But now that she's here, he's into a comp that she's very comfortable playing against. She has the strip to deal with Shizuka, you know, the speed buff, the damage to deal with the Raccoon and the Vanessa. And now Zepha needs to decide, do I play against this Praha or do I take her off the field? Cadiz, great attack bar control. Will the Mii come out, or it is a Camilla? Interesting, out of the DRMZJOSEPHG book.
Yep, I wonder if we see a Suiki coming out here for FIRAS as well here to wrap up the draft. I think that'd be a very good unit right now. He's got double reset for the Shizuka, so he's not too worried about the Shizuka. And I think if it is a Suiki, I think Suiki's probably the best bet for FIRAS right now going up against ZEFA's draft.
Yeah, Suiki would be very strong into this draft. It would kind of, you know, telegraph his ban, but very strong in here. We'll heal for another. Oh, fire unit. Does that tells us that he is going to ban this dangerous Camilla, or is he okay with that and wants to take out the Raccoon heals, because the clans and the heals from this Raccoon will take the game very late and make it more difficult with the resetters to get through.
Yeah, maybe a Raccoon ban, maybe a Camilla ban, could be something in that world for sure. I kind of feel, I'm with you right now, banning out the Raccoon though, or limiting that sustain, but it looks like Cadiz and Praha are gonna get the bans here.
I don't know. I really like the Praha ban because that was the sustain, but now you have to deal with a monkey, right? So you have to land that death break. The Camilla needs to deal a lot of damage. Let's see if the segments come through. She goes skill 3, queued up, and gets it. Resets the Shizuka segment, doing amazing work.
Yep, segment actually coming through right now. We're going to see the second skill here, looking for the strip defense break. It's also going to be hitting him with the first skill as well. So defense break sitting on top of segment, that is definitely something ZEFA's going to try and take advantage of with a big second skill, getting the slow and freeze on segment.
Yeah, but there's a Pater on that side that cleanses her, protects with immunity, and gets a key provoke on the Camilla. Here we go. Death break from the monkey. The segment will have skill 2 and put a lot of debuffs. Glancing, death break, heal block. That is super powerful, but the Raccoon keeping the team alive. Vanessa needs to land this through the glancing, misses, but procs out of glancing. Very key. And the segment did a great job so far resetting that beautiful Omni-Uji.
Yep, definitely. You're going to see this damage coming out here. The damage coming out here on top of the Vanessa. Let's see what happens with this Patter here. Does go for the stun instead of the wild blow onto the Vanessa.
Yeah, that was a key move because now the Oliver has full control over the water units. The Shizuka is going to get reset. The Camilla is going to get reset. So everything thanks to that turn 1 segment. The question right now is, can this monkey death break into a proc to try to remove a very important unit from the field, or will the Raccoon still get the opening to keep saving his team? No proc so far. Here we go. Oliver going for another reset skill 2, or does he save it for a little bit since both water units are reset already?
Yeah, sometimes I think you just got to go for it. Get that attack power gain there as well. He's going to be going for the freeze and doesn't land the freeze, but does get the slow, and the slow's almost just as impactful on top of the segment. But it looks like he just really wants to get rid of the segment. Ooh. We do see a wild blow on top of that defense broken. Vanessa still alive.
That is so much damage, though. The Vanessa will die right now to this Fire Monkey, or even to the Oliver if he wants to. Reduces on that side. The Fire Monkey, Mei Ho Wang with a kill, confirmed. 3v4. Here we go. Raccoon needing to heal and keep this team alive. Can the Camilla come through and kill? No proc from her. The segment will stay alive.
Yeah, I think what FIRAS kind of has to do right now is start leveling out some units here so that Rakuni's only healing up one of them, because he has to make sure that he keeps this Shizuka reset, and he's going to be losing that segment, meaning Oliver's going to be the only unit, and Oliver's a very good unit to be the only unit on this field right now, because this is Oliver versus Shizuka and Camilla, but he's got to keep these HPs low.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Stoic misses a reduce. Camilla with a proc. He can just go full damage on this monkey, but I feel like she's not hitting hard enough. If this monkey with 10 stacks decides to go into the Camilla, he might even do more damage than what she's doing to him.
Yeah, look at the best place for those provokes to be landing as well. I do think FIRAS keeps hammering away at this little tiny Rakuni here, and Rakuni's just going to have to keep pushing that second skill into itself, healing up as much as possible. But I do really, really like where FIRAS is at right now.
Yeah, this is a very strong position. The Oliver with a proc. He can go for reset again, steal the attack bar from the Camilla, gets it, one more reset, a lot of damage coming out. He's targeting the Rakuni. He doesn't want to deal with this pesky little monster, and this Pater's still hitting pretty hard.
Yep, and he was looking for more additional turns into that Rakuni, but looks like Camilla's going to be taking those additional turns for him, healing up that Rakuni a lot now. Keeping up with those 2-turn slows on top of that Fire Mud King is very, very impactful, because it's going to be slowing this unit from gaining attack bar. But more additional turns are going to be raining out here, but that also means that ZEFA is going to get his share of additional turns as such.
That is a big hit. The monkey is getting stronger and stronger as time goes by. The attack goes up, HP goes down, his stacks become more powerful, and this Oliver does not stop to proc and take attack bars away. Goes for the Camilla once again. The Shizuka, poor monster, hasn't used one skill except skill 1 this whole match.
Yep, this entire match here. Now, I can't tell if, I mean, this has got to be a violent Shizuka. It's just Rakuni and Camilla taking up all the violent procs there. I do think FIRAS stays on top of this Rakuni, remove this unit from the field right now, because FIRAS has done away with Shizuka. Shizuka hasn't been able to do a thing.
Oh, yes, the Shizuka. Well, as you said it, she procs, so she is on bio. Can she bring someone to kill this Pater? What is the play right here? He needs to choose. Here we go. Doesn't. Goes for full damage. He's like, there's nothing I can bring that will kill this Pater. And then Oliver, once again, great pick versus the double water. Can he do it right now? I think you should. At least try to get some damage out.
Yep, FIRAS got to pay a lot of attention right now. Did the Vanessa have the third skill available there? That's quite interesting, but I do think the Fire Mud King would have killed the Rakuni there, but it looks like Shizuka is going to get dropped here, unless we've got something to say about with this Camilla.
My friend, this Camilla is starting to get dangerous. Can she proc into skill 3? She does!
No
the
way!
Shizuka comes out! Procs into skill 3! What an incredible play! Camilla bringing it back! This Shizuka, she saved the 2 procs for the only moment that mattered. Brings back the Rakuni. Now Oliver cannot do anything as ZEFA wins.
Wow! So even in the moment of me thinking Shizuka was going to bring back the Vanessa, to bring back the Rakuni, he didn't do it and opt for something else. Ended up dropping a unit. It's almost like he knew that he was going to get that third skill, that second skill back up already, and then be able to get the Rakuni back up, and that sealed the deal. But holy cow, Camilla! What an outstanding performance for ZEFA.
Stoic, I'm gonna tell you. Shizuka's that kind of monster. Yeah, you can keep her head down the whole game. If you give her one opportunity, she'll make you pay. And that's what we saw.
Yeah, she really did. That was insane. He was doing such a good job with the Oliver, keeping the Shizuka back, but man, that's really, really tough. I love the draft FIRAS. I still think FIRAS kind of had that one locked down for like the longest time, but my God, Shizuka finally started to pop off and now earned her spot in the pre-ban.
Yep. She is up there together with Pater, so less immunity on both sides, and it was a very close match. Any detail could have changed.
I want to know what FIRAS is going to be taking away from ZEFA here, because he has the first pick where last time he first picked Shizuka. Huh.
Interesting. taking out the Cardinal. We see a quick response with the Josephine, a classic counter. Will he not care and just go into a Praha or something similar right here? Or will he change a little bit? We know that the Oliver is available. Praha, I really like that. That's a great monster in the comp.
Seppi, this looks like a pre-ban mistake. I feel like FIRAS should have not pre-banned the Shizuka, pre-banned something else that ZEFA has in his box, whether it be like the Giano of some sort, and then just first pick the Shizuka. He had first pick always, and ZEFA has not been in the position of taking a Fire and Bison away from him.
Good point. I agree with you. The Shizuka would have been very strong on his side right here. Maybe the thing is he wants to play a more open game, and he doesn't want to deal with any immunity. So he's like, you know what? Let's take both off the field. Let's just go very aggressive. Turn one. Let's see what FIRAS has in store for us. And the Hagen finally comes out. I love to see that. I've been missing that Hagen and the cigar stolen away. The question right now is, does ZEFA decide on turn one and bring a second speed lead? Otherwise, he's going to be, you know, in some trouble. Second speed lead. I like that choice.
Wow. Yeah, it's definitely a second speed lead. I like the Tomo a lot. I think the Tomo is actually a very, very good pick going into this. This could potentially just be a Hagang ban, and then lets the Gianna through, unless FIRAS is planning on banning the Gianna, knowing his Hagang's already going to be banned out. This is an interesting situation.
Yeah, that's a difficult position to be in. Will the Hagang get banned? Yes, Hagang and Gianna. I like bans on both sides. This is going to be a more open game than what we've seen from them, and FIRAS is betting everything in his win right now because he needs this to take it to Game 5. Game 4, FIRAS and ZEFA, turn 1 for the Nikki.
Yeah, I do like FIRAS' draft. I got to give him a little bit of credit here, but look at all that damage coming from Nikki. Setting the tone like that is absolutely insane. And a very fast Josephine here.
Yeah, very fast. There's a big opportunity right here. Karma coming out.
Wow.
And the stun and the counter. He needs a big play from the Cigar and the M Bison, or a proc from the Jameer. A proc from the Jameer would be gorgeous. Can he go for it? Here we go.
Yeah, FIRAS seemed to see all three stuns come out here with that third skill.
Yeah.
Oh,
gets it on the Josephine. You don't want to see that. Now the Josephine can deal more damage. No proc from him. Another stun on the Jameer. Will this Praha get the opportunity to save her team? You need to reduce the bar of this Nikki. A proc from Nikki or a proc from Vanessa will be super dangerous right now. Ooh, why did I say it? But it doesn't kill.
Just like that. It doesn't kill, which is really big because we've got the Daydream coming up here, sleeping everybody, but of course is going to be proccing the passive of the Josephine. Josephine getting a nice little stun on top of the Pra, and also going to be provoking a unit here, not getting the provoke on top of Jemaya.
I still like this draft. I still like the position where FIRAS is in, because finally Jameer comes online. He gets it, gets the resets. Praha can go for skill 3 or just wait for the Cardinal. The Cardinal will also have all the skills back. The problem is how dangerous Josephine is. Right now, you gotta risk it. Maybe go for skill 2 and then you don't get countered. Will he do it or will he just wait? He's thinking, goes for skill 2, I like the choice, but doesn't get the Josephine.
Yeah, I needed to get the Josephine there. We've got Fire and Bison with all skills available. Goes with the Psycho Crusher third skill. Looking for stuns on everybody, but only getting a stun here on the Tomo.
Yeah, you need to get a lot of damage out. The slow on the Nikki might be a big decisive point. A lot of damage. Big proc from the Jameer. She's almost dead, and now you can sleep with the Praha. The slow let her lap the Nikki, and with that, the Nikki will need a crazy proc right now.
Man, Josephine being an absolute problem right now. So many stuns coming out from this unit. The passive always feels like it's up as well here, but we've got a second skill available. I don't know where you could possibly put this for it to be super impact. Oh my God. Nikki with the initial turn, healing up the team here.
She will do a proc, and she gets it. We've been calling it the slows come again, and now Praha and Cardinal need to do this, but the stun on Cardinal, put your head down, sir. The head is down. He loses the turn, no proc incoming, and once again, Josephine has the opportunity to make a change in the pace of this match.
Yeah, I feel like ZEFA's going to get pretty much all skills up on everybody across the board, so Cigar needs to land true here, and it needs to land on the right unit. Vanessa's got everything available. I feel like Nikki's going to be getting that third skill up very shortly. Nice additional turns, though, popping up for Cigar.
But he does get resisted on the Josephine. I like his targeting. I think FIRAS is choosing the right monsters to target, you know, where to put a damage, where to reset, but a little bit unlucky so far. Let's see if he can pump some damage, kill this Nikki, and then go for the Josephine. Yes, that's what he do. The 1-2 punch hits one of them, will kill the other one, but this Tomoe is crazy. She's stunned this Cardinal twice in a row.
I think he goes for the skill too and gets the double kill on the Nikki and the Josephine.
I like the safe play. I would love that. Oh my God, but they're wrong.
Both. That is wild. Beautiful proc there from Praha. Able to take down the Josephine, which has been the problem unit. The provoke nicely placed on top of the Nikki. Now, I think FIRAS is in full control here.
The dragon, Jameer not getting killed is definitely the key moment. You know, when you fully upgrade that HP rune Stoic, that's what saved this Jameer. Even though the Tomoe keeps stunning and stunning, there's nothing you can do because the Jameer, the Praha, the resets from Cigar coming out. The Vanessa's trying to still fight this, but it's gonna be very difficult to bring it back. Beautiful composition, playing in his comfort zone. FIRAS has showed us what he's all about.
Yeah, he really has. He's going to keep coming away on top of this Vanessa. He's got to drop this unit first here. What a draft here for FIRAS. He did have it, in my opinion, coming into this match here. I did like his draft just a little bit better. It looked like he had just more control and just needed everything to land true. The stuff that pops up and really stops things is the resists and the violent procs that ZEFA was potentially getting and did get as well. But well done, FIRAS, taking a round 4 victory away for ZEFA. Guys, we get into our very first Game 5.
Game 5 is here, Stoic. I am so excited. And let me tell you something. The decision to pre-ban the Shizuka and play a very, very, very open game from FIRAS was incredible. Very, you know, bold and courageous, but it worked.
Yep, that's right. Pre-bans from last time, Pattern Shizuka, both available out here. Both units that FIRAS does like to draft there. Yeah, let's see what happens in this pre-ban. I feel like we can now pre-ban Gianna going into Game 5, and I think that's what FIRAS should be pre-banning now. So maybe that is why he pre-banned the Shizuka, so in case it was a Game 5, because he had full confidence in himself and winning that match right there, Gianna's the pre-ban here, and it makes his life so much easier for him.
Yeah, very good point. Let's see the pre-bans going to Tianlang and Nikki. I like the changes, the adaptation. You don't want to deal with that. You can't take the Shizuka away. Do you think that ZEFA will pick that as his first pick?
Potentially, because he's going to be taking a Gianna into this draft as well, but locking the 33 speed lead Oliver, I think, is a way better decision because FIRAS used that Oliver very, very well against ZEFA. So I do think we are going to be seeing the Gianna-style draft from ZEFA going into this match here. Curious to see what FIRAS is going to be drafting here because he should know the kind of comp that's going to be coming to the table here.
Yeah, very good point. He definitely shows that he wants that turn 1, the 33% speed lead, and now FIRAS response, stealing away a monster that counters the Oliver well, the Jameer, giving back cooldown, and then the Shizuka. Very strong unit, double strip coming out, very quick replies. The Pater is in there.
I'm nervous.
Segment also. Yeah, this is a very, very quick pick and ban.
Yep, very, very quick indeed. I mean, seeing a Game 5 and things looking like coming down to a Sekhmet, this is the biggest decider. Is Sekhmet consistent enough, or is Sekhmet going to be one of the main reasons why, you know, we see someone not win and someone else move forward? But we'll find out when we get into the match. But Woos is being drafted. Raccoony. I think Raccoony was essentially something FIRAS could have looked at.
I agree with you. Maybe the Raccoony instead of the Sekhmet, but he really wanted to land a turn 1 unit. Now the question is, do you just pick something to counter the Gianna and take out some of the sustain, or do you not deal with that turn 1 strip? Yeah, it's going to be a difficult moment. So many units to reset. You want to reset the Gianna, you want to reset the Wusa, you want to reset the Oliver and the Cardinal. His trusted, you know, unit, either him or Praha would have been great here, but I think it kind of tells us in what direction FIRAS ban is going.
Wow, look at that. So Connell, or the Fire and Bison's going to get banned out here. And then Woosa's going to get banned. We got a 24 and a 33 speed lead for ZEFA here. Is the 24 enough for the Sekhmet to take turn one? We're about to find out. I believe so.
I believe in Sekhmet gameplays. Here we go. Sekhmet with turn one. She's going to try to get that reset. Does she go for Gianna? Does she go for Oliver? 3, 2, 1. Goes for the Oliver and lands the reset.
Yep, landed indeed. I think he's not too worried about the Gianna because he has that pattern on the field as well. So I do like the reset there on top of the Oliver, and we've got Gianna trying to just do a little bit of something and opting to go with these massive skill 1 damage on top of Jemire. FIRAS might be put at a disadvantage already, losing potentially the Jemire soon.
That is so much damage, Stoic. Right now, he has to balance out, you know, try to think how he can take his team back, because the Raccoon is going to keep everyone alive and it's going to be so difficult to kill. I don't know if he can make this Jemire survive for one more turn.
I was going to say, he has to go with the second skill. He needs to limit the bomb damage and get the attack break on top of the Gianna. But there you go. We've got Jemire getting dropped here, and being down a unit right now is pretty devastating in my opinion for FIRAS. He's going to go with a nice skill too. Needs a lot of defense breaks, but doesn't get it on top of the Gianna. This is an attack broken bomb that's not going to be happening right now.
Yeah, very smart use right there. I don't know if people noticed, but he put the bomb even through immunity to get out of those debuffs. Very interesting use of it, ZEFA. And now Big Brock, he can try to either hit the Oliver or the Cadiz. He has a choice. Both defense broken.
Damage,
oh my
man.
God, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, he's got to bring back the Jemire. Jemire can skill 1 to finish off that Cadiz. I think that's what he's going to be doing here. And I think the skill 1, oh, I mean, he has that skill 3 available, but he can bring that unit back later. I agree with that. I think that's the kill there. Take the Cadiz down, which is really, really big, because ZEFA does not have a way of bringing units back.
I like that choice as well. More aggressive, Stoic, and the Pater is already showing its value, you know? So you got to take care of that unit. As the game goes on, the Shizuka will be able to try to bring this Jemire back, and he can use third skill. So you need to kill the Shizuka as quickly as possible.
Yeah, almost 2k per hit with this Gianna, so it's doing a lot of damage right now with those skill 1s, also gaining a little bit of attack bar as well. I think we need to see more attack breaks going out on top of the Gianna. Keep those bomb damages nice and low, and he is going to be doing that. Of course, the Recleanse is going to be coming out from the Raccoon as well. Raccoon is popping up this more Gianna so we can get more bombs onto the field.
Yeah, the Gianna has 2 bombs on this Pater, and with this, the Shizuka will die, and ZEFA looking very much in control, because even if this Pater procs, he's just gonna die to the bombs. Gets a very important stun. He can get a reset on this Oliver. Resisted. He has skill 2, goes for the reset on the Pater, and now the Raccoon and the Gianna showing the dominance of the bomb damage, the sustain continuously right here, and now it will be probably the death of Tipater.
That's it. FIRAS is going to be losing this one right here because Sekhmet just does not have what it takes to go up against these absolute monsters of units here. We're taking it in right now. Taking it in. This is as far as FIRAS has ever come in SWC. Congratulations, though, to the round 5 winner, ZEFA.
And that's how ZEFA took it after our first 5-round game in a best of 5. Congratulations to ZEFA, and it was so fun watching FIRAS play those games. And what an exciting way to conclude it there, Stoic. Both of these players playing at the absolute top of their game. It was so cool to see.
Yep, really, really well played. I loved watching both these players play out these the Game 5 matches. So all this best of 5 has been phenomenal. ZEFA is an incredible player. FIRAS is an incredible player. We watch FIRAS do lots of things. We know he's a planner. We know he's a strategist out here in the Summoners War community. But ZEFA is known to be such a clean drafter and a clean player. I thought ZEFA really played his matches, and he did so well. Because the matches that ZEFA lost were very good matches for FIRAS. Nothing really came over as like, wow, just so-and-so resisted and violent proc and got all of this like edge off one of another. This was a great best of 5 between these two players.
It was a really great exchange, like you said there, Stoic. Yeah, Seppi, walk me through some of these highlights. Tell me about the games we just had.
Man, I agree with Stoic. It was just a beautiful showing from both of these players. We saw a lot of different picks, you know, the Momo coming out here, the Mei Hoang when it was a great opportunity, the Rakuni being a very important unit, and then the Camilla also winning a crazy game that we did not expect her to win with a very clutch Vanessa. So I just wanted to congratulate both players. Great strategists. It was amazing to see some different picks and a game up to 5, you know, very, very close battle.
It's rare that we get to see something like that, and I think it's actually the first that we've seen across all 3 days of the prelims so far, and it felt like a really good one to have 5 games of. Like Stoic, like you pointed out, these players, we didn't even get 2 in a row from anybody. It was always we're trading the games back and forth. Both of these players are in each other's heads, and there's that moment too where ZEFA brought the Cadiz, and it dealt some crazy damage early.
Yeah, the Cadiz is bringing so much damage, so much volatility to these matches here. It's definitely something that FIRAS was very wary about because he had banned it in a match once before and then letting it through, just bringing so much damage to his Jamair. It was a tough one. It really was a tough match right there, that last one for FIRAS, but I think FIRAS played great. He played his matches through ZEFA. ZEFA, once again, like we have been saying, he's a very, very strong player, someone that we've always seen. I feel like we've seen him in almost all the SWCs that he's been here for such a long time. I want to say maybe only a couple SWCs he didn't make it to, but he's just been such a strong player and someone that a lot of people worry about every single year.
Yeah, and really brings the question, do you like Cadiz? Brings it a whole new meaning, asking the chat. So Seppi, that was one of my favorite units that I saw. We love, and we've complimented ZEFA's drafts this whole day today. What was your favorite match? What was your favorite draft that he brought?
Very good point. My favorite draft from him for sure was the Leo game, you know, the Momo coming out. Great unit into no immunity. He kind of pre-banned very well. He planned it out, and it was an amazing masterclass of a draft. And then on the other side for FIRAS, it was the game where he brought in the Cardinal, you know, and banned the Riley and completely dominated the match.
Oh yeah, and that was one of my favorites as well, and I think FIRAS did a really good job too. Stoic, you complimented him a couple times. You said that he's a strategist, and I would say that's exactly what he is. He reflects, he strategizes, he brings a great draft, and then he executes on it really well. And I can't wait to hear a World Arena podcast episode about this, man.
I know, I can't wait for it either. I'm pretty sure his co-caster for the World Arena podcast is going to be poking lots of fun at him for this one. But hey, you can't poke fun at him. He made his way here. This is as far as FIRAS has come in an America's Cup prelims. So big congrats to him. He made it. I do look forward to that podcast though.
Yeah, me too, man. And seeing more of ZEFA is going to be so cool. Now, Seppi, great news, man. The next game that we're going into does include BITTA, who I know that you're looking forward to watching more games of. It's going to be RHYS versus BITTA. What do you think looking ahead to that match?
Okay, we saw a certain yellow dragon that keeps eluding me to have that beautiful Tableau Jameer combo in this match, but now we're gonna see a player that is the core of his comp, right? This is a Tableau Jameer player, has a lot of varieties, a lot of fast swift units, the Etna, the Wusa, you know, the Snipe with the Mogalong and Icarus. The real question is, will BITTA have something to surprise us? You know, has he prepared something else to beat RHYS? And will he be able to be a Brazilian back in the America's Cup? You know, shout out to Daniel Carioca for making it there, you know, representing the country. So let's see if we get another Brazilian in there. DRMZJOSEPHG is one Southern American player already guaranteed, so it'd be nice to get a second one.
It would be really nice. Here we go. So here's another look at BITTA there, Stoic. And we got a little glimpse of it when Seppi was talking about BITTA's playstyle before. But we see that Tableau and Jameer along with the Snipe comp. Tell me what you anticipate BITTA is going to try to do this time and how his opponent could try to adapt to it.
Well, you said it right there. I almost don't want to anticipate anything that BITTA is going to be bringing to the table here, because I think that was one of his biggest problems going up against Big V. Big V anticipated everything BITTA tried to bring to the table, and that was heavily regarding the Tableau, the Jamair. BITTA almost looked like he couldn't play without these two units here. So if he has that similar play style going into this match, I don't think things bode well for BITTA. He cannot rely on these two units to bring him victory here. He's got to be unpredictable. I don't want to be predictable or predict what BITTA is going to be doing here, because it was those two units that he became very, very reliant on.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He was really using both of those two units as kind of a crutch. He was relying on one or the other. And we've been seeing Jameer kind of pop his head in every so often, maybe sans the tableau sometimes there, Seppi. Now, here's another look at RHYS. We've already seen RHYS play earlier today up against THOMPSIN, so we kind of have a more updated look at what he's been bringing. What do you anticipate that he's going to bring in the first draft here?
I think it's going to be interesting, Evan. I don't know if he's going to try to fight, you know, a turn one comp and fight for speed against that. This is a guy that has played full seasons as a cleave, right, in BITTA. So he has to make a very smart choice of, do I just try to counter him like he did with THOMPSIN very effectively, you know, bringing the turn two units like the Vanessa, the Juno, the Rakuni, the Shizuka, or will he try to fight for speed? We know he has a very fast Etna, 33% on the Oliver. So it's going to be interesting to see in what direction he goes. I would prefer the first one, but if he can guarantee that he has very fast Swift runes, let's see a speed race, you know, like let's use the fastest.
Yeah, let's see, because if anybody could try to outpace you, it's probably going to be the Tableau Jameer player. Here we go, everybody. We're going into the next game. RHYS versus BITTA in the semifinals for another best of 5. Stoic and Seppi, get ready to go.
All right, those pre-bans getting locked in right here. Let's see how well these players have been paying attention to each other. We know RHYS has brought the trio there, the Oliver Miles and Rakuni. And then, of course, we know about the Tableau and Jameer from BITTA. And that Tableau is going to be getting the ban here, but so is the Moor.
I like the respect. You can't let a player play, you know, comfortably with his comp that he's used to destroying people in. The Oliver coming out already, so he's telling us I'm going turn one. BITTA adjusting, bringing the Rakuni and the Miles, so he has prepared something different for us, Stoic.
Yeah, most definitely. Or he could be just taking those units away from RHYS here, because we knew that RHYS does bring that trio there to the table. But I also like that BITTA paid attention to the last match with RHYS and THOMPSIN. Moore played a very, very big pot when it came to that, and you could see it made into the pre-ban. But RHYS looking to bring a Wusa in a Verti-heal in his draft.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Kind of early Verti-heal pick. I would love to know what he's thinking about, but the Mei Ho Ang coming out very strong against the Oliver, very strong against this Verti-heal, but you only have one strip so far on your side, so you need a second one. And Gio coming out, a unit that you actually started using way before it was in fashion.
That's right. I was using Gio before it was cool. So here it is now coming into SWC. You're welcome. I think a unit I'd really like to see BITTA use here is like a Fire Cassandra. I feel like you can probably go and ban whatever these last two units are. It could potentially be the Tessarian, could be whatever this fifth pick here is. And then you do the post ban where we have Fire Vanessa come in and just snipe out the Verti-heal, and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, very interesting. I like the direction you're thinking about. The Molong bringing something that's really good to deal with Rakuni, and we haven't seen a lot, which is Rakuni keeps units alive. So once you get someone over, you know, that 70-something%, you can just come in with the Molong, snipe them out. So I like that pick. The question is, will it go through? Because now he's comfortable against this Oliver. He's comfortable against the Wusa, and it tells you that he's not going to ban that. So the Etna comes in, and another turn one option together with a Miles. What would you think would be banned here? Are you most afraid of this Tessa or of the Verd? The Verd.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be the Verd there. Verd gets knocked out, which definitely makes sense. And, you know, getting rid of one of the strips there in the form of this Gio, we know how good the Gio is nowadays. So, by no surprise seeing that getting banned out. But speed lead coming out for RHYS. HP lead for BITTA as we get into our very first match between the two of them. Let's get into it with an Etna kicking things off for us.
Etna and the Miles following closely. Who will he target with the skill 3 trying to get that stun? Goes for this Oliver and gets it. He has one more opportunity to stun another unit, just goes for damage on the Oliver, and now he has to pray for this Oliver not to proc out of it. Here we go, no proc from Oliver. Right?
You go to use that second skill right there onto the Ethna. Obviously, he's priming up his Molong for the snipe. I think he definitely goes to the Rakuni and tries to get that nice early Oblivion. Does get that additional turn, though. Let's see if he tries to get that Oblivion now. Does land it, and the defense break as well, because that's a Break the Salt going on to Ethna. And no additional turns there. That is a Vampire Molong.
Ooh. I gotta tell you, the Molong versus Raccooni is a very smart choice, like we talked about. It's a monster that just removes stuff and doesn't give the staying power. Can he remove the Oliver? 1 HP on the Oliver, Stoic.
Yeah, 1 HP. I don't know if Miles has a skill 2 available, and it does not, unless, of course, it violent procs into it and then gets
well, now it has it.
It does now. So that's kind of rough that it happened right there. Very unfortunate for RHYS, but hey, that is Summoner's War for you. The Oblivion is finally landing on top of the Raccooni, though.
Yeah, the Raccooni now gets out of that Oblivion. This is going to be an interesting match for this Tessa. The Tessa needs to start landing that again consistently until the Molong gets his Reckless Assault back. Can this Wusa reduce HP enough so Molong can Reckless, remembering this is a Vampire Molong, not a Vio Molong, so he won't get the skills quicker.
Nope, he will not, but it looks like he is going to be trying to go down the route of lowering the HP of one and then lowering the HP of another. I think he's trying to prepare himself for a moment where he can Reckless out the Miles, because the Miles is going to be the problem unit here.
Yeah, you need to land stuff, but the Raccooni's 100% res probably, and if the Tessa puts Oblivion on the Miles, probably going to get cleansed. So it's a very difficult game of rat and mouse, or sorry, cat and mouse, and now a lot of damage on the Tessarion. Here we go, any stuns from the Molong, but the Raccooni's gonna cleanse that. He can just cleanse, give the turn to himself again, a lot of damage from the Miles. Will he be able to kill this Tessa before the Molong Reckless is back?
Exactly, it's kind of what it's coming down to. So it's like a ticking time bomb for this Reckless Assault here. He does get a really, really nice second skill there onto the Miles. So looking for an Oblivion, does nail the Oblivion, has that second skill available. This can be a lot of damage though. Opts to get another Oblivion on top of the Fire. Monk King finishes off the Miles with the Reckless Assault.
The Riz Molong coming in the clutch. Great pick against this comp. No proc from the Monkey. Lots of damage from the Tessa. Looks like it's getting locked down. This Raccooni needs a crazy change in pace right now. Can he proc? Can this Monkey remove the Tessa from the field? And it is dead. We got a 2v2, 2 water versus 2 fire. And Stoic, generally 2 water units always beat 2 fire units, but these are not 2 normal fire units.
Exactly, these are not your 2 normal fire units, and I think if this Fire Monk King and Raccooni are able to get enough violent procs here, we could be singing a different tune, but he really needs to drop the Raccooni. Does get the kill on the Raccooni. I do think this ends it here for BITTA, but BITTA really does need to see a lot of additional turns, but so is Wusa. Wusa procking is a very dangerous unit. Goes with a big second skill, doesn't finish off that Molong just yet. He's got to throw up shields and immunity to keep himself alive.
Yeah, very interesting 1v1. Can this Monkey solo? He needs a big proc into skill 2 right now, so he's praying to the RNG gods. Doesn't get it. The Molong can try to go for the second skill. Additional damage. The Wusa will kill him. Yes, sir. Rez with the first win in this incredible match.
That was a very, very good match between the 2 of those guys. I love that back and forth. It was very good. We saw our 2 fire units stay so tall against these water units in there too, which is so crazy to see. It's so funny that we live in a world where opposite element doesn't matter in some cases.
If that Raccooni managed to stay alive for 1 more turn, he could have changed the game. So very good draft from his side. The Molong proved to be a great counter to the Raccooni strat, you know, and amazing first game.
I definitely like that. I think that was definitely a safe route, especially synergize with that Wusa pick coming from RHYS as well. So big fan of it. I like that. It's kind of what I wanted to see. I wanted to see like a big, you know, snipe style unit, and Molong fit the bill there with that Reckless Assault. But RHYS has first 2 picks here, taking his time. Looks like he's going to be bringing an Ethna and potentially a Raccooni.
Yeah, very, very interesting. The Etna coming out. Will he pick a speed lead with it? We still have Vanessa available. The Shizuka comes out. The BITTA stealing the more, and now once again, Raccooni, Miles. Let's see if it works for him. The Molong might come out. I don't know how strong it is into this. He has 2 water units already, so better wait for that last pick. And the Praha with sustain and control coming in for RHYS.
Yeah, I really, really like the Pra. I think Pra's an excellent draft right now. Going up against BITTA. I do like the Raccooni and the Miles, though.
Ooh, we have an interesting choice right here. Xing Jie, and Diana into Xing Jie tells you that that he's banning the Xing Jie because it is a dangerous counter.
That's so interesting to see that. So Xing Jie hits the field, but Josephine gets drafted, which totally makes sense. But it was almost like preemptive, like you took a Diana after seeing the Wind Monkey King, but that to me says you're banning out the Wind Monkey King.
Exactly. I agree with you, but it looks like he's going to ban the Diana, right? Because if you know that the Wind Monkey King is gone, it's going to be really difficult to hold this Diana down with a Rakuni, or you take out the Rakuni and then there's no sustain, no healing.
Correct. I think you have to take out the Rakuni because RHYS is in a position where he doesn't have a lot of damage. He should know he's losing that Wind Monkey King. He knows that's not going to make it through here. And it makes it through there, and that's why he banned it out. You know, I like RHYS's draft now that the Wind Monkey King doesn't get banned, though.
I agree with you, and the Rakuni was a great ban, is what we expected. I'm surprised that the Xing Jie didn't get banned, but you know what? Maybe he was more afraid of the Etna. The Etna has a lot of damage potential. Let's see what he can do with the turn one. Gets the stun on the Praha. That is beautiful. He continues, doesn't use the AoE, and right now you gotta land that provoke. No, he saves it. Oh, but a proc from the Praha already right here, and can sleep and control the opponent.
Yeah, it looks like he just wanted to get the passive up and over with the Josephine, because I kind of think that he should have went for the skill 2, but the skill 2 is looking even better right now. So the provoke does land on top of this Shizuku, who's going to get a nice skill 2 back into her so she can get that third skill up as soon as possible.
Yeah, this Diana will have an interesting moment right now. She doesn't go, or it continues and gets stunned back from the monkey. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, let's see what happens. RHYS does have skills available, and I think he goes for it knowing the passive is down on the Josephine and does go for it. He's got to stay on this horse. Gets the defense break as well. Starts pummeling the damage. No additional turns. Taking advantage of that defense break again. Second scale coming out. Push skip the attack bar is doing so much damage. Diana's looking like dropping already.
Yeah, this Xing Jie doing the work. We knew it was going to be very difficult, but if he kills the Diana, it's probably impossible to win this match. Diana goes down stoic. It's 3 water versus a Wind Monkey.
I mean, this comes down to draft where I think that pick ban was way too important. You know, not banning that Wind Monkey King. I just don't know how you get around this.
Yeah, RHYS prepared really well, bringing on the Etna, and then slapping the Wind Monkey King. Gets a very good proc. The Death Break lands. Now the Shizuka just waiting for her skills to come back. And the only, opportunity that BITTA has is this Josephine doing some magic. I feel like this Josephine's a little bit lost.
It is. The Josephine does feel a little bit lost here. I know the Josephine can be a really good pickup against his Xing He, but not when RHYS says so many times he's bringing this passive. As soon as BITTA gets the passive, RHYS is proccing the passive, but he doesn't care. He's got 3 things that he could put that passive right back down. It's almost like working in RHYS's favor where he doesn't have to worry about the Josephine.
Mm-hmm. The damage a little bit lacking, and this monkey is just so high in HP. Gets another stun, gives Josephine the passive again. She's used, goes into cooldown, gets a nice provoke, and he's stunned, double stun. And if this Shizuka gets to another turn, she'll be able to control the whole match.
Definitely, and that's going to get really, really impactful the second we see that third skill hit the field there, and more healing is going to be coming from Abelio there. He's got second skill. He's going to pummel away and shatter that shield on top of the Miles with, of course, an additional turn, looking for a stun and not receiving it, though.
Can he kill with only the damage of these 2 monsters? Oh, interesting proc. Does the Shizuka lap the Miles or no? Oh,
wow, we went for that there. Oh, does get the trip into the kill. That's actually really big right there that he was able to get that, but keep in mind, I do think Praha died with third skill available potentially, so he could use that second skill to bring back Praha to have that heal on deck. Oh my lord, so many additional turns coming out of this Abelio though. Oh man, writing was on the wall with that one. RHYS gets another victory over BITTA.
Oh, Stoic. Yeah, we got to go back to the draft. RHYS just had a superior draft, prepared really well for the heavy water draft on BITTA's side, and took out the unit that was the biggest threat, the Raccoon. Keeping people alive, you know, not letting kill anyone. So he just did that, and surprisingly, the Zhengzhe got through, and he just said, thank you. I don't think you'll ever kill that monkey.
Yeah, exactly. We know this unit to be very, very tanky and very, very tough to deal with. And I know the Josephine does have value when a Xinghe is on the field. But I will say at the moment of when Xinghe was drafted, I didn't think Xinghe was going to be that impactful. Up until BITTA had drafted Diana and justified that Xinghe even more.
Good point. Good point. Let's see the adaptation right now. We saw Oliver and Jameer pre-ban on the last one. Now we swap to Tableau and Praha. RHYS has been very diligent. He doesn't want to let BITTA play with his comfort comp. Tableau and Jameer is not going to be seen today. So will he try the Raccoon Miles for a third time, knowing that RHYS is ready for it?
Yeah, because RHYS is responding very, very well to Raccoon's Mile, Oliver, all of it. And BITTA it has to draft something here. I don't know if he goes with the Jameer style play again, or at all.
I like the swap. It's proven that he's been getting outdrafted, so he goes for a Vanessa Wusa, a little bit more comfortable for him. Maybe he can still bring the Jameer and maybe an Etna. An Etna looks very strong into these double water units. Obviously weaker against the Verd, but really good against Miles and against Moore.
Yeah, this has to be a violent Verd heal. I just don't see this being a triple revenge Verd being drafted at this place in the draft. It has to be a violent revenge Verd for sure here. BITTA is looking to respond, and there's like a lot of options that he can bring to the table, but whatever those options are, I think they need to be aggressive, and there we go. That's the kind of aggressive draft that I do want to see going into this match. I think the Molong is excellent. I think Ethna is a solid pick here, but a triple fire draft coming from RHYS now.
Woo, very interesting. Okay, I gotta tell you something, Stoic. This Raccoon has to be banned, and now bringing a less pick water unit that can do a lot of damage would be amazing. There's a lot of weird options in the meta, but you can bring something right now. Get rid of that Raccoon. Oh, Camilla is great. Water unit. Does that tell us that he wants to ban either the Raccoon or the Miles and try to win with the protection of this Wusa?
I think so. I think he does ban out the Raccoon here. I'm kind of strange why this Fire Monkey King got put here instead of the Oliver. I thought Oliver would have been a way better pick for RHYS to drop in there, and the Raccoon is going to be getting the ban, and so does the Camilla.
I like the bans. This Etna will be super key on turn one. Can she get rid of anyone, or will the Miles take turn one? Let's find out. The Wusa is very fast and takes turn one and is going to be followed closely by the Etna, so he can try to snipe this. It's a very tanky Miles. Here we go. Etna trying to go for the stun. Resisted.
No stun coming through there. He needs to get that stun, though, on top of this Molong. Molong's going to be primed and ready for a reckless assault, and he does get the additional turn, starting to pump a little bit into that Etna as well.
Yeah, that stun was super key, and now with the Vertihil, he can just go around the world, salt in the wound with this stun, because the Verd will make his whole team go ahead. He can land the death break on the Etna and kill her twice. I wouldn't even go for the Vanessa. I love what he's doing. You know, RHYS is just very decisive. He knows what he wants to do, and he does it. The reduction from the Moore coming in, he can remove the Etna from the field. Wusa is on Swift and doesn't have a chance to proc. This Miles keeps controlling. The Molong can try to remove him from the field. Is that enough for the Reckless, or does he not risk it?
The problem with the Reckless Assault is that his is on Violent, not on Vampire, and that's the toughest position he's in right now, because if he tries to take out a unit, he's going to be taking out his own unit to go up against a Moore and Fire Monkey King. And the Fire Monkey King, very good up against opposite element.
Yeah, very strong. The Wusa right now protecting the team, but we have a Miles on the other side that can strip and stun. He got the shield, but didn't get the immunity. This is important. He goes for the Reckless this time and removes the Miles. The question right now is there enough damage for this Vanessa to die, or can the Vanessa proc a couple times into this revive? I really like his decision. I really like his decision, Stoic.
It's not terrible here, but even with the procs coming from this Vanessa's going to go ahead and get a unit up here, and it's not going to have a lot of HP, and it's not going to matter too much because we get a 3-0 for RHYS.
RHYS with the decisive and confident 3-0. He is moving on to the America's Cup proper. That is exactly how I would describe him. He really showed patience in that last game. Seppi, you called him decisive, and I really think that his comfort in those matches really shone through.
Totally agree, man. He's the guy that took out a former champ, you know? He took out THOMPSIN. He's showing it off right here and very consistent drafts. He showed how to play against Rakuni Miles. So if you're in chat, take notes, you know? Remove one of those units from the field so you don't give the chance for the Rakuni to keep bringing people back up, you know? A Molong's a great way to counter that. He also showed how to use the Miles effectively even without the Rakuni.
Yeah, actually, Stoic, I wanted to talk to you about that. What did you think of RHYS's answer to Rakuni with the Molong?
I really liked it. The Vampire Molong at that. That was a phenomenal decision to go with that unit because Wusa offers a lot of support for Molong, especially a Vampire Molong, because Wusa is able to proc get that second skill up so much because we went and saw the Reckless Assault happen. Reckless Assault's supposed to take your Molong and put it at a massive disadvantage, and that's not what happens when you put it on Violent and you pair it up with a Wusa. It brings just the right amount of sustain, but in that last matchup against BITTA, the Wusa and the Molong did not make an excellent combination with each other. We did not have the Vampire Molong in this case. We had a Violent Molong, and the Violent Molong didn't really pop off like a Violent Molong either, though.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And RHYS seemed more than comfortable with that trade. As soon as BITTA used the Reckless to take out the Miles, you could see he was like, okay, I'm going to boost attack bar and I'm going to take out the rest. I think he was, he felt very confident in that last game that he could handle it. And so, Seppi, you also called it out in round 2 that if that Diana were to stay in the game, Jing needed to leave. And I think that was ultimately the downfall in that game.
Yeah, definitely. The draft was too strong on RHYS' side. You know, he had the Etna and the Jing, both win units into triple water, but the Jing was definitely the most dangerous. It's the tankiest. You know, the Etna is easier to remove, like it was shown on the last game by RHYS. And I wanted to talk about something else. So third match, I think the BITTA adapted a little bit better, and I don't think that was a Vile Molong. I think it was probably Swift because it was very fast. The only thing is that the Miles cut in between the Molong and the Wusa, so he didn't have enough damage to finish someone. If the Miles either missed the stun or if he didn't cut in, that Molong would have been able to remove someone from the field, right? So that's the only thing. I like the idea. It was maybe a little bit more speed. Molong with a base speed of 96 maybe didn't have enough to be faster in a mile.
That's
so
it's a
little
really
details like that.
Point. It's a really good point and something that's frankly easy to overlook, and you know, the minutiae of what happens in those opening turns, right? Like that could be something that's easy to overlook, and it is a tall order to try to get Molong to move amongst the greats, like, you know, the Miles, the Wusas, etc., like you were just talking about. Ultimately, I think BITTA put up a really good fight there, and you know, even in that round 2, I could also see why he may have thought it would be a decent idea to keep the Jing around, because then every single one of the units was an activator for his Josephine, but I think that's kind of an easy way to kind of get a little bit blinded there, Stoic. I think that might have been a little bit of tunnel vision towards one strat.
Yeah, 100%. And I love the strat that that RHYS brought to the table here. RHYS is actually our only person to go longest route to qualify for America's Cup as well, because he was on that lower side where we watched DRMZJOSEPH have a shorter route in the redemption bracket where he was in that second spot there, and DRMZJOSEPH qualified. And then same goes for ZEFA. ZEFA was also in that spot. So congratulations for RHYS for making the long way to make it to America's Cup. So big congrats to him, and all of his matches were well played.
Man, proving that he is not just a one-hit wonder. He can do it again and again and again. He can take down champions, and he can make his way to the America's Cup proper. Now, before we wrap up today, the final day of the preliminaries, we have one last set, and boy, is it a crazy one. We've got TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI, a proper climactic finish to this bracket. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting games that we've seen thus far, guys.
It really is. I mean, this is the America's Cup final of last year, and it's happening right now. TRUEWHALE and RAIGEKI, this is one for the ages.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, Stoic. Agree with you. You know when you're like eating and you have a delicious dessert at the end? That's how I felt today in the beginning of the day. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe we're going to get this as the last match. So super excited to see who's going to be the last person qualifying for the Americas.
I know. I feel so greedy getting this, wanting this game, but yet I feel like we deserve it. What a great bookend to an awesome day. Stoic, why don't you walk us through some more TRUEWHALE information here, as if we haven't done it already today.
I know. We know so much about this guy. We see him in every Legend tournament, it feels. But TRUEWHALE, man, we've seen him. He's been opting to go for more control so far this SWC, where in the past we've known him as this very aggressive player, bringing high damage, high volatility, in lots of LD Nat 5s. And I feel like that's not what we have been seeing. We've been seeing a different side of TRUEWHALE, where he brings less LD Nat 5s and then less aggression, but more control in his book here. But I do think that's something he has on the back end, where he can bring that high volatility, high aggression, and I think that's the danger of playing players like him, where it's like you think you got it all figured out, and then there's a change, but who knows, because we know his opponent he's going up against, and this man is very good at drafting.
It's RAIGEKI, and RAIGEKI gives us so many gifts, man. Like, he's the one that gave me the Carlos pick last year at America's Cup. RAIGEKI is just such a fun player to watch here, Seppi.
I agree with you. He's probably one of the strongest drafters that we have all around in all of the cups, you know, and it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts to this very dominant strategy of the turn one Wedjet with, you know, the mixes of Volantis, the Laura, the Oliver coming out. Will he try to outspeed with his Sekhmet, which today has been doing better than expected, but still sometimes not enough? Or will he steal some of these units away? He has a Volantis himself. Will we get something weird like an Oberon coming out to snipe people? Stoic, I can guarantee you that the Oberon is not in the same semi-sniper group. He will kill people if he gets through.
Yes, this Oberon definitely will kill people if that's what's going to be happening here. So I would expect RAIGEKI to have his ruined as such. Maybe not a light Ezio, but Oberon can do it.
Well, we could only dream for the light Ezio, but that's the thing about RAIGEKI. He's got that flexibility, he's got the monsters to back it up, and with things like the Oberon, we could see some really interesting combinations, you know, such as like a monster that can res into the snipe from Oberon for a round 2 from a sequel of the opener. Guys, I'm so excited to send us into this awesome final set. TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI in the last game of the prelims, day 3. Seppi, Stoic, take it away.
Let's get into it, guys. TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI. This is a best of 5 pre-bans getting locked in right now.
What an incredible match, Stoic. 2 top 10 players, 2 of the best players in the world going at each other, and you can see that they studied each other. We said Wedjet and we said Sekhmet, and both of the monsters are pre-banned. RAIGEKI stealing the Laura away. We talked about how high prior this monster was going to be, and the monster that you think needs a buff, Ragdoll, already showing.
Oh yeah, definitely. Buff Ragdoll, guys. That needs to happen. Laura, I would love a Laura myself, though. I would trade a Ragdoll for a Laura, actually. Shizuka and Juno being drafted by RAIGEKI. Now that Juno says Volantis is hitting the field, if that's what's happening here for RAIGEKI. I know that TRUEWHALE also has a Volantis himself. We saw a great drafting with this Volantis that TRUEWHALE has, but it looks like Miles and Raccoon are going to be hitting the field. And this says, and Oliver might be wrapping up our draft, yeah.
Very good point, Stoic. And I think we're going to see Juno swapping sides a lot, because the Juno not only pairs really well with Volantis, but also says you can't pick your Volantis into me unless you ban this Juno, right? So it's a very strong monster in this specific matchup. These players have a lot of overlapping LDs, and the Abellio is actually a really good pick into this. Oh my God, he heard us. He's listening. Please chat.
No
He's
way.
Definitely listening. Bringing on the Oberon now on the other side, flashing a monster that was once the owner of the meta. Ooh, Julianne, actually.
Yeah, Julianne's quite interesting. I actually really like the Light Vampire. It's a solid unit to be locking in right now. I do think the Oberon is a very dangerous unit to be locking in right now. Oberon might actually be the ban here, and it is going to be the ban here. And out of everything on the other side of the field, forget about Ragdoll. Buff that unit, ban the Rat.
You gotta ban the rat. You gotta ban Raccoony. You know, and I don't know if people got my joke of rat and mouse instead of cat and mouse because Raccoony was in the game, but you know what? We're here all day. Let's go. Miles with turn 1, going for the strip and stun and gets it on the Laura. We know this. Laura is an incredible unit, but right now, the Wusa has an option. Do I go for more damage or do I put this up with a risk of Juno stripping it? I like his choice. It is something that, you know, it might take everything away. Oh my God, this Juno probably has a lot of accuracy.
Yeah, it's a lot of despair stuns as well happening on top of the Wusa and that Miles. We get a nice stun from this, the light vampire getting a nice stun on top of Laura.
Yeah, I like the Ragdoll still dealing some damage in there because the Abelio was gonna heal anyway, so you get the passive out of the way. He gives back the cooldown for the Abelio. Now, who is going to be the target? He's dealing damage on that Ragdoll. The Julian needs a couple procs. You know, it's the kind of monster that one of his kills deals tons of damage. The other one's just a filler. Here we go. Does she use it? All things in nature. Let's go. And gets everything but the Wusa with a good proc to get some healing on this Ragdoll.
Yeah, it's a very nice proc. They're going with the second skill there onto the Laura. Laura seems to be the unit of focus for TRUEWHALE right now. He wants to eliminate this as soon as possible. We do have all skills available with the Julianne. Julianne's going to probably continually pump away at this Laura, and this is probably where that damage should go.
I agree with you. I really like that choice. And the thing is, you can try to strip those buffs. She not necessarily will be revived, and she gets the clutch stun on the Miles. The main damage unit, the Wusa has to keep hitting, goes on her, and now the Ragdoll has a big chance. Stoic, do you think this Ragdoll hits harder than yours?
No, it's impossible. I've got one of the best ragdolls in the game here. But hey, I'm sure it does really well for TRUEWHALE standards here. We've got skills available here with Juno, looking for a despair stun on top of the Julian, but Julian now cleanses himself before he takes that turn. What an incredible buff to this unit, making it extremely impactful. And I mean, we're going to keep seeing this damage go right into this Laura. Laura wants to be the unit that TRUEWHALE wants to get rid of the most.
Yes, and I love that he went for the kill even with a revive because he has a Ragdoll coming in right after it. If he procs, he can get a kill on this Laura. Let's see how hard it hits. It doesn't get the proc to finish up the job, and now the Laura with AoE, lots of additional damage. And coming out, the Julianne has the opportunity to finish her off, and she's already below the threshold of a Abelio passive.
Laura's definitely going to be dropped there. Julianne's still alive with more damage coming into Shizuka. Shizuka being the unit of focus right now. And that Juno, we know this Juno be ruined very, very well. One of the best rune Junos in the game, actually. And, man, Shizuka being able to violent proc is quite dangerous as well. RAIGEKI's got a lot of good things going for him right now.
Yeah, RAIGEKI is using the strategy of getting the whole team down through the Julianne. The Julianne says bye-bye. The main damage unit is out, but the thing is, the Ragdoll will have his ignore defense if the Juno does not stun him. Oh my God. This Juno
Miles has to go for skill 1.
Revenge.
Miles has to go for skill 1. Oh no, he's got to protect himself. Oh, this is so crazy. I think he has to protect himself to be real.
Or try to go, the heal though, I like the heal. Please don't stun the well, now the Ragdoll is above threshold.
Yeah, there's no way you go for the Ragdoll, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, all Ragdolls are built on violent. He's got to keep pummeling away with second skill. I don't think you even bother with the first. You got to go second skill right into that Juno. Juno's got to go. This is a unit that he's got to have to deal with. If he had violented with that Ragdoll, that would have been, well, he can't violent because obviously we got the cut in from the Abelio, but still, man.
I really like RAIGEKI's draft right here. Stealing the Laura away has done so much for him. The Ragdoll needs to do some magic, like, you know, a proc into the ignore defense once again, but this Abelio is gonna finish off the Wusa, and RAIGEKI takes game 1.
Oh man, that was a well-played match by RAIGEKI. Both players drafted really, really well. Minus Ragdoll being on this field, I just feel like he doesn't belong anywhere anymore. But hey, it was a great match between the two of them. Ragdoll wasn't that bad, guys. It was okay.
Woo, let's go. The pre-bans of last rounds will not be here again, so TRUEWHALE can bring this back with that Wedget. The question is, does he pre-ban the Laura so TRUEWHALE doesn't get it, or does he hope Laura is not first picked?
Ooh, there's the kind of interesting ban He chose to ban the Connell, and the Water Ryu getting banned out. That's what RAIGEKI chooses. So TRUEWHALE's got the first pick here. What does he take away from RAIGEKI? I don't know what he would take away here. Oh, the Laura. That's the perfect unit to take away. That's right.
Yeah. I would love RAIGEKI to once again take the Juno because that kind of invalidates the whole Volantis strat. But he, you know, has something in mind. Escher, very high base speed to contest for turn 1. And also the Sekhmet. Now we see the Wedget comfort zone for TRUEWHALE. If he picks the Juno, we know he's going to bring that Volantis, right? So he has the opportunity right now. He also has a Miles available. Rakuni hasn't been picked up, so he goes for the Miles. Great option, one of the top 3. And now RAIGEKI will probably want to pick up 1 speed lead and then some sort of sustain or more damage.
I think he has to pick up a 33 speed lead for RAIGEKI. He's got to, and that 33 speed lead's going to be the Oliver. Right now, Oliver actually gets banned, and I do think TRUEWHALE can outspeed RAIGEKI, but he needs to have it. That's a solid pick there for TRUEWHALE, bringing in the Tian Lang. I think that's very, very good right now, because right now, RAIGEKI's in a spot of banning Tian Lang and banning a Wedget. He's got to pick one of these units, and I do think the Fire Monkey King is a pretty good unit. I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, Tian Lang is an interesting thing. Like, it does hurt himself a little bit, but like you're saying, he's probably banning the Oliver. Will he pick another speed lead right here at the end to guarantee? Or will he pick something to try to have more sustain and better turn 2? Suiki, a lot of damage overtime. Does this mean that this is a ban on the speed lead?
This should be a ban on the speed, in my opinion, if he wants to take that turn 1, and he almost needs to take that turn 1. Because right now, Escher and Sekhmet, if either one of them go in front of any of TRUEWHALE's units, he's in a lot of trouble. It looks like he's going to ban out the Suiki. That's very interesting.
He baited the Suiki. I don't know if I like that, Stoic, to be honest, because now RAIGEKI's probably taking turn 1 with the 33, and he is very good with Sekhmet and Escher on turn 1. The Oliver coming in for the reset. Here we go. Gets the AoE. The Escher is probably just going to boost so the Oliver can control, and now he gets a reset again, giving the turn back with a Rakuni.
That's right. Look where the Oliver's going to be going as well. Like, everything's so well placed, and Oliver's going to have a chance to reset. He pushed the Escher in front of everybody else, which is crazy. Big third scale doing so much damage. What a draft for RAIGEKI. That was so well played out right there.
I have one word for you, my friend. Combo. Beautifully started. Now the question is, can he finish the job up? The Wedget is very low, but he is not dead. The Laura can save the team right now with some stuns. Will he go for the damage or the stuns? Goes for the damage, and now the monkey can try to finish off this or stun the Sekhmet. Let's go. He goes for it. I think he's going for the... Yeah, goes for the Sekhmet. She will go for a reset right now, and I would like the Laura to be reset. Yes, he does it.
Yeah, things are looking really good right now for RAIGEKI still. He's landing everything that he does need. That's a beautiful stun, though, landing on top of the Escher. Escher can get killed right there and does take that kill. Fire Monkey King looking for an opportunity to land a defense break and potentially violent proc. This could be really good for TRUEWHALE if he's able to, get a, very surprising kill here to do so. Gets the defense break, like we said.
Oh, wow. Caster's Curse. I gotta tell you something, Stoic. Even if RAIGEKI manages to get rid of this Wedget pronto, this Fire Monkey is a big, big risk. Oh my God, Laura popping off with the sleep. You gotta get rid of the Wedget and start praying that this monkey doesn't pop off.
Yeah, oh man, Wedget's going to be cutting in right there. No attack bar pushback, though, lucky enough for RAIGEKI. RAIGEKI does have to take out units, though. This Wedget's got to go, though.
Oof, doesn't have enough damage. He can try to go for the reset on one of the 2 right units, Miles or the monkey, and then finish it off. He doesn't greed. He goes for the kill. The monkey, death break. Now this Sekhmet is probably going bye-bye. Here we go, Miles. Woo, 15K and up rock.
Yeah, beautiful damage right there. Oh man, the writing was on the wall for RAIGEKI. He didn't know what to do with that Fire Monkey King. TRUEWHALE taking round 2.
Yeah, I think the ban came up to that, Stoic. Even with the kills, once the Escher is off the table, the Fire Monkey King just becomes so dominant in this matchup.
Yeah, RAIGEKI had such a great start as well. Everything was so perfectly tuned, and it lined up so excellent in that match there. But RAIGEKI in the end, it's just he didn't have something to deal with that Fire Monkey King, and that's kind of why it resulted in that forfeit right there.
Yeah, very good point. Now we swap it out a little bit. The Laura will not go to RAIGEKI's hands. I really like that choice on TRUEWHALE. Now, is this the first match that we're going to see Volantis on either side with a Laura off?
Potentially. Sekhmet first pick coming from RAIGEKI here. Oliver Miles with TRUEWHALE. I can't remember if this is something that RAIGEKI struggled with, if potentially the Raccoon is going to get locked in by TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, the Surfer's out and Shizuka finally coming out, but there's reset on the Oliver. We know how strong Oliver can be against the Shizuka. The Raccoon, no? Is it the Juno?
Raccoon Juno's not bad coming from TRUEWHALE right now.
That's what I was going to say. I would love a Juno in here. He swaps it up to a Wusa because there's not a lot of beneficial effect removal over there. And we know something, Stoic, the Moor is still on the table.
Yes, it is. The Moor is definitely on the table still. That's another really good pick for RAIGEKI if he wants to bring a Moor. He could bring the Volantis. He can go Volantis Juno if he wanted to. I think that's very strong too. Volantis and then Oberon getting locked in.
Very aggressive.
If TRUEWHALE locked in the Juno just gets straight up banned. But it looks like he's going to go a different route and potentially bring a Camilla to the table here.
Does this tell you this is an Oberon ban on RAIGEKI's side? And then on the other side, there's so much going on. I think TRUEWHALE's draft is really comfortable in here with the Oberon ban.
Yeah, Oberon gets banned out. I feel like even that Camilla getting locked in there, we knew it was going to get banned out as well. But 33 speed lead right here for TRUEWHALE, but I don't think that speed lead is going to matter too much. Nothing on his field is going to be that much faster than this Sekhmet. We know this Sekhmet's built very, very quick for RAIGEKI, but we'll find out as we get into round number 3 between RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE.
The Miles with the shields goes in there, misses the stun, and gets punched back in the face. Here we go. Volantis showing its power. Gets the glancing. Will that matter, or will Miles completely ignore... Sorry, Oliver completely ignore it. Goes and resets a fire unit. Beautiful.
That's crazy that he was able to pull that off there. Getting the reset. And of course, only can just attack back there with the Sekhmet back onto the Oliver. But Oliver coming in clutch right now. Shizuka with the skill 2 going back. He wants to get up that third skill as quick as possible.
I really like the Cardinal with the Volantis right here, even with a proc from Abellio. Right now, the Volantis will be able to hit AoE, and if he gets 1 or 2 stuns, this is going to be really interesting. You got to hold that heal right now, and he does it.
Definitely have to. You can see that big skill too coming out of Volantis. A lot of dots on the field. A little bit of trouble here for TRUEWHALE. You can see that third skill does get resisted on top of Wusa. Wusa's going to be free to go with that third skill. He can throw up that shield and immunity to protect his team here.
I really like it, protecting from the damage from Cardinal. RAIGEKI has had his opportunity, but now it's Abellio's turn. Abellio has the chance to heal the team, and he does so. Provoke on top of the Cardinal as well, and right now, the Miles will try to get some damage in that fire unit.
Yeah, you could definitely tell TRUEWHALE wants to get rid of this Sekhmet. He doesn't want to keep this reset unit on the field. If that reset unit does disappear, TRUEWHALE's draft looks so much better.
That's really good targeting. She gets the reset on the Oliver, stun on the Oliver, and damage will start coming down. But now he has both Miles and Abellio to remove this unit from the field. Can Abellio do it? 3, 2, 1. Big skill 2 blow.
Man.
Whoa, on the wild.
Yeah, but Woos is going to be finishing it off right here. Super great damage from that wild blow, though. But Woos is going to be enough to finish it off. Nice little stun there going out onto the Oliver. But TRUEWHALE is really in the comfort seat right now.
Yeah, we talked about how we really liked his draft, but there's a Shizuka on the other side. Let's not forget about that. Until the Shizuka's off the table, anything can happen. Here we go. Volantis needs provokes, needs stuns, but misses the Wusa that will have skills back next turn or with a proc.
Well, the main unit that RAIGEKI's worried about right now has got to be that Oliver, but Oliver and that Miles. Just the saddest thing, he can no longer stop Wusa and Abellio from protecting those 2 units, because those 2 units are going to be providing so much utility for TRUEWHALE. Beautiful additional turn, though, coming out of that Abellio.
Yeah, the passive. I love what he did that though, because
no way.
He didn't have the heal, but he gets a proc for the key heal with a Belio. He would have killed it with a Volantis. That was such a big proc on TRUEWHALE's side, saving him from death.
I mean, he's got to keep pumping away at the Shizuka. Shizuka is one of the main units that keeps RAIGEKI alive here. Opting to go for the Kano there was quite interesting. I don't know why he would go for that there, but we do have skills up with the Wusa. We can definitely shield and immunity our team. Things are looking very, very good for TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, very, very stable for him right now. On RAIGEKI's side, he will need a lot of ways to change this match. He needs procs from the Shizuka, which is good, and he needs to bring back next turn the segment to get some resets out.
Yeah, he really has to. You can see he's probably going to keep pummeling away at the Shizuka. He's got to go for that wild blow to try and remove that shield.
Yeah, and the thing is, the passive of Abelio is so strong right now. He once again will have the heal in a little bit, so that window of opportunity for RAIGEKI gets smaller again. Lot of damage.
Yeah.
The Shizuka is holding for dear life. Here comes the Wusa. 5.8 of damage. And the proc. The Oliver will have an opening, but
oh my lord.
The wound.
That's great. He didn't even need the two-turn sleep there. But I mean, TRUEWHALE taking RAIGEKI down in round number 3. That is a very, very wild match we just had right there. But I think TRUEWHALE, he's if he wins the next one, he's going to be wrapping this thing up here. RAIGEKI fighting for his life here as we get into round number 4.
Yeah, RAIGEKI needs to win this to get to the last match. We saw the adjustment from TRUEWHALE with a pre-ban on Laura, and I really like that, Stoic. Let's see if he goes back to the previous pre-ban. And the thing is, TRUEWHALE got to have the double surfers. We know how powerful that combo is, and even into Shizuka, right? So this time RAIGEKI says, you're not gonna get Oliver Miles. I'm gonna take one of them away. And TRUEWHALE continues to show the respect for the segment.
Seppi, this is heavily in TRUEWHALE's favor, in my opinion, right now. TRUEWHALE first picks the Laura. RAIGEKI was responding to the Laura Wadjet with a segment and Oliver as his 33 speed.
Yeah.
Both those units have been pre-banned. That was masterfully pre-banned and planned going into this match here. He doesn't have to take this Wadjet just yet because it's not something RAIGEKI can draft.
I agree with you. I think that TRUEWHALE needs to be careful though, because a Volantis might be coming out and it's a very volatile unit. The early Juno pick told you that. And you know what I would love? I would love a Masha in this matchup. Let's see if RAIGEKI does it for us. The Jameer comes out, great counter to the Cigar, the reset, and will this other unit be Praha? That has been really strong today, but we haven't seen in this specific matchup yet.
TRUEWHALE's position right now to do a very similar draft is what he did with Big V, and he had an opportunity of really keeping Big V back, where he was able to violent proc out and resist some very, very impactful stuff that TRUEWHALE brought to the table here. RAIGEKI doesn't have any of those go-to units at the moment right now, but it looks like there's going to be a different change of pace. We're not going to be seeing that Big V style match here. We're looking at a double vampire, which you don't get to see this too often, guys.
Very good point. I do like the change of pace, but I think this puts RAIGEKI in a less uncomfortable position, right? I think he's very used to playing against this, and now he can choose to ban this Wedjet if he wants, and then there's no sustain. So Antares, the killer, the destroyer of procs, is in here. Will Wedjet get banned? Will Antares get the, respect he deserves, or doesn't?
No, never respect the Antares, but the Antares does hit the field here. This is can be a very volatile unit, but it also can be a unit that does absolutely nothing. Antares is not known for being extremely tanky, but cutting into turns and providing lots and lots of damage here. I don't know if we ban it out, and we do ban out the Antares here, and I think that was a bit of a desperation move from RAIGEKI. So I do respect the ban on top of the Julianne, and I do understand the ban on top of the Antares, because that's just something you can't account for. So here we go, guys. Match number 4 with RAIGEKI and TRUEWHALE. TRUEWHALE with potentially a Swift verti heal? I don't know.
Ooh, no, maybe Violent, but he does have match point right now. The Wedget, he gets the combo. Here we go. The Laura with the strips misses on this Shizuka. Now, this beautiful monster. The Cigar has to hit it and gets the increased cool time. The Vertihill will give the opportunity to just go around this Juno and this Jameer, and he can try to kill the Jameer before it even takes a turn.
It was really nice. Oh my lord, that's not at all what RAIGEKI needed to see. We got almost no stripped, no despair stuns, of course, that hit that field. We're going to see a big skill 2 go right on top of the Jameer. And right now, Praha is provoked. She can't do anything about this. Vertial's going to pummel away at the defense break on top of this Jameer. We're going to see a big skill 2 happening here. It's going to stun everybody. Doesn't even have to really use the skill 2. Goes for it anyways, but more attack bar pushback on the highest attack bar unit here. And it is going to be the Jameer. Holy cow, RAIGEKI is up against the wall.
I love this Vertihill pick. Vert is giving him the amount of turns that he needs to remove a unit off the field. Very afraid of the ban. I would not have liked to ban this Julianne because you give the combo to TRUEWHALE. TRUEWHALE is in the driver's seat right now. Another death break coming out, and even with a Juno heal, he will need some crazy procs from his 2 water units.
That is so crazy. What an awesome draft coming out of TRUEWHALE, man. I do love that Vertial. I think this is super solid. I don't think this is triple revenge Verd. This is potentially a violent Verd. Could have been a Swift Verd. I think Swift Verd would have been extremely toxic here, but I'm sure it's a very fast violent set. But my lord, are the additional turns rolling in here and really shutting things down here for RAIGEKI.
Yeah, that proc will not matter that much because the Shizuka is still 3 turns away now, but the proc from the Praha does matter. Oh, but misses on a couple units. That is so unlucky.
A couple units looks like all the units, it feels. Not at all. RAIGEKI's getting very unlucky right now. We saw Juno drop the ball. We saw Praha even drop the ball, even though Praha did proc to heal up the team and try to, save RAIGEKI, pull him out of the hole that he's in right now. But I mean, you wanted to see all 4 units left right there, and we did not see that. So right now, RAIGEKI looking very, very unlucky.
Yeah, and he gives up.
Holy cow, TRUEWHALE, what a victory.
And just like that, TRUEWHALE is the last to qualify for the America's Cup on September 16th. What a last game. The difference in turns was absolutely crazy there, Seppi. Combine the Vertihill with the decrease from Cigar, there's just so many more turns being taken on TRUEWHALE's side.
Yeah, I gotta tell you something. That Antares ban, even if it's a unit that sometimes doesn't do anything, TRUEWHALE felt so strongly about his draft that he was like, I don't want to deal with that RNG. I can just dominate this, have a lot of turns, and kill units one by one.
Oh, and this is that first game, Stoic, where you practically got me to agree with you about Ragdoll.
Yeah, Ragdoll's just it's not a good unit anymore, guys. Just hate to break it to you, all you crazy Ragdoll owners out there. As the best ruined Ragdoll in the game, I think he needs a buff. It's just what it comes down to. It's the only match that TRUEWHALE lost, and it was due to Ragdoll just not being so good. But hey, both players played their matches. It was a great win for RAIGEKI in that first round. But after that, man, there was just so many great moments for TRUEWHALE here when it came to just the Sky Surfers, Oliver Miles, such a great combination. Abelio with the Wusa, another great combination. Those two are just making such awesome support. Abelio Miles, we've seen it time and time again, where it was Abelio Miles, Abelio Wusa or Wusa Praha. These units that are able to bring so much shields, immunity, sustain, have just been such great units throughout the tournament. But huge congratulations to TRUEWHALE taking down. This is redemption. This is almost revenge from last year when RAIGEKI beat TRUEWHALE.
You're right. There is a narrative to go along with this matchup here. Like you said, this was the finals from last year. So TRUEWHALE versus RAIGEKI. It was almost set in the stars. You could see that this was going to happen one day. And I feel so blessed that we got to watch it on day 3 of the prelims. Great games from RAIGEKI, but one way or the other, TRUEWHALE is going to the America's Cup, and hopefully you will too, chat. That's September 16th, America's Cup proper. It's going to be an amazing time. Now, Stoic, one thing I did want to direct back to you. You mentioned it was a complete masterclass on how to utilize the pre-ban there towards the end. How TRUEWHALE managed to deny RAIGEKI both answers to Laura, knowing that he'd pre-ban Oliver so he could ban the Sekhmet.
Yep, it really was. It was so incredible to watch that. Like, in my opinion, I think that's what settled that last match. Minus, take away Juno not stripping anything. Take away Praha not sleeping anything after that. But it goes back to, like, that initial setup in the draft where TRUEWHALE has first pick. Means he's taking the Laura away. When TRUEWHALE had Laura, RAIGEKI was drafting Sekhmet Oliver. Both Sekhmet and Oliver made their way into the pre-ban. That's so crazy that it was like that in that very last match there.
I know. We couldn't have asked for a better final set there, Seppi.
Yeah, mind games. That's all I have to say. Masterfully played, like you said, and decided in there. Either way, amazing games today. We have there the 4 other qualifiers for America's Cup, and I'm really excited to see how they do against the 4 favorites that qualified on day 1 and 2.
Oh yeah, we're in for a great America's Cup this year. We've got DRMZJOSEPHG now, ZEFA, RHYS, and TRUEWHALE all added to the list of folks who are going to be joining us live and in person on September 16th. Here they are. Here's the full list. I know that Spires is going to be real excited about having ZEFA join, considering I think they're guildies right there, Stoic, so they're friendly.
I believe they are guildies, but I think Spire's going to be even more excited not to disappoint me this year.
There's a lot of weight being put on Spire's shoulders. We got Falling Flower, Big V. We got Madrudi, Spires, DRMZJOSEPHG, ZEFA, RHYS, and TRUEWHALE. All 8 ready for the America's Cup. Heading live and in person to LA, just like you, chat, and just like the 3 of us. Again, I want to encourage you, if you think you can be in the Los Angeles area, be sure to register. It's free to join, and there's going to be a lot of fun stuff for you to do beyond just watching some of the greatest players who have ever played Summoners War play games live on stage. There's going to be an audience tournament and more. And plus, I'm just very much selfishly looking forward to seeing you both in person there, Stoic and Seppi.
Always looking forward to seeing you guys as well. I look forward to sitting down next to these 2. I can almost touch them.
Almost. Almost, but not quite. Last call for the America's Cup. Last call for AMCUP. There you go, everybody. A mystical scroll, some energy, and one of those SWC emblems that we talked about at the top of the show. Make sure you're saving those up, spending them on the big stuff in the aptly named Emblem Exchange Shop. This is the first time in SWC history we've ever had an exclusive currency to go along with the Summoners War World Arena Championship. And there's a lot of cool stuff you can exchange those for. So you can type that code in if you're on Android. If you happen to be on iOS, our lovely mods in chat, I've been seeing you the whole time. Thank you so much, guys. They're going to post the link. So if you're on iOS, just make sure to tap that link. It'll give you everything that you need. Man, Seppi, maybe a Joe gun for me or something now. I don't know. I don't know what to ask for.
I just want a Jameer, and let me tell you something. I love the storyline for America's Cup. We have 2 former champions. We have 2 second place players. We have 2 newcomers and 2 players that have been around for a while but never made it super far. So, you know, there's a lot of interesting stories in there. Who's going to be the champ? Are we going to finally have a repeat? Who knows?
Oh yeah, we're gonna see the conclusion to this narrative live and in person, September 16th. I want you all to scan that QR code if you think you can join for Los Angeles. Again, there's gonna be lots of ways for you to participate when you're there. Audience tournament, watching these games. It's going to be great. It'll be such a fun way to watch this story come to an end. And like you said, I couldn't agree with you more, Seppi. Like, this is a new look at SWC. We have so many new faces. We have, like, new matchups available. It's going to be great.
Totally agree. Excited to see everyone in person. So, you know, get that QR code.
Yes, scan it. Scan it if you think you can be there. And all right, everybody, I want to thank everyone so much for watching. Thank you for joining for the final day of the prelims. We'll see you next time on September 16th for the America's Cup. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great night.